Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه، القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, depending on where you're on in the world. Welcome to Gamers8 2022. It's day 2 of Rocket League action. Lawler, your host, alongside Spaceman, going to be holding it down on the fort. We've got 10 best of 5s for you guys today. It is going to be an experience, to say the least. And I wouldn't do it with anybody else. How you doing, Spaceman?
Doing good, man. I'm very excited today. Yesterday was a little bit wacky and wild. We had a lot of 3Ls, which is a bit surprising. And, well, the best teams continue to be the best teams. But for today, this is a gauntlet for a lot of rosters. Granted, playoff bracket starts tomorrow, but this is all just about, like, getting yourself through the series you have in front of you, both for us specifically, but also for the players, because there's a lot of matches they got to play.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking last place getting $15,000, and if you can make it past that step, $95K. So a lot of money on the line. But let's take a look at what we're actually going to be covering today as we pull up the overall schedule to kind of break things down. Obviously, we have 6 weeks of esports action under one roof. This expo, this concert, this whatever you want to call Gamers8, it is something special, and we're kicking it off with Rocket League. So we are very much so honored to be the ones doing that for everybody. That's going to be going on the first week all the way up till this weekend. And then they'll get into the Masters for everything else. Fortnite, Rainbow Six Siege, PUBG, 7 different titles, lots of esports, tons of competition, Sean.
Yeah, you're talking about some of the biggest esports and tournament organizers on the planet, again, being under one roof. And the fact that Rocket League is now in this position alongside the likes of Legacy and Rainbow Six, PUBG as well, and Fortnite, you know, being one of the bigger esports on the planet, it cannot be overstated how important it is for Rocket League as a brand, as an IP, and as an esport to be up there with those giants. So this is a great week, and this is a fun time to be a Rocket League fan.
Yeah, it's a lot of craziness. Just 2 weeks ago, we had the spring major to determine who our 16 teams were going to the World Championship. Now we come here for crew battles, which we'll talk about the format in just a bit. And then we're getting into the World Championship in just 2 weeks in Fort Worth, Texas. So a lot of Rocket League. Like you said, a good time to be a Rocket League fan because there is so much to consume. Almost too much, it feels like nowadays, but we're never going to shy away from it. Speaking of the format, let's take a look at how things are going to break down for y'all today. Pretty similar to yesterday, where we are going to be playing best of 5s all day long in a double elimination group stage format. We have 4 groups of 6 teams that were given some weight, but that is all off the table now. Everybody is equals, and the teams that have won are obviously further along in the bracket. They're going to be playing in a crew battle, where they will start with a 3v3, then the losing team will pick either 1s or 2s, then they'll go back to 3v3, and then they do the other one if they haven't played it yet, the 1s or 2s.
Yeah.
And then we end with another 3v3. The whole purpose of that is once you are one of those top 2 teams, you can then get into the single elimination playoff bracket with the final 8, which will then turn into best of 7s, and they extend the format where it is just 3v3 on game 1, 3, 5, and 7. So yeah, lots of matches in particular to be covering, but the cool thing is we always talk about the depth in the chess match that is Rocket League, the high level mechanics and everything else within the game. But on a macro sense, we get to talk about crew battles, the ability to pick and choose what game mode do I want, what kind of strategy, which roster am I going to field, which has been a lot of fun for us, Spaceman.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic for having all of the odd matches be best of 3s and all the evens, of course, being the change up between 2s and 1s. And I think actually what surprised me most in this tournament is the fact that the 1s matchups have gone the exact way we kind of predicted. Like there hasn't been a huge upset other than just FaZe in their own series. I feel like there hasn't been an upset in 1s where it's like, oh, this player is clearly better, and then they get, you know, they get destroyed, and all of a sudden it's a brand new series. It seems like things have pretty much been routine and what we had predicted. And Reddit, I was looking at some of the comments yesterday, like Reddit was basically on the same page. They're like, yeah, we expect this result, and they were getting it.
Yeah, the only one I think that's on the other side of that is First Killer. Everybody knows how great First is, but
FaZe is just
but RW9 came in and was like, yeah, 10-3, easy clap, let's go next. So we'll see what happens. We get to watch them then all day today, so I'm excited for that. But again, it's not just the fact that players are playing for fun and pride and practice. They're playing for $2 million as we take a look at the prize pool breakdown. There is a lot of cash up for grabs. You're talking first place, $500,000 with an M. That's a lot of money.
It's nuts, man. We remember esports when it was motels and $100 and a slice of pizza, and right now it's 500K for first place, which granted is like winning worlds. It's like winning RLCS worlds. Just
Not
that's
even
like
a
that.
slice of
That's
pizza. You were sharing that slice of pizza with somebody, man. It's coming so
I'm getting
far.
like a box of high C. I'm feeling great. It's crazy how much money is on the line, and the fact that it's not just like, you know, first place get 500 and second place like, you know, get 100, and that's usually how big prize pools would go. No, you get 300K, and then if you get third through fourth, 295K for fifth through sixth. Top 8 gets a minimum of 95. Like, top 8 gets 100 grand. Like, what are we doing here, guys? There's $2 million on the line, and if you just show up to the event, you have a chance to get 15K. It's just between 3 players.
Made
You
the
don't got to
jump
pay
yesterday,
rent for a
man.
while.
I literally just won a tournament. I played in a tournament, got hard carried by a pro and a coach. It was amazing.
Good.
And the entire prize pool was less than last place here. So just putting that out there, there's a lot of money on the line. And if that doesn't really showcase pressure, I don't know what will. So
Yeah.
the difference between you like lining up in that final match and you're like, if we lose this, we lose $200,000. Like that is a real sentence that
It's
is being
true.
said. So hopefully they're not thinking about that, but I know I would be.
bro.
Either way, it's gonna be a wild one getting into those final matches. 4 days of Rocket League action. We're on day 2. So
Yeah.
a lot of exciting things. We're gonna take a look at all the teams competing. There's 24 of them and a whole bunch. Spaceman, so far,
Oh, brother.
obviously we've had a chance to look at the bracket and see some of the results. You and I really focused in on F16 yesterday. They have the 2 young twins. Obviously, Basil's absolutely cracked as well. But anybody else so far that's standing out to you?
You know, it might have been recency bias in the final match, but I was really, really impressed with Dig. Maybe it's
Yeah.
because we've watched them for so long, and we wanted to see specific aspects of the game get fine-tuned and eventually blossom. And it feels like we really did get that. And I loved the interview we had with apparently Jack. I was really impressed. And yeah, I mean, granted, though they weren't playing like a G2 or Complexity, I was just really, really happy with the polish we saw, and I think that if Dignitas can keep that up, they're certainly a favorites to make a deep run. So I was very impressed with them.
Yeah, speaking of favorites and interviews, shouts to OSM, becoming a fan of that boy through and through as he's stepping up as a coach. And that's kind of been the narrative for a lot of these teams. A lot of players on loan, ragtag teams like Anka coming together that are just kind of an amalgamation of players from all over. Obviously, we have our favorites in Falcons, but I mean, honestly, Group D, Falcons, Dignitas in your third match of the day on that broadcast is going to be a highlight. I'm also really looking forward to Group C today, which we get to cover in our second half. F16 against Furia, like what's not to love? Our boy Jan, nobody built different. Like that boy is top 3 in the
5.
world. Like he's so
he's
good.
top 5 in the
So,
world. Yeah.
getting to see what he does against these young guns that are coming in. It's international competition. It's what we live up to. So a lot of exciting things, but I did allude to it, but let's talk about it in detail while we look at the actual brackets. What exactly is going on today, where you can watch it, how you can find it, all that kind of stuff. We've got 4 groups with 5 matches in each group. On this broadcast, we're going to be covering Group A and Group C. We did a little bit of swapsies on you guys today. That way we get to see all the teams too. I know it's what we're looking for, but we're going to be starting off with our first match, and we're going to have lower brackets that we're going to start in, which are elimination matches. So we'll have 2 elimination matches back to back for you. It's going to be Detonator and Complexity, and then Twisted Minds and G2 Esports, as you see down here in the lowers. The winners of those will then go play each other again for another elimination match, and then we'll jump up to the lower bracket. We want to make sure jumping up to the upper bracket to make sure that these teams aren't like feeling cold and stuff. There's only like an hour break in between. Plus, they get the rest up. I mean, they won, right? Like, it's only fair.
Yeah, today's all about qualifying. So if you look at the bracket here on your screen, the only thing you should take note of is that far right box at the end with a little star below it. That means you've qualified for the playoff spot. And from there, it's single elim. And I believe it's all best of 7. So today is a bit of a gauntlet for a lot of these squads. But it also is really fun because obviously elimination matches are great for stakes and tension. But there's also teams we didn't maybe expect to be in the spot. Looking at G2, yes, they have missed in. I understand that. But still, Mist is a very competent player, and they just had a slow start yesterday. Now have to go play Twisted Minds, Detonator, Complexity. Like, there are some NA powerhouses that are having their backs against the wall, and they have to not only win 1 series, but potentially 2, potentially 3. It's going to be a gauntlet of best of 5s.
Taking a look at Group B, this was the matches that we covered first yesterday. We had Rogue versus Team Secret, where Rogue put up a really good fight. Shouts to Taroko in his stalwart defense, as well as his ones prowess, looking really solid. Like, he had like a 9-goal lead at one point before Knight started crawling back in that series. You've got Heat and Anka. Heat recently picking up Juicers. And then you have Endpoints and Space Station, your favorites, and your high seeds coming through to fight in that upper bracket final. That'll be our third match of the day on the A stream. Dropping down to the lowers, you got Team Secret and Heat and Anka and Rogue. Those should be some pretty exciting matches to see how things play out. Again, with these matchups and the way that the crew battles go, you can't really count anybody out, Spaceman.
No, you can. And that's the beauty of kind of the format, is because not only do you have a variety of options when you go to game 2 for whoever does lose the opening match, but given kind of the skill of the players, and we've seen obviously ones become that much more of a focus in recent years, and twos has its own cadences and things that players cater to. It seems that it is not just as straightforward as, yeah, you put your best players in threes and ones. Like, that's not how it works anymore. So there are varieties here that the teams can exploit, a lot like what SSG does when they're like, okay, Daniel, go win us game 2. Like, it doesn't matter what happens. Like, that's the scary thing. So some teams thrive on this, some teams don't, but choosing when to use twos or ones is really going to be the key to success for a lot of squads.
Jumping over to Group C, this is going to be the second group that is covered on the other stream. But for us, it's going to be our second half of the day, which I'm really looking forward to. This is one of my favorite groups, other than Group D, if I'm being biased. And a lot of the reason why is that first roster in F16. Obviously, a young team with 2 twins, and they've got Basil on there as well, who are just absolutely cutthroat. The roster altogether came together pretty recently and just weren't able to compete because they weren't old enough to compete in the RLCS. So I expect them to terrorize Mina quite a bit, along with Nobo, in the next upcoming season. Either way, they got their victory early, as did Owl. So Pirates dropping down, and the other side, FaZe losing to that F16 roster. It puts them in the lower bracket as well. So in that upper bracket, we've got F16 and Furia, probably my highlight match of the day outside of Falcons and Dignitas. Yeah. And then we do have our lower elimination: Semper, Esports, and Owl, Orlando Pirates, and FaZe.
I mean, I'm a big fan of this Al squad. I think Senzo's fantastic. And again, just getting kind of player reactions and Twitter crowd reactions, I should say. Yesterday, when Al was winning, people were losing their collective minds. So I think that if Al, if they have themselves a small run today, I'm going to get on the Al train real quick. But that's the thing. It's like we got a lot of really heavy hitting winners bracket matchups. But I feel like all the really interesting ones, outside of the Falcons dig, which is going to be absolutely fantastic, all the really interesting matchups, like the really fun ones, are going to be in the lower bracket because there's so many powerhouse teams down here. And well, it's the day for knockouts, baby. Somebody's got to go home. Some of y'all got to lose. Okay,
hey, man, don't forget about Fahad over there. It's gonna be a lot of wild ones. And don't forget, we still got Group D that we're gonna be taking a peek at as well. This is the one that we closed out with our matches yesterday. Start off, Gaming Gladiators, disruptive as ever, taking down all mid. And then we had 0-1 Esports going up aggressively against Renegades, CJ, and then find themselves in the lower bracket. Eventually, we then get into our next series, and Falcons and Dignitas both looking as dominant as ever. We had a long conversation with Dignitas about simplifying matches, Spaceman.
Yeah, we were wondering when that was going to click for this squad, because individually they are able to keep up with basically anybody in the world, but it felt for the longest time that this Dignitas roster had struggled to keep the game in front of them, and they had struggled to kind of trust one another to make the right plays. And that was all out the window yesterday. Like, the amount of times they were upfield looking for passes, looking for touches, all that stuff. Dignitas clearly have changed things, and maybe is the addition of the new coach. And Jack hit on that. He said they've tried to simplify the game and just get back to basics, and it seems that it's working.
Yeah, a lot of credit to their coach Nick, former Team Queso, coming over as they've been looking to fill a role, and he's been doing a great job from the sounds of it. So credit to him. But our lower brackets elimination for that's going to be the second half of the A stream. All mid 0-1 Renegades Gaming Gladiators. Should be a wild ride and a lot of excitement, especially in that Renegades Gaming Gladiators. I don't think it's a freebie for anybody, so should be a lot of fun to watch. Either way, that's going to give you guys the overlay of how things are going to play out today. Again, we have 10 matches on both broadcasts. It's going to be a journey, I think, is the way to express it. So hope you guys are looking forward to that. But on this stream in particular, we're going to be focusing in on the A group and the C group. We're flipping from yesterday. We're starting and kicking it off. Detonator and Complexity. Detonator making their debut in the RLCS on the main broadcast during the winter split, trying to improve over their counterparts in Tokyo Verde. So also see them bounce back against a tough Complexity roster that's right now sitting at 7th in North America, just outside of that World Championship stuff. So again, luckily for them, they are able to make it into the wild card. We then got Twisted Minds, not to be confused with Tainted Minds, back in season 6, and a whole bunch more. Eventually, then we're going to get into our second half, which will then jump into C group and some exciting elimination matches to kick it off. Obviously, Semper got Archie on loan to Endpoint. They're using Exotic, who's been a force to be reckoned with in their recent run. You've been seeing a lot of exciting things in how this offseason and like loan situation is happening, but I think that big focus on is FaZe Clan and that lowers against Pirates.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's kind of the marquee matchup in this side of the bracket, FaZe and Orlando. And you brought up an interesting point about Semper, and I feel like this is quickly tangential, but still relevant to the point. When that old Train Hard roster, which was, I believe, like Catalysm and Exotic, and I'm forgetting the third name that used to be around, but I feel like when that roster eventually split up and was around the time when Dignitas started to kind of make some of their long runs in the RLCSX, that Train Hard roster, when they splintered, a lot of those players started getting on loans. They started getting to teams where they were filling in quick gaps, and it seems that they have yet to find maybe a stable home, but that was kind of the caliber of that roster. I don't know why that thought just came to head, but it's nice to see those players kind of still circling around, and the fact that Semper's not only loaning one, but also getting one as well. It's cool. I think this offseason, like we talked about yesterday, is going to be absolutely chaotic, and I can't wait for it.
Oh, it's going to be a massive talking point, I think, all day today, just because it is interesting to see that individual effort. I think that's kind of the showcase, as we do have a lot of focus, is for teams and players across the board. You have a chance as an individual to really increase your value, but the big focus coming up next is going to be Detonator versus Complexity Gaming in our first match of the day here on the B stream. We appreciate you guys all tuning in for us during our pre-show. A lot of stuff for us to be covering today and in general. So we're in for a trip. Don't forget, Corelli is on the broadcast with us as well. He'll be joining us at some point in the future. He's having a little napski right now before he starts his shift. So it's gonna be an exciting day, and we appreciate you guys taking the time to stick through it with us. Also, massive thank you to all of our sponsors and production in the background, because yes, while we are the faces of the broadcast and we're here all day forward facing, there's a bunch of people behind the scenes clicking buttons and making sure that it actually shows up. So massive thank you to the production team. Got to get that out as an early precedent, because without them, we'd just be us. So awesome stuff to consider. But Spaceman, before we go to a quick break, any words of encouragement for the people today, whether they be Twitch chat or the competitors? What do you got for us?
Don't lose.
We'll see you guys after the break. Everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. It's day 2 of Rocket League, and the storyline being told: don't lose. It's elimination bait.
It's true.
Again, Spaceman, the best advice I think you've
Thank
ever
you.
given. Welcome back to the broadcast. Lawler and Spaceman going to be locking it down for day 1 and day 2, and not day 3 and 4. Today's our last day, so we're going to make it count. 10 matches to go, and we're going to be kicking off with Detonator and Complexity. Again, 2 situations that I think are really exciting. It's awesome to just see international competition, but in particular, focusing in on Detonator, we did get to see their debut the first time that we got different iterations. We thought Tokyo Verde was this well-favored team in APAC, and all of a sudden Detonator comes in and goes, but wait, there's more. And they get a win off of FaZe and everything else. So it's been really awesome to see their performance, but primarily Detonator going to be my focus for this match in particular.
Yeah, they're currently, I would say, I mean, they're ahead of Tokyo Verde. They're the #1 team right now when it comes to the APAC Northern Regional and regional teams. Like, obviously, they took home the second regional event. They took home the third as well. They're 2-time champions, and they've proven that right now they're the best team in their region. Granted, they've struggled to put it together internationally. It happens to the best of us as well. But I think in this matchup, it's going to really come down to how quickly they can limit the offense of like Razebull. Like, if they can keep the ball relatively in check and they can keep Razebull off the play, you have a decent chance here. But
Well, with that noises in mind, we've got a hype video for Detonator. Let's take a look. Team Detonator obviously on the stage getting ready and warmed up for their matches, and a lot of aggression in that hype video, man. It seems like they've came to play and fight a little bit.
we got a sneak peek into one of the content pieces for this team, and it was so awesome hearing them answer just some like basic Rocket League questions of like play styles and like what they think is, I guess you could say, like the best approach for getting in the opponent's head. It was just, these guys have so much personality, and I think that's the beauty of not only this team, but again, another region that's starting to flourish in international competition and get more chances. Like, we're seeing the personalities of these players finally, and it's great that it's actually coming to fruition. And yeah, the Detonator's a fun squad to watch.
Yeah, again, starting lineup, you got McCon in the middle with Burn and Lunatic. And again, I think I want to echo that sentiment. It is awesome to see, you know, that even though it's the first season that we've gotten the exposure to some of these other regions, not afraid to like showcase. I think they've had a lot of time from the outside looking in of being able to see the kind of tricks of the trade. And while they haven't been able to showcase themselves in the main spotlight, there is a lot of things that you can learn and take away from, like, oh, these are our favorite players. These are kind of our idols. What things are they doing? You know, not everybody is going to dance like Rizzo on stage, and that's fine. But yes, you can roll out in a tiny RC car like CJ and garner a ton of impressions. So there is ways to make an impact, and a lot of it does start with that outward facing personality. So glad to see that they're not afraid to get in some of these interviews and take advantage of that. So up next, we've got Complexity, but before we talk about them, we've got a video for y'all. Let's take a look. Complexity Gaming, Spaceman, probably one of my favorite stories in almost all of esports. Obviously their situation with being the former Furia roster over in South America and making the decision to then migrate over to the United States to play in one of the major regions. And it's been back and forth. A lot of people not expecting their results to be where they were initially, but they came out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, they did. They really started kind of as that underdog story and that young team that had so much to prove. And the way they did it was going through an absolute gauntlet of North America's best. Like, they had to fight against FaZe, G2, NRG, Envy. They took down everybody, SSG as well, and they ended up qualifying for a couple of regionals and majors and stuff. So it was a great run, but I think that I don't feel like it's that Complexity's kind of hit their peak. It's just they have yet to kind of adapt to that next level. They're clearly within the top 6 range and clearly able to take down some of the best teams, but the consistency's been the biggest question mark. We've been waiting to see like fall version of Complexity, and right now they're still struggling to get there.
Yeah, team obviously primarily based out of Argentina, except for Raisbull, the only Chilean player. So a lot of awesome representation being shown on this roster. Because primarily when it was South American teams, it's almost all Brazilian, and it was a really unique circumstance that the best team for a long conversation was not just them. So awesome to see that representation again. As I mentioned, Raisbull. We've also got McCon on the other side for Detonator going head-to-head. Two players that are definite desired to watch.
Yeah.
Raisbull been having a massive impact already in this tournament, as you watched his matches yesterday, both in 1s and 2s. So seeing if they can bounce back, obviously being in that lower bracket, but it's going to be a tough battle altogether. But yeah, that story, man, you're talking moving away from home at a young age of 17, 18. You then move to like Cancun area, which sounds like a really good time. And then eventually Complexity is like, you guys can come to Dallas. Like, we'll do that. And then now they're living in the facility outside. I mean, you're in association with Dallas Cowboys, all that kind of stuff. Whether you agree with that or not, that's a different story. But overall, it is an awesome experience that these guys have had. And to be as competitive as they are right now, like I mentioned, they are 7th in North America, attending the World Championship. So many things to be positive of. Yeah. And we're going to start it off on a positive note. 3v3 between Detonator and Complexity kick us off for the day.
Yeah, ceiling's high for this team. And now is the time to, again, like we said, for most squads who've come into this weekend, or I should say this tournament, like it's an opportunity to put more stuff together and just figure out, you know, the proof of concept for the roster. I think it's worked for some teams. It hasn't worked for others. But if you're Detonator coming into this, you did lose to Luminosity 3-0, and it was pretty quick as well. It's going to be a much more difficult challenge, I feel, just given the way that Raisbull plays and the matchup that he's going to be able to take against a player like McCon or a player like Lunatic, especially towards the back line. It is going to be tough here, but as we get off early on, it is Detonators opening it up with a great touch from Burn and a second as well for the center, and the follow-up from Lunatic puts it through.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've noticed from some of these minor regions is how quickly they adjust to play styles. And for Detonator, I mean, it's only been a short, 2-3 months that they've been separate, but they didn't get to go and compete in the Spring Major. We did see the first representation of APAC South in Gaming Gladiator. So they were removed from international competition. They had a lot of time to kind of reflect and go back to their own region as AJG is going to respond back here in the first 40 seconds. But it is interesting to see just a quick, brief stint of like, hey, we haven't seen you guys in a bit. What have you bringing to the table?
Yeah.
And already out of the gate, they're a little bit more aggressive. Their challenges and just offense in general looks a little more polished in just a short time. So it is awesome to see their evolution, not only over the course of the last 3 months, but even on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, the scary thing about Complexity is their ability to take challenges close on the ball when it, let's say, like ricochets off the back wall. Like a lot of teams will try to catch it, get it back out for center. Complexity in players like AJG and Shad, not only great at passing, but they're also great at just catching and immediately putting a shot on target. And I expect that to continue in this series as AJG will looking for the double tap off the top lower bar, excuse me. And as it hits its way back out towards the center of the box, bar down again. It's 2 in a row. The Complexity cannot capitalize on, but this is the danger right here. When everybody's pushed up and they're feeling this rhythm, you better hope you get it cleared like you just did.
Yeah, scary thing is backs against the wall. That's when Complexity's at their best. You're talking about a team that's sitting on defense with minimal boost, and Complexity's just got that free roam in the midfield to come in and put some ridiculous shots on target. Again, need to be able to put those away, but overall, it's still the threat that applies. Hopefully Detonator doesn't back down and can get up and make some challenges. There's another 50 in front of their net. Does get saved and pushed into the corner before lobbed into the midfield by Raisbull. Good infield pass, turns into a shot a little bit high yet again. So accuracy plaguing Complexity a little bit here in the early afternoon over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But plenty of time to wake up, just like we have to on this broadcast. I think we've been vibing since like 1:30 a.m. So
it's been fun.
We're fine. We're fine. It's all good.
Watching the start of this game, I do think that accuracy has been a problem for sure, but I also think a lot of those top bar shots have been intentional because, again, they're trying to force Detonators to pull themselves up towards the backboard and then have someone like Shatter AJG sneak down through the middle and then catch a quick rebound for a shot. Like, it's very clear that while these teams get warmed up, there is intent here. And for Complexity, they love to make the defense scramble with little boost as possible. As Raisbull, again, trying to take a 1v2 to the corner off the top bar. A chance for Detonators, who opened up the game with a goal, but have yet to find something else after it with about 2:24 to play. Through the corner, Complexity continuing to threat.
Big pitch and thrown back into the corner. As it goes back around, good control by Burn. Should be able to play this past one as he does. And an open net, but a little bit too wide. Lunatic can't get there in time. Either way, plenty of control and throws it back over the other side of the net. is where you hope Detonator can sustain a little bit before it's broken out, but AJG standing tall, able to win another 50 with control into the midfield, and it's a couple extra touches. Into a goal for Shad.
That is a morning cup of coffee right there. Look at that. Beautiful handoff. That's what I'm talking about. Playing close on the ball through the corner. Great center back out and having someone just sneak up ready. So when the defense does bite and you get 2 to commit, you immediately have an advantage toward the front of the net. Now it's up to Detonators to not only reestablish kind of the offense, but also control the midfield a little bit more, because it seems that Complexity not only have had boost control, but they've had more than enough chances to continue to win big 50s at the midfield, which just set up the offense in the counterattack. At this point for Detonator, it's going to come through a lot of slow plays through the midfield, a lot of infield passing. They just got to put it together.
Yeah, whether it's intentional or not, it does seem like there's a little bit too much respect being given over to Complexity. Well, you want to respect their play and you know their capability with a lot of their touches. I mean, you saw both of those double touch opportunities right out the gate. You still got to meet them in the midfield. You just got to be willing to move up and make some challenges. So a couple good 50s here that have been shown, but it is the defense that's going to stand tall for Complexity, as that is kicked down with a shot on target, played into the corner as they sweep through, looking for a couple bumps. An aggressive challenge by Raisebolt.
Yeah.
Using that decal for his team, making me super confused, even though he's on the orange side. But we gave you away ones, guys.
It's been a couple of times I've been like, wait a minute, there's 4 players on the field. This is weird.
Yeah, guy, why are you hitting it that way? What are you doing?
It's crazy, but everything you're seeing right now from Complexity is Complexity style. Great save on the double pinch and the demo. Make it 2. Everybody gets 1. Now a 2v2. Back to full strength for both teams. But what you're seeing from Complexity is, again, a lot of those follow after the first touch, and it's forcing Detonator to have to make these quick, long saves. They don't have a lot of boost right now. Really, the only one is Burn. I mean, McCann certainly does, but it's in instances like this where you're going to have to weather that storm. Great shot. Finally, they get upfield, and they catch only 1 defender from Complexity in the net.
That's a great play by Burn. Not only is he delaying the touch, but again, keeping it close to the chest. He forces a 50 back infield right in front of the net. And the follow-up from Detonator. 2 goals and at a perfect time, able to tie it up with 13 seconds remaining.
That's a big response goal. It's not so much a momentum swing. That's unfortunate. And that's going to go in from the demo. Okay, I'll throw my entire conversation pivot out the window as Shad gets the kickoff and just boop. That's a big win. Big demo. All right.
It's actually a really big play from Shad. A lot of people on that aggressive cheat up. He decides to play it a little bit more passive. Ends up kicking out to him, and then he follows it up. Just a push on target, able to get through with the speed flip against a demo. Something that we're going to see a lot probably out of Complexity is that unique kickoff where they decide to force and go for the Spanish kickoff, where the first person in rotation doesn't actually go for the ball at all. They wanted to get possession back to their side, and then they go for the demo on the next person. That way they have some freedom. So here's Steve. We'll see that as well. It is going to be up to Detonator as they suffer the first loss to pick our next Q type, whether it be 1s or 2s. We have yet to see Detonator play 1s, so not sure what they would field, but in 2s, probably Burn and Khan going up against Shad and Raisebolt is what I would have to assume.
Yeah, that's going to be just awesome. I'm so excited to see what potentially they do pick, because I would feel that given the situation of how this game one went, how close it was, you know, you probably feel comfortable going into 2s. Granted, you had a tie game before the final kickoff, and if you're expecting any team to have a Spanish kickoff attempt, it would be Complexity. You know, let's come on now. Come on now. It would be Complexity. So there's certainly anticipations there for sure, but I think again, the beauty of this Complexity roster is a lot like that old meme of like the 3-headed dragon, like when they're all like pissed off. It's like they are all that. Like when they're playing great, there's not a single one you can take down where you're not going to get met by another. And we saw it there. Raisebolt kind of dictating a lot of the offense, and Complexity were very good at keeping the ball, like you talked about, close to chest and finding ways to, again, just kind of extend the play off the first touch. Because even if they got challenged, there was someone like Shad or AJG who was down at the midfield ready for a center. And that is just so hard to guard against if you're not getting demos and you're not clearing that lane. But we go into 2v2s, so there we go. This is a big game 2 for Detonator. Currently, they are 0-4 in this tournament. They got swept by LG, and right now they're down 1 game to Complexity.
If they can bounce back, and not an easy duo to be up against. Shad, Raisebolt.
Yeah, good luck.
Basically sharing a wavelength when it comes to their offense. Kind of reminiscent to one of our matches yesterday with Jack and Jory over on Dignitas. So we'll see if they can utilize a little bit more of the space, get a couple of mechanics going. But Same thing applies to the Complexity roster, as it's a good fake challenge. Played top right. That's perfect placement. A good battle to be picked. Gonna have to rotate back and rely on the teammate, and a booming clear. So possession does go back to Complexity as Razebull tries to solo play this out, but it's a good bump off target. Again, physical play and an altercation is kind of what you want to throw Complexity off. Just can't get to the round on time. It's a good 50 down. Need to be careful. Playing it close, and does so. Has potential for a pass. No, cut off right away. First minute gone on by. Shot on target should be saved, and gonna play this one high.
And I like the control at midfield there for Detonator. It just was another quick jump of the gun from Complexity that cut down the play, and you were looking for that infield pass. It did not find it. And from the backboard, it will be Shad. Takes down on his lonesome. You got Razebull, I think, circling for boost. And instead, he'll come up for the point. Shad will be at the midfield. So pads are here for Complexity off the sidewall. A lot in the tank to get this done. Can't get it over the first defender, though, as Shad takes it away. And it seems that as of right now, Complexity are giving Detonators a bit of space to work. That's a goal. Okay. Yeah, so they're absolutely giving them space to work.
No, I've actually really enjoyed the way Detonators played this. The big thing I take away from them so far is a really good understanding of how to maintain possession. Numerous times the recovery, the decision making has actually been stellar. It's been perfect. You saw in the challenge in the corner, you know, making sure to go for the ball instead of the boost, getting a 50 and playing it high to waste the other team, and then making sure to, you know, deny in the corner. You see even with that pass that was midfield, playing it into the corner again, leading your teammate, making sure they can get boost in the corner. And it's like you pair that with good decision making and then a solid counterattack, and yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic for Detonator. So color me impressed so far, but this is the kind of stuff, and again, what would normally be a scary situation, McConnell recognizes, like, yeah, I'm not going to let my teammate go in a 1v1 in that situation. I'm going to go help him out.
And that kind of hits back to your point of Detonators being able to make those adjustments, and a lot of minor teams being more keen on making or calling audibles at this point in the stage of Rocket League competitive. It's just gotten a lot more fluid for a lot of teams, and clearly the positioning and the decision making when it counts most is certainly there, as Detonator do find themselves a 1-goal lead. Can they make it 2? Burn, no. Denied by Razebull. Punch it out to midfield and continue on with the play. The extension through the corner. Looking for the center, won't be there. Complexity throwing a lot of just individual hits one at a time. And whereas on the other side, on the counterattacks, the speed has kept Detonator in the orange half for quite a bit.
Yeah, really good play as well by McCon there. Decided not to go for it. Again, nothing for free here, as it's a crazy redirect. That's been the advantage for Complexity, as they can pull it out of nowhere. Great redirect here from Shad, puts it on target in a dangerous spot, and luckily gets a bit of the Psionics Please post in their favor this time, as Razebull is able to follow it up. So they tied up. 3 minutes gone on by to keep Complexity at bay, but for how long?
Yeah, it wasn't a matter if, it was just when Complexity were going to find that angle. Now, if you are Detonator, you're probably happy it was at a minute 50 because you still have a lot of time in this game. Good shot, right back over, and a great response off the kickoff to maintain possession yet again.
Yeah, Burn forcing that fight up top. And then instead of McCotton forcing a touch on target, again, it's that team play. The understanding of what they can rely on. Just drops it down, makes it plenty of time to buy, and good placement on the shot. But Shad with boost. An attack right at the net. It's a good challenge by McCon. As they lob this one downfield, should be met in the midfield, as it's going to come straight down. Burn almost with a secondary effort. How do you look at the shot? But plenty of boost for Razebull. Should be able to swing around. That's the idea for Detonator at this point. Control possession, and so far so good. They look like the more dominant team. There's been a couple moments from Complexity, but overall, Detonator to me is winning this battle, and it actually reflects it in the scoreline as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the speed we're seeing from Detonator. Like they are playing unscared, which I think is big against Complexity, given the fact that Shad is very physical and Razebull is Razebull. Like, there's not a player with more confidence than maybe Razebull. And yeah, the fact that they've kind of kept him at bay, and they've just said, you know what? No, we will take these challenges. We will help each other on these, you know, these defensive stops, 2 at a time. Like, always around, making great decisions. And when it comes down to reading through your progressions on the field and that secondary decision making after the play breaks down, Detonator have had that on lock. Now, granted, Complexity have a chance here. That should be a goal, and it will be. Great extra pass around the bend. It's like a 1/3 doomsy roll, and Raise Bull just puts it on a dime.
Yeah, I do think the biggest scare to Complexity on that offense is how fluid they can look. Watching specifically in one of these perspectives, you just see how quickly those touches become aggressive, as well as a fluidity in their challenge game. But there's that Spanish kickoff we were talking about, deciding not to go for the ball itself. They go for the player in the back. Why not pair it with another and give plenty of space to work with Shad, who's going to just lob it up to himself. Nobody challenging, though. Good decision making from Detonator, where they do decide to play it a little bit slow, as they don't want to get caught out. So plenty of boost to work with on both sides. It's good 50 and in front of the net. Going to be a crucial save here as it's completely killed. Decides to go for the demo instead. So one last attempt. Shad with full boost tank has to go the full length of the pitch, playing it up high. It's a 50. Still plenty of time for this one to drop down. But can't get it in time. So overtime in 2v2. A good opportunity here for Detonator.
It's got to be so frustrating as well, knowing you played about 4 minutes, 30 seconds of great Rocket League, and the only other time is when Complexity found something. Now you have to meet the challenge. That one dangerous, quickly saved. Burn going to try to kill it towards the corner. Complexity still applying the pressure, but they will fall back for boost. You got Raiseball with a full tank and kill it to get back into the play. Comes out of no man's land to put that one towards the net, and another shot quickly saved.
Yeah, really smart play on the back end. But trading demos, shot opportunity, gonna have to play this slow. It's a 1v1 in a tough spot. Shot and a pre-jump. Well played by the defensive Complexity. It's gonna be a long clear, so it was a dangerous moment. They're able to hold on off and transition back down the other way. Plenty of time, slow play, and an immediate 50 by Burn. Clear to the opposite direction, thrown right back at the player, back into the corner, and probably an aggressive play trying to find a demo, not there. And no hesitation by Shad. He's going to play it into the side of Detonator. Off the backboard. Trying to get the 50, can't wrap around, so trying to find some boost. You're going to have to bully the player. It's actually a demo on the back end. Has a chance to recover. He's going to have to just pop that one up high. Looked like a great chance from Detonator, but no, not able to land after the demo. It was a good opportunity there, Spaceman, but cannot connect. Yeah,
Complexity are playing blitz right now. They're just setting one up at a time, and then watch these long rotations up the sidelines. They're getting full boost, and it's just consistent from Raiseball, from Shad. The problem is you live and die by the blitz. If you get caught in counterattacks, you get bumped or demoed, and it's a 1v1 upfield, you're probably going to lose that. They almost did. But if you can keep this going with the amount of boost you have, the amount of midfield pressure you have, this is tough for Detonator to break out of, because they're just trying to commit together, which is great. But you're playing a 1v2 on the other side, and Complexity have been burning so much to get you off your own feet. That shot's going to pull you towards the right of the net. Shad going to wait. Raiseball trying to take a challenge, but instead will miss it. Big flip towards the back wall. Cleared away. A chance now. Burn taking a shot. Maybe wins a 50, but can't do much with it. And McCon will try to slow it.
Oh, it was a really good decision making on that back end by McCon. He had plenty of time to decide on how he wanted to play it. And so just putting pressure, it forces Complexity into an awkward spot. So possession in favor of Detonator. Burn trying to get a little bit higher on that 50. It's a big lob downfield. A lot of boost being expended. Should be denied in the corner. It's actually a demo as well. So now a 1v1. Raiseball can do his magic and actually gets saved. He goes for the fake and tries to play it around. A good positioning by Detonator. It's been a fantastic almost 3 minutes of overtime as we see the chess match evolve. Flip reset to extend the play, trying to go for the 50, can't find it. So now into the midfield. Raiseball's going to pass this one off to Shad, who plays it back on target. Easy save from McCon, play to the corner.
That's good reads on the defensive end, like we just talked about. I think that's off the bar. I think Raiseball was going for a quick pinch on the ground to try to squeeze it towards the left post, and he just couldn't find it. But the pickup was huge from Detonator. And yet again, these one-on-one challenges have gone their way. Now a breakaway chance. But Raiseball will cut down into the lane and stop it quickly. Dangerous, bumps his teammate, gets it around, maybe one. McCon has to fall back with the momentum of the ball. And now you got Shad completely clear in the back line to maybe find a pinch, maybe find a center towards the front of the box coming up. So far, like both these teams have been playing chess. It just comes down to who kind of makes the first mistake.
It's been a lot of praise for me for Detonator. Just primarily every time I see them in a tough situation, it's like, hey, a demo comes through, you're in a 1v2, and you defend it perfectly. But unfortunately, a shot like that isn't going to do it, as another one comes in, and it's another save by McCon. Detonator will not go quietly. It's been absolutely fantastic on the defensive half. As another one comes in, this could be a double touch. Only 7 boosts. Is it enough? It's perfect for Ray's Bull. It is going to be Complexity. Puts themselves on match point.
Oh my goodness. Man had 7 boost. And he said, you guys need a miracle? Are you feeling a little tingly this morning? Oh my goodness. That was beautiful. And that's the danger. I mean, listen. Complexity gave you the same cards every single time in every minute of this OT. They would send them one at a time. The player who has the touch last will go get midfield boost and rotate back and wait for the counterattack from Detonator to begin. But in the end, in the last minute, it was a 2-man hit consistently. And to Detonator's credit, their defense was fantastic, but the continued pressure eventually broke through, and Complexity off the back of Ray's Bull's just boost management was just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, Detonator playing a really solid series. Numerous times where I thought it was going to be all over for them.
Oh my goodness.
Based upon the aggression, but it actually comes down to a solo effort from Ray's Bull, which is something that I'm probably going to end up saying a lot today, it feels like. So, yeah, impressive stuff from Detonator. Really happy with the way that they're playing the game. Very intelligent on just the general way Rocket League should be played. Just the understanding of how to maintain possession, when and when not to go, where to place the ball. The fundamentals from Detonator have really impressed me in just the short time that we haven't seen them, and now getting back, because obviously they were on the mainstream yesterday, so we didn't get to tune in. So absolutely love what they're bringing. But now we go back to threes, where again we had another close battle early on, but they got to find a way to get that offense going. They've had a couple chances, but they got to find a way to sustain it a little bit better. That's been the difficulty for them, which is credit obviously to Complexity in the way that they, like we said, keep it close to their chests and bring it out of that backfield.
Yeah, it's one of the best games of twos I think we've seen all tournament. That was about as evenly matched as I think anybody could ask for. It was great. Now it just comes down to, again, you go to the odd matches in this series, and you're going to have to go back to threes, which in this situation, if you're Detonator, I think they looked infinitely better in that twos match than they did in the opening game. But the opening game was, again, still, it was a 1-goal game. It was close down to the wire. I think the keys here, of course, continue the pressure. Can't allow those passes to go through. Great save. The defense kind of kept them in this, and in the pregame, we kind of expected the defense to be a big reason why they would hold on in this series, but they have to continue that push of play. If they can't do that against Ray's Bull and Shad, it's going to be very difficult to consistently stop this team from getting shots.
Well, final 45 seconds, or first 45 seconds of the opening game here for this 3v3. Has been primarily Detonator up on offense. Has a couple touches here. End up going for demo. It's going to be left to Ray's Bull, who turns on it. And again, trying to turn it into a pass. Lays it in field, but cut off by McCon. A great play by him. But with minimal boost, even on that one, I know they want to put that immediate pressure. Probably better to actually just keep it and at least force somebody to come with you. If you keep it on the nose, you have the ability to then, you know, even if it's not the strongest flick, it's still threatening and it draws out a defender. But multiple mistakes like that could have been a goal, and they're not able to find it. So in the midfield we go, and a bunch of aggression trying to redirect that play back behind the player. But it's going to be AJG, not afraid to move up as the third person in rotation, as he waits for this one to go high. Should be here in just a second. And there he is. Immediate shot, a little bit high, top left. And it's all Complexity on offense space, man. Just seeing if they can put one away before big clear from Detonator.
Yeah, yet again, if you're Detonator, you just weather the storm. Like, you're going to get Complexity taking 5 or 6 shots in the opening minute. You just got to hold on, man. Like, it's Detonator is a ridiculously good defensive team. But they're going to have to play that excellent defense consistently in this series. To kind of keep this close. Right now, it's a double commit. It's a little scary. Still around, and this should be a chance. Great touch from AJG. That read in the air to not only stabilize in time, but get the softest little bump on the ball. If he hits this too hard, it clangs off the ground. This is just... we sure
Perfect touch from AJG. Perfect touch from AJG, man. It's difficult, too, because Detonator obviously is feeling that threat. You see that double commit. They don't want to risk one of the players not being up for the save. So again, that's credit to Complexity. You know, they condition teams to be a little bit wary of non-stop shots and a lot of threat. You talk about weathering that storm, but it does condition other teams to be like, hey, we're in kind of in a pickle. So again, got to play clean Rocket League against a team like Complexity, and Detonator for the most part has done that, but usually Complexity is there to make something happen. As AJG off the ceiling, gonna be a bit of a bully. even with no boost. And
Oh
again,
my gosh.
it's just the subtle touch that doesn't look like it's going to be too threatening, and Complexity turns it into a goal.
This was 45 seconds of nothing but shots. Like, Detonator's defense is great, but right now they're like, it's like a cheetah holding back a nuclear blast door. It's not going to work, man. Like, I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the commitment, but it's not happening. And the kickoff win as well. Like, Complexity aren't going to stop. It's going to keep going. This is what's scary. Like, there's still a lot of time for Detonator to find some offense, but when's the last time they had like a consistent swing downfield? When's the last time they had, oh my God, oh my God, wait, run this back. Are you absolutely joking? There's no chance. Oh,
To think it was going even faster. Again, it doesn't feel like it's a goal opportunity, but it just like kicks mid and Shade's like, yeah, I'll get a touch on that.
my goodness.
Complexity showcasing why their efforts to come to North America have been rather fruitful. As this one was supposed to be an open net, now turns into a play back into the midfield. Big clear downfield and met well. Of course, Ray's Bull's already on the backboard. Why not redirect that perfectly down? It's a good save and a cutback, and that one even more important from Burn. He's trying to rotate back and grab some boost. Does not matter. It is going to be Shad off the backboard. Can't get a second touch. Burn again with a big save. But you're starting to see Detonator a little bit chasing on that back end. They understand that, hey, we're getting beat to the ball. We got to find a way to stop these rotations. And the best way to do that is disruption, especially with a minute left to go, down by 3. Got to make something happen.
It's not even enough time for I'm not talking about just the goals themselves, like the ability to completely restructure the offense and to get back into this game from a gameplay perspective. There's not enough time. You got 50 seconds and you haven't had, this is your first swing. This is your first time on offense in like 3 minutes. Again, it's not a negative for Detonator. They've played really great this series. It's just Complexity are the better team, and they are just absolutely stomping the defense right now. The threes game is ridiculous. The twos was as close as the series got. But, oh man, this has been just a massive win for Complexity and for Detonator. Unfortunately, like, it seems that they're gonna get swept out of the tournament.
No, I think it's a good display of showcasing kind of that difference, and a lot of credit, obviously, to Detonator. When you can simplify the game a little bit, which again, the easiest way to do that is by taking out a player. You saw like the fundamentals, the understanding, everything they're doing is
they got
correct. It's perfect, right? Like you're going toe to toe with one of the best teams in the world in Complexity. But as soon as you add that additional element, there's one more player. It really shows the evolution of like what comes into Rocket League when you add 3 players on the field, the ability to, hey, we can be a little bit more risky. We can go for a little bit extra, whether it be boost demos, boost denies, whatever it may be. So a lot of credit to Detonator in their efforts here, but Complexity, we are getting to the point, I think, in Rocket League where no discredit to the other team, that some teams are just simply better. It's not due to lack of effort. It's not due to lack of gameplay. It's just Complexity in a one-to-one skill comparison is just better. And that's no discredit to Detonator. So a lot to be proud of for them. They put up a really good fight. That twos match is one that I'm going to remember for a while. So credit to Complexity. They are going to move on in a 3-0, but unfortunately for Detonator, their run ends here.
Yeah, this is how every esports or competition in the history of mankind works. There are just players and teams that are currently better, and for Detonator, there is a lot to take away from this series that are positives, like the fundamentals, the game decisions, the knowledge. Like, it's there. It was clear in the twos. Like, it's clearly there. There's just levels to this. Now, this loss hurts for sure, but this loss also means that they're getting closer to being a team that can potentially keep up alongside Complexity in the future. So maybe they're 3 or 4 levels below them right now, but with every loss comes a chance to not only improve, but the more international competition you have, the more chances you have to play against better opponents, the better you get. So this is a good event for Detonator. Granted, the situation they find themselves in, getting swept out in 2 series, definitely sucks, no question. But I think there are positives for sure, and they played a better team. Like, there's no debate about this. Complexity was the better squad going into this, and they clearly handled their business. Detonator should be proud that they got some time to play against real international competition, and I hope they continue to work as a group of 3, because it was clear in the twos that the fundamentals there, like you said, like the beginnings of the great team are there internationally. They're already great at home, but internationally, they're getting closer with every series they play. They just got to keep it going.
Yeah, which is to be expected, right? Like this is the first time in the RLCS that we've seen over the last, 8, 9, 10, however long the season is now.
It's been a while.
But for the first time in 5 years, this region has been able to compete against international competition.
Yep.
And in their first time together as a team this year, as we take a look at the highlights and kind of showcase some of those fundamentals we've been emphasizing, there is a lot to be proud of in the fact that they are going to continue to build and get that exposure. I mean, they came out of the gate swinging. They got the first goal on the board, and eventually it was that complexity offense that's just like, do they ever stop shooting? Do they ever let off? And the answer is honestly no. It's why they were able to have the impact that they did in North America right as they came in as well from South America. So talking about big storylines, man, like comparisons between like Fury and Complexity and their evolutions. While Complexity has been playing in North America and Fury continues to be this dominant force that is in the world, honestly. 2 back-to-back top 6 finishes in international play. It is interesting to see the evolution based upon the environments that they're practicing in on a day-to-day basis.
For sure. Yeah, and these highlights were, other than the twos game, it's all Complexity, and in the end, again, Complexity do find it. But, there are positives. I think this was the most lopsided matchup we saw. Game 1 was a 1-goal game. Game 2 went to OT, and here, goodbye. It was just Complexity doing Complexity things, and, that's okay. You're going to see the better teams pull away in a series at some point. They're going to find their rhythm, and they're just going to be better. And that was the case here. But I think the key to victory for Detonator was obviously the defense was going to get them through this series. If they could limit the shots, great, but they had to win the opening threes. They had to win maybe a game or two to start the series to get a jump on Complexity. If you can get them distance, maybe, but in the end, Complexity are just a little bit better. And for Detonator, I love seeing teams from this region not only change hands and who's the best between Tokyo Verde and Detonator, but I just love seeing teams, put up quality efforts in international competition finally. So I hope they stay together. I hope we see this team back.
I don't foresee that anytime soon getting broken apart. Yep. But again, you never know with the offseason. Sometimes there's this new talent that comes up and surprises you. But either way, massive congratulations to Detonator. Unfortunately, though, for them, that is their last match and Complexity moves on. But we have to find out who's going to be playing them in the next series. Up next, we've got Twisted Minds and G2 Esports. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll break it all down. Don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022 with Lawler and now Corelli coming into the broadcast. Hope you had a good morning, slept in a little bit, maybe. I don't know what your situation is. I know it's like 3 or 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's early over there, so
It's early,
you're doing
but,
all right, Corelli.
But you know what? I'd wake up for this any day of the week. We talked about it yesterday. This format, this event, I'm sitting at home watching it, and I'm watching the A stream and the production, the AR, the intros, the casters, the talent team there, like everything, the crowd. I'm seeing videos of Johnny Boy getting chants of his name, like just absolutely crazy. So I'll wake up any time of the day for this.
Did I just see the banter from like Stumpy and those guys telling that they need dad to buy him a Philly cheesesteak and like, things like that? So yeah, very, very envious of the guys over in Riyadh having an absolute blast. It looks so cool over there. So maybe next time, Corelli. Either way, we appreciate you guys joining us here on the B stream. We've got our next match coming up. It's gonna be Twisted Minds and G2 Esports finding themselves in the lower bracket as we take a look at the groups. Our first match, 3-0 in favor of Complexity, but that does not tell the story. Detonator putting up a really good fight, Corelli.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Detonator. I was just thinking to myself how fast, a new region is improving, not only with Detonator, but other teams as well, and how important that exposure to teams like Complexity, the exposure to just international play, especially on LAN, what that does for a team. Great example here again. I know it's still a 3-0. Complexity still came out on top in a dominating fashion on paper. But when you look at those games, like you're alluding to, they're much, much closer. 2 1-goal games there where Detonator were able to put a couple away. So really exciting to see, not only the depth of a region, but the depth of all of our regions grow here in the Rocket League scene. And it's crazy to watch how fast these players are getting better and better.
That honestly has been the story, Corelli, as we take a look at the next group in Group B, which is going on the mainstream over on A. We have Heat coming up 3-0 over Team Secret. Was going to be a close fight, but the Formers Juicer squad looking really solid. And again, that team, if I remember correctly, was like 18th or 19th or something like that in Europe. They've only made it through the last 3 regionals, I think once to the main. But you're seeing them show performances with that kind of depth against the second team in South America. So it is absolutely incredible to see how these teams are performing in that narrative that you're talking about of the depth to all these different regions, the growth between both APAC, South America, and everything else. I mean, we saw just 2 short weeks ago, Secret 3-0 BDS. Like it's absolutely impressive.
Yeah, and just to touch on that Team Secret Heat match, we finally got to see Raziers go into the 1v1s, and he crushed Knight. He won 10-5 in that game. I watched just a little bit of that while you and Spaceman were casting there, and we finally got to see him kind of take the field in ones. And I do think that is kind of a secret weapon for Heat, because again, that was a team that used Moxie to kind of to this point, and Raziers is not a bad pickup to replace him. He's done pretty well so far.
Yeah, it's been absolutely impressive. Obviously, a lot of matches to keep you guys up to date on all day today. But we're going to kick it off here with Twisted Minds. We got a fun intro for you guys. Let's take a look.
شعور مرة جميل صراحة إني أكون ببطولة زي كذا. شعور مرة ما أقدر أوصف. صراحة إنك تشوف اللعيبة العالميين اللي كنا نشوفهم بالتلفزيون صاروا عندنا. يعني صراحة الشعور حلو. إن نشوف بطولة كبيرة زي كذا بالمينا صراحة شيء فخر مرة. أفضل لاعب فريقي دحوم. يلعب مايند جيمز كثير. نحاول إن نلعب كثير ونسكرم يوميا. بالنسبة لنا البطولة هذه بناخذ منها خبرة، هذا أهم شيء صراحة جايين عشانه. أنا ودي أطلع إني أفضل مركز ممكن أطلع فيه يعني. إن شاء الله نقدم مستوى جميل.
Again, Twisted Minds, not Tainted Minds, the mistake that we had Spaceman make yesterday. Again, no matter what these rosters are, man, sometimes there's some familiarities that you're just like, my brain associates to this other thing, but most definitely a different team. This is the 6th ranked team in MENA and have been putting up a pretty good fight all season long.
Yeah, and I really like what they were saying there in that little intro video. Seeing those top teams in front of you, kind of giving you that, I guess, confidence and certification that you are a part of those types of teams. And obviously, I don't think anyone's putting them at the top of the list here, but to have that experience, we talk about that being so important, like we were with just Detonator a moment ago. Same thing here with Twisted Minds. You know, there's a lot of confidence that you build knowing, and an elevation of your game when you know you have to go up against the toughest of competition, and they are going up against a quality team here in G2.
Yeah, going to be a tough one for them, having to go into that lower bracket, and immediately you're like, you know, we talk about seeing our idols in person. Well, now they're across the stage from us, or next to us on the stage, and it's some of the best in the world. So, and you're getting a little bit of extra with that too, a G2 bringing down Mist. So, yeah, pretty wild stuff in that being the exposure to it. But we've seen this evolution before. I mean, you're talking when, I guess, Chiefs Esports Club back in the early seasons of RLCS, and having names of double touches be Devos, and then all of a sudden you're playing against Devo on the stage.
Right.
It's a different feeling, but to kind of have that affirmation of we are also part of that conversation. We are RLCS caliber pros. So I think it's a really cool moment just to kind of see that encapsulated at this event. So yeah, Crowley, it's awesome to see kind of this international exposure to everything from both MENA regions down to, you know, South America, OCE, you name it. So absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's really special too, because, you know, we get a lot of the, I don't want to say lower ranked teams, but teams that are not just Falcons here from MENA get that exposure. You know, again, just going back to Detonator, because they're the perfect example. They only get to send one representative a lot of times to these things. Not to this one, of course, but there are other APAC representatives here. But I think for MENA in particular, you're seeing what, like 4 teams show up to this thing. That is so much exposure to the top teams. Yeah, six of them in total. So much exposure to the top teams here. And you know, the format maybe isn't exactly what we get from RLCS, but it's still important to just learning how to play against these teams, what these teams really are. Are they that good as you see them on the screen when you play them on the field? You know, those are types of things that as an individual you're learning and you're just experiencing here. And that's why it's so cool to have an event like this.
Well, standing on the other side of the field is going to be G2, a tough force. Take a closer look at the roster fielding today.
Honestly, to be here in Riyadh and Gamers8, it's kind of surreal. It was something that was really on the brink for us. We didn't know if we were going to go or not, but we ended up pulling through. And it's honestly, I think it's going to be a really fun event. Gamers8 or G8 is a super different event from RLCS, so I think it's kind of different because we have a different mental compared to going to RLCS. RLCS is kind of like the mainstay that everyone knows, but for here it's kind of a different event, so you don't really have the same kind of mindset, where I think right now we're having a little bit more of a kind of have fun mental, and it's not as serious. So I think, and that makes us honestly just enjoy it a little bit more, and we get to take in our surroundings because we're not purely focused on winning the competition like everyone is at RLCS, where you're super stressed about it. I think F16 is honestly a team that no one is really expecting. Everyone kind of expects everything out of Falcons. I think F16 is a team that gives Falcons a lot of trouble, and they also have the same skill in the 1v1 and 2v2 department, as well as obviously 30s. So I think they're a team maybe not too many people are talking about, but they can make a deep run. Well, since this event is a crew battles format with 1v2 or 1v1s and 2v2s, honestly, I don't think that's our strength. All of us are kind of known to be threes players. We're not really, don't have any background or history in 1v1s or 2v2s. So honestly, don't think that's really a strength for us. But I think, if anything, it could be a blindside opportunity for us because teams don't, again, they don't know what to expect. So we have nothing going to lose in the 1v1 or 2v2s. So us pulling out a win in any of those game modes is just a benefit for us, and we just focus on the 3v3.
Again, G2 Esports looking a little bit different. Mist rocking the true default jersey, as we've been seeing. But again, it's always good to have a filler in. Obviously missing out on JNaps, one of their star players. But yeah, Mist front and center, not one to take lightly.
No, absolutely not. And I definitely agree with what Chicago said here. I don't have G2 that high on my list of teams to be like favorites in this, which sounds weird to say, but for exactly what Chicago was pointing to, they don't really specialize in other game modes here like a 2v2 or a 1v1. They were built to be a 3v3 team, and they're not here with JNaps as well. Mist is a fantastic replacement. He's my favorite player here in North America, so a little biased, but I do think that for G2, just because of the components of this roster, they're not that high on my list when you compare them to even other teams that maybe you would kind of shake your head and go, why would you would never put this team above G2, but you would in a format like this.
Well, we have a fun head-to-head for you guys. Obviously, we try to pick 2 players to watch, and why not ones that start with the same beginning? We got Chicago and Chicago. Going to be interesting to see on how these 2 play out, but primarily Chicago, the reason why I've got him up there is his vocal capabilities. The leadership that he's really shown. A lot of people obviously see him as someone who's involved always on the field, but to me, it's more so the intangibles that you don't really hear about, which is weird considering it's his vocal capabilities that I mentioned. Very, very much so providing insight to this team at all times. You can almost always see him talking, and I think it's what really enables this G2 roster in 3v3s. It's been absolutely impeccable seeing the addition of Atomic as well, and just how much offense this team has really provided while still shoring up that defensive side as well.
Right. That's kind of the special thing about G2 is they are very constructive with their criticisms. And you can hear it even in those comm videos that they have when they're talking to each other. They're directing each other and they're listening as well. They accept that criticism or that opinion or suggestion. I think that's very unique to G2 in a lot of cases because they are just so open to listen to each other. And that's, I think, why they're one of the best threes teams in the world. But we will start off with threes here in game number 1. I think this is a good way to feel out Twisted Minds and how they go up against 2/3 of G2 here.
I mentioned 2/3 G2, but do not forget your favorite NA player, biases aside, is also on the field. So a good fill-in here as JNap's not able to attend. So G2 Esports going to start off with the big clear down the middle of the field. And a secondary touch should be able to self-pass and play it into the corner. A lot of offense most likely assumed from G2, as some people maybe not as surprised to find them in the lower bracket, and rightfully so, just because you see the strength of some of the other teams that have that kind of specialty that they're talking about in the 2s and 1s category. Obviously, Luminosity, one of the favorites coming in. So for G2, early knockdown in the lower bracket, still so far so good in the first minute of opening play. Chicago getting dunked by Atomic is going to come through probably for a secondary touch unless they decide to control the boost, which they do. So sweeping across, it's a redirect, and it's a good find. Atomic strikes first.
Great speed there from Atomic, recognizing that one coming down from the box. And again, I think G2 is going to be favored in a lot of the threes games that they're going to have, even with Mist and without JNaps here. They are just a world-class team, full of world-class players, no matter what team they're from here. But I do think Twisted Minds can really catch up if they were to drop this first game in things like 2s and 1s, especially 1s, which I think is G2's probably weakest point here in this tournament, in this format. 2s, I think G2 could be just fine, right? A player like Atomic is fantastic at 2s. Really Mist and Chicago are great at 2s as well. But for Twisted Minds, this is what I've been talking about for a lot of teams that I wouldn't necessarily put up super high when they go up against a top team like G2 traditionally, in the pro scene, is you have to feel them out game 1. Game 1 is so important just to understand the play style. This is their first exposure to G2 on the field, right? So they don't really know exactly what they're getting, only from what they've studied and watched coming into this. So it's a completely different experience when you step onto the field.
100%. You're exactly correct, Brelly. Again, we've only seen Falcons able to compete for MENA at the international level until this tournament itself, where it's back at home base. So for the 6th place team in MENA, this is the first exposure. Yes, you can do as much replay analysis and everything else, but anybody who's been able to actually sit and play in the high level lobbies, as a bunch of offense comes in, Chicago unfortunately rolls past, but could have been a goal to tie it up. But again, as much as you want to prepare, until you get on the field and actually really feel the intensity, the speed of the offense that you get, and again, this isn't even G2 at full strength, it's still threatening and a different experience altogether. So the big focus for me is seeing how they adjust from game to game. I mean, a lot of credit to their roster. Twisted Minds yesterday having been go up against Complexity out of the gate, and we're able to keep the offense of Complexity in 2s to 1 goal. So a lot of things to be proud of, and a team that I expect to see that evolution of improvement happen more and more as each game goes on.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what we saw yesterday. I believe they were blown out in their first game against Complexity Twisted Minds were, but they
5-1.
really, they turned it around in games 2 and 3. And 3 is especially important because game 3 was another 3v3. So I do think that they might need this game to kind of get into it. Right now, it's only a 1-goal deficit with 1:45 on the clock. And Twisted Minds, I mean, they had a massive scoring opportunity just a moment ago. That's a great pass over to Mist. It will be 2-0 now for G2.
Yeah, really smart play down the sideline here with Chicago and Mist working in tandem. Chicago just kind of leading the charge, and he's got 2 defenders rotating back towards their net. That's when you want to just say, hey, the heck with it, and rotate back post. It's more so kind of getting that readability for your teammates to say, hey, I need you to cut through and make this challenge because I know I'm in trouble. But because they do have those 2 retreating, makes it nice and easy and able to get a goal. So bump off the play here is going to stop Twisted Minds from getting a play, but still able to hold on to the offense as the Hoop able to play it across, trying to go for a bump as well on some of these aerials. As the challenge game, again, adjustments from Twisted Minds get a bit more aggressive as they realize, hey, space provided G2 is the dangerous one.
And Twisted Minds, you mentioned they were the 6th place team in MENA here at the end of the season. They finished their season on a high note as well, having their best finish, 4th in the final regional. So a lot of confidence from this team, of course, and I'm sure they're extremely excited about this opportunity. And so far, I think it's actually been quite a good effort. It's a shame they couldn't put away that huge chance they had just a minute or 2 ago. But they've been able to kind of get control of the game and slow things down and not just have G2 be completely in control here. Chicago does a good job to at least deny the midfield control from Twisted Minds. They're finding each other on the way out, but G2 very smart in reading those crossing air dribbles to each other. See if Twisted Minds can hold on to it here for the final 30 and maybe put one away.
Yeah, as I mentioned, final 25 seconds. And something you talked about kind of before we got into this match was the kind of the depth and growth of this region. Obviously, you're talking about like Johnny Boy and you know, the entire region applauding for him in the stands and stuff, and rightfully so, as someone who's advocated for this region so heavily in MENA. But candidly, as Atomic's going to roll this one in, most likely, it is something that I highly recommend. If you're not as informed about the MENA region, it is a region that kind of intimidates me. Looking at it from like the North American perspective, you see how fast they adjust to things, you see how quickly they play, and if you're not aware of like how much depth is already in this region, as G2 secures game 1 here in this 3v3, you see sites recently picked up by Owl. You got F16 with their 2 young guns that are going to be coming in soon. There's also some other players that haven't been able to make it to the broadcast, but it's not just Falcons. Like, there is some very solid teams. I would say arguably their top 6 is impeccable. So it is very exciting to see it exposed in this way to not only 3s, but also 2s and 1s for them to get that experience going into next season as well, because it's only going to make the region better. But it is a region that I dare say within the end of next season for 2022, 2023, where there will be multiple MENA teams that are like intimidating at the international level, like top 16.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's something that everyone's saying at the moment, right? Seeing, especially from this land, definitely seeing that. Just talking about this next matchup, I'm curious to know what Twisted Minds want to pick. I probably would go with 1v1, maybe throw Dahum in there. I think you're probably going to get Mist again in the 1v1.
Which I love that they're filling like, hey Mist, that's on you, man. Good luck. Like,
so I mean I don't know. I'm curious because I mean I also think that they could have a good shot in the 2s as well, but that one's a bit more of a coin flip in my opinion, because again, we know that I think 1v1 is the weakest spot here for G2. They don't really have someone. I mean, they have good players that can play 1v1. It's not like they're useless. They have players that are very high rated in ones. And it will be Dahum, and it will be Atomic who went in for G2. So not Mist this time. Atomic coming out for the 1v1, and this is going to be a tough battle. Dahum certainly a formidable opponent in ones, and he's able to put away the first goal.
Now, the funny thing about this is the storyline that was yesterday. For those that do not know, there was another player in Europe by the name of Atomic, but with a K. And a lot of people were upset that G2 managed to dodge the Atomic versus Atomic situation. Really, really wanted that. And they're like, no, we're going to play Mist. So now that that's no longer a circumstance and off the kickoff, he's going to neutralize it. No, it's a great save by Dahum. What a play. And able to get the counterattack. Here's if he's able to back it up in time, and he does. A good demo here, but my goodness, out of the gate, But yeah, I was actually surprised that they ended up putting in Mist in that initial matchup, just because most circumstances, when you look at like 2s and 1s, a lot of the things do carry over, and it comes down to like who is most arguably your most mechanical player on the field. Many would say Atomic, so I'm surprised they didn't put it in. But again, it's a different play style. The challenge game, the spacing, everything. It is an entirely different skill set. So
yeah, I mean, I would definitely say, you know, looking at this previous season, I would say Atomic. I would say seasons past though, Mist. I mean, that guy, he had RLCSX especially. Oh my goodness, that guy was top 5 minimum with his mechanics and just his play overall. I think he hasn't been able to show it recently. In this last season as G2 and Atomic able to put another one away. But of course, Atomic being put in here is a fantastic choice. Dahum's not an easy opponent. I've seen him play ones many times before. This is a matchup that, you know, many people would say is very much favored in Dahum, or in his favor. And Atomic doing well to put on some good pressure here early on after giving up that first goal.
Yeah, another good 50. And a good fake. Unfortunately, no boost, so gonna have to retreat. Possession goes back to Dahum, who's gonna slow play this in the corner. But cut over across again. I think the biggest thing that I like about ones is the patience that a lot of these players show, is understanding like I can't really force anything here. The only thing I'm gonna force is you out of position or you to expend boost. So it's kind of that micro game that I really appreciate about them ones. But again, sometimes you see this like giga brain stuff come out. I'm like, how did your brain get to that moment? And it's so expressive. So huge fan of ones, and I know a lot of people have been kind of upset by the lack of it that we've seen so far, but not able to find the angle there. Good shot on target, immediately get a turn, but because they don't get the initial shot, this could be detrimental. But either way, good spacing by Dahum, and able to make a save, gets possession back, and potentially a shot to the left side.
And great shot from Dahum there. And you're seeing a very differences in style here. You know, Atomic very much taking to the air. You've already seen like a musty flick from him. Dahum very grounded, right? He just takes his spot and he'll just put it where you're not. And you've seen that twice now with a couple of his goals and other shots as well that didn't go in. He's very much willing just to bring that ball down, kind of posture you into a certain spot that you can't deal with, and then put it away. Here again, just trying to pick a spot against Atomic. Atomic didn't bite, and Atomic had some good defense there. But Dahum certainly a lot more grounded here than Atomic.
Yeah, really good recovery as well, but it's not going to matter. Atomic does get that demo and opens it up, and at that point with plenty of boost as well, whether you take it high or low, as long as you make that decision quickly, even on a respawn, does not matter. So halfway through the game, still 2-2, very tied up, and kind of I guess I would say as expected. Usually I give the favor a little bit over to Dahum, but that's just my knowledge of the MENA region. I wish it was better than it. I'm no Johnny Boy, I know that. But something I do know about MENA is that every single one of them individually just will shock you, as Atomic shock us on his own, playing that top left over the top.
Yeah, Atomic's just doing a great job. Boost denying there in the corner, then using it to go to the far side, to the far post. It's tough to keep up from Dahum there with that type of speed and recovery from Atomic. A 1-goal lead now for G2. Atomic doing a really good job of holding on to possession as well. I think, you know, I was just mentioning how Dahum very good at just keeping the ball very grounded, and I think Atomic kind of recognizes that and has to go full throttle here. No boost, tough situation. So I think Dahum has the advantage here and still can't get through that back wall. Atomic still 0 boost, now picked up the full canister. We'll have to play through Dahum, and Dahum doing a good job holding on to that possession.
A little bit difficult though. I think he wanted to pinch that one back towards his own wall. So because it goes high, possession does go in favor of Atomic, who does deny that midfield and actually challenging backwards. Not going to get punished for it just yet, as it pops high. Won't be able to take a shot. So decide to wrap back around, deny some boost. Could go for an early challenge here, but it's an awkward touch off the side wall. Not punished just yet. May want to turn on this one. No, going to give it a little bit of space. So no boost for Atomic, as he's been keeping it pretty heavy on the foot. As again, want to be as aggressive as possible. Make sure you close that gap and not give any space, as this one gets lobbed downfield. Not going to go for the aerial, just try to draw one out, and is probably happy to play this kind of back and forth. A lot of time being ticked off. Again, ones doesn't matter kind of the lead, but that's just a perfect shot from Atomic.
That was smart. So Atomic previously just showed that he wouldn't jump for a ball just a moment ago when he lobs it downfield, but this time does it right at the last second when Dahum kind of realizes, okay, maybe he's not going to go for it this time again. And Atomic then pokes it by him. So that was really smart from Atomic, knowing kind of the pattern of the game and then changing it up against Dahum there.
Again, a lot of it is kind of that bait and switch, right? Like you're seeing a lot of these touches where it's just like, I'm waiting to see what your reaction is. I'm going to put it in an area and see how you make a play off of it. And a lot of the times it has been, like you said, that passiveness from Atomic. And this time, as soon as that opportunity presents, recognizes it well and puts it away. So again, been a great touch, but unfortunately this cut is not going to connect and Atomic's going to get a freebie.
Yeah, a couple of weird mistouches or touches here from Dahum, this time not getting a touch on this ball. A little shaky here. I don't know if he's a little nervous or what, but he started off so strong here. Atomic definitely taking advantage of maybe the experience factor here as Dahum kind of lets that one go by. 40 seconds left on the clock. Atomic looking for another one. Dahum struggling to get this one out, and he doesn't get the boost either. Atomic's whip back around, and he'll put it away for 6.
What a bully. He's just sitting here, he's like, I'm going to wave dash my way. I'm going to click all these boost pads. I'm going to bully off this 100. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's a beautiful placement on that shot as well from the far corner. And like you said, started well for Dahum, but now down by 4, 34 seconds left. Not over just yet. As we know, kickoff goals can happen. And a big swing can be cut. So a good start here for Dahum. He's going to have to turn and try to put this one on target immediately. Going to go for the bounce dribble, decides to actually catch it and go for the bump, and it's perfect. He plays it low. And that's a great comeback start for Dahum.
Yeah, and this is the type of play that you're going to need if you're going to beat Atomic. He's already proven here in 4.5 minutes of gameplay that his defense is impeccable. I mean, he's done a great job against Dahum's attacks, and you have to mix it up. So Dahum trying to go for the air dribble bump, in the end just kind of pushing it through. He's going to need this kickoff to go in his favor, and it's not going to. Now Atomic certainly going to run off the clock here with an air dribble. It's a good attack from Dahum, but time not on his side.
Yeah, gonna have to play back to his own corner. Not sure if that boost is gonna spawn just yet. And just a second off, and Atomic manages to put it back on a 10-second timer. So at this point, no boost, and Atomic just going full challenge mode as he fakes it. He's gonna kill the clock, plays it smart, doesn't want to risk anything. And for Atomic, all grins and smiles. He knows what he's up to, and puts G2 at match point.
That was a fantastic ones game from Atomic. I think we might have undersold him a little bit because he is a player that hovers in top 100 quite a bit. I think he's in the top 100 at the moment in ones. And so he's absolutely capable of ones. It's just not something that you necessarily talk about with Atomic because it's something that you see all the time, him playing threes and the skill that he provides there. So we might have undersold him a little bit because he's absolutely a fantastic ones player.
Yeah, that's kind of where the surprise was when they ended up putting Mist, and that's no discredit to Mist either. I mean, the reason why I've always been a fan of Mist is his positional play. Guy's got a good game IQ through the roof. So, but this one, you could definitely see that that fluidity of Atomic. I talked about that speed and that mechanical play, that we've been seeing from him in the past season. It's just go, 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 challenge everything, especially towards that last end of the goal. It's just how quickly the recovery is, the boost deny, and minimal hesitation is in his favor. So a good start for Dahum, but now it's going to go back to threes, the full team effort, trying to do everything they can to tie this one up as they do find themselves on elimination point.
And this is worst case scenario for Twisted Minds because you go back to the game mode that I think G2 is probably going to be the strongest in. So they, obviously Twisted Minds got to pick that game 2 and they wanted 1v1s. I don't know. I'm curious to know if G2 actually pulled a big mind game because I think Twisted Minds might have thought that Mist was going to go in just knowing what we saw yesterday. I don't know if they were expecting Atomic. And I don't know how strong the 2s would be against G2, but obviously knowing the results of this previous 1v1, they might have been better off picking the 2s.
Again, the coulda, shouldas. Can't be thinking about that now. Gotta focus on the game in front of them. And so far, so good. Some pretty solid defense. Not afraid to get up in some of these challenges. Chicago's patience going to reward him for the 100 boost as he swings around trying to find another demo. As that disruption game has been pretty prevalent for G2. Has a good 50 back in front of the net. It's going to be a tough save. Nobody goes for it and should leave it wide open, but luckily not followed up on that angle. Either way, plenty of boost to work with. As they pop it up high, it's going to be Atomic that double backs on it. A shot from Mist does not connect. But again, low boost here until this clear comes out. So that's a really important touch by Twisted Minds. Should give them a little bit of time. Slow this one down, put it in front of target, and get sent to the moon.
And Twisted Minds happy to not see We're happy to see G2 having some shooting issues there, as they most certainly should have been scored on. Some good setups from G2. We keep it scoreless. Twisted Minds able to kind of poke it out from their side a couple of times now. Put some pressure on G2.
I think it's always really good, Corelli, especially for some of these other teams where they may not necessarily be the favorite coming in, but the first like minute and a half of threat is always a really scary one off the kickoff. And for them to not concede a goal in that moment has got to be a little bit of confidence coming through.
And that's when your nerves are at their highest too. Even if you've already played a couple games, I think that's why a lot of times that happens, especially on a LAN, is it takes you a second to kind of get acclimated to what you're playing in, right? And for, you know, two of the players here that were just sitting and watching the previous 1v1 match, you know, they had to get back into it here. So, and that's more for a Twisted Minds standpoint than a G2. Again, a lot of experience on G2. But currently still scoreless here, and while Twisted Minds certainly tested defensively, holding strong, G2 certainly knocking on the door, though, at the moment.
A lot of poking the bear right now. Just none in the belly button. There's a lot of these touches just a little bit high, a little bit wide. Haven't been really on target. But still, a couple good attempts. You saw a couple double touch opportunities, but the backboard defense of Twisted Minds has been pretty dang solid. As they loft this one in the midfield. Should be a flip reset and get that recovery. Not going to use it. As it goes off the side wall, Chicago. Delayed touch, trying to play top right. All three players on G2 willing their way to make sure that one doesn't go in, and it's a big counterattack. Decided not to go for the challenge, is going to go for the boost instead. Stay behind it, missed with the 50. Does not pinch out in the midfield. So first touch, make it a second. And it's a counter back the other way. Could be dangerous.
Miss?
But good recovery in time. And again, even with missed, something that's so strong about G2 is their ability to clear the ball and turn it into a counterattack.
Shown that a couple times. They did right at that moment. This is a great fake, though, for Mish as he's trying to bait G2 defenders in. That was kind of a wag your finger type moment at G2 with the triple commit. That's not normal of them. And I think actually G2 was sitting so defensive that they all waited for the last second, and that's why they all were diving across the net.
Hey, man, it was in sync. It looked good.
I mean, hey, they made the save. If you're going to send the house, you better make the save, and they certainly did, so you can't criticize too much, but certainly not what you want. And Twisted Minds showing that they can kind of put on that pressure that is going to scramble a G2 defense. Now Dahum has a chance to make something special happen. Unfortunately, lets it go. And still scoreless. This is something we talked about in the previous matchup too, that, you know, Twisted Minds, they kept a lot of their later games close. They're doing it here against G2.
Final minute to go. Still scoreless. Been a lot of offense and a couple opportunities for Twisted Minds, but haven't been able to find that sustain, and it gets even tougher as G2, who's been having some struggles trying to find the back of the net, are going to the disruptive side of things. Bunch of demos to try to hopefully open something up. Is that one going to go just wide? It's a good beat. And the hoop trying to push through. Good 50 by Atomic. Going to play that back inside. Could be dangerous, Chicago. No boost, though. As it gets cleared back, and in the midfield, it's met. On target, going to be a tough read, a shot opportunity for G2. They're going to put it top right. It's Chicago with perfect placement.
It's a little salt in the wound there, because obviously it was a big miss off the backboard, but then Chicago puts it where nobody could save it. Top right corner. That was the perfect shot from Chicago to get it in that corner. And for G2, it took them 4.5 minutes, and they finally broke through. We talked about them knocking on the door for so long, and they break it down in the final seconds.
It is really good adjustment as well by G2. We talked about how, hey, a lot of these touches aren't really there. The clean rotations for Twisted Minds, how do we stop that? And immediately they go the disruptive play, but a good response. It's a shot saved by Atomic.
Oh,
looked like that one could have went in our final few seconds. As it's not over just yet. It's a good kill, but they keep it alive. Can someone get there? A soft touch, and Miss should be able to stay behind this one. Or maybe not. Twisted Minds able to pop it back up. Another demo on the back end. He gets underneath it, and it is going to kill. So G2 Esports, a 3-0 sweep as they move on to play Complexity.
A lot of smiles, a little giggling happened there from G2. They were very comfortable here in this series. I don't think they were ever really worried about this one. Again, just the experience, just in the 2 3v3 games, will carry G2 against teams here like Twisted Minds. But I got to hand it to Twisted Minds. I think that they had created enough opportunities that they could have taken a game here between the threes. And I think, you know, Dahum, struggled a little bit on the back end against Atomic. I think Atomic kind of caught them off guard, honestly. I'm curious to know if G2 are kind of playing some mind games with their ones players, but not the worst effort there from Twisted Minds. And, again, it's such an awesome experience to see these guys play against G2 in a tournament like this. And this is an experience that they will never forget. And, of course, experience that they'll never forget going forward, as they probably are learning a lot as well.
Yeah, 100%. Again, getting to meet their idols, as it was said in their preview video. So congratulations to G2 Esports with 3-0 sweep, looking much better this time around and a lot cleaner. But again, a lot of it, I think, does come down to that 1v1. They say there's no real specialty in the ones and twos, but Atomic getting warmed up into it. I would expect to see him moving forward as well. So curious to see if they end up switching it up again, or if it is just a way to dodge the Atomic v Atomic match. Maybe that's the whole meta altogether, and making all fans everywhere upset. But us as casters very happy that we don't have to refer to Atomic with a C or Atomic with a K or any of that kind of stuff. So good stuff all around. But yeah, unfortunately for Twisted Minds, that is 0-2 and out. They have been eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, and again, it was great to see them here. It's so cool to see, the depth of MENA come out, and unfortunately, they had to play G2. And Complexity is not an easy team either. I think they actually played two very tough teams, regardless of what they look like or the composition for this tournament. But G2 moves on. They'll have to now play Complexity in that lower semifinals, and that one's going to be a fantastic series, especially if we do get a ones game. Imagine a Raze Bowl versus Atomic. I'd love to see something like that.
Some names I'm very happy about as we do have our Final Four. But before we start talking about that, we do have an interview with Atomic, the one who clutched up in the 1v1. We welcome him to the broadcast. Atomic, all the way from Saudi Arabia. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Fantastic. I guess since you're here, I want to talk about that 1v1 matchup. What is the philosophy for G2 in ones? I know you guys put out Miss there earlier against Luminosity. You came out here against Twisted Minds. What's the thought process for you guys, knowing that that's not really the specialty here with G2?
So we obviously, as you said, we don't have a ones specialist like a lot of other teams do. So we know teams are going to pick that against us. And for example, yesterday, we kind of were just all playing poorly. We didn't have too much time to warm up, and obviously, Miss is a stand-in, so we just came out pretty slow yesterday, and we were just I told Miss I don't think I'm playing well, so I was like, you can play. But I was meant to play the ones, and I think from now on I'll be playing the ones, since now we're a bit more accustomed to one another, and I think now we're all playing pretty decent individually.
Which is really good to hear. I'm going to stick with the narrative that you just dodged the Atomic v Atomic matchup. I think that's what we should actually go with. Yep. But jokes aside, you guys do have a tough competition and former North American competitors in Complexity facing you next. How do you feel about that upcoming matchup?
Complexity, they're a super good team in threes. So it's going to be tough to beat them in threes because, they have a ton of practice together and we really don't. So if we can get the threes wins, that'd be huge, and I think we're confident in twos, and I think I can get the ones win as well. So we know they're good, but we know everyone here is good, so we just come into every game trying to play as good as we can individually.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, a question that maybe we as casters don't ask enough here at these type of events, but can you just tell us about your experience? The people over there in Saudi Arabia, I've heard just fantastic things about this event for not only talent, but also players. What's your personal experience there in Riyadh?
The hotel's insane. The people are extremely friendly. Everything's super professional here. It's different from any land I've been to, and it's super fun to be here. It's sad we don't have the full roster, but with Mist it's also tons of fun to just walk around. Riyadh is awesome, so it's been awesome so far. I hope it keeps up.
All right, last question for you, Atomic, and I'll let you go celebrate with the boys. You've got 4 teams left, including yourself. Assuming you're going to pick yourself to progress through, it's Complexity, Luminosity, and Guild. It can't be Complexity, so between Luminosity and Guild, who do you think is going to move forward?
That's tough. I think it really is it's a toss-up. I think Guild, the ones game will be really close. Twos, I think Guild should win that. And then threes, another toss-up. But I'd say probably Guild, but I wouldn't be surprised if Luminosity won.
All right, there you have it. Atomic, appreciate the insight. Thank you for taking the time. We'll see you guys in just a bit here. Good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Atomic, again, the newest addition for G2 Esports, and has turned that team into a dominant force, trying to bounce back and get some reps in, obviously, even without the full team, as JNAPS is home, but still good practice and exposure to the international competition. So overall, always appreciative of him as we take a look at the highlights of our last series, and it was smooth sailing for G2, even with a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah, look, I think game 1 was actually quite good for G2, but the slow start in game 2 in ones, Atomic had to make a good comeback, and then obviously in game 3, I'm not really sure if it was a slow start from them, but more so that they just couldn't put the ball away. And there's some credit over the Twisted Minds. They did a good job of defending as well. But in the end, G2 came out on top. Again, I think expectations kind of met here. We know that G2 were the better team against Twisted Minds. G2 is a world-class team, a major winning team even. So it's tough to kind of bet against them just off of that type of merit. But I think with stiffer competition, Atomic says he's feeling better in the ones. I do think that will be the deciding factor for G2 in this tournament, is how well they could do outside of threes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the conversation piece moving forward, and it's good to see a little bit of confidence. When I mentioned slow start, I expect this high-flying offense from G2 where it's like they're putting 15 shots away. They've got like an average of 3 goals a game, and we're not getting that. And credit can be given to that defense at Twisted Minds. Clean rotations and good clears covering the backboard, which seems to elude a lot of teams when they get into international competition for the first time, which does not seem to be the case. So well-conditioned as the 6th team, but yeah, overall, G2, I would say maybe not as goals as possible, and that's potentially just because they are missing out on JNAPS and it is a new roster. But overall, a friend of the team and able to keep vibes in a good place. But I feel G2 could be one of those teams as well that as they get more and more reps, the better they're going to look. So with that said, that is 2 matches. We've got eliminations already happening, but the big one coming up next is going to be Complexity and G2 Esports. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more Rocket League action for you.
Welcome back, you handsome little gremlins. I'm Spaceman, that's Corelli. It's early in the morning here, but we got some more games we've got to get through for Gamers8, and already we've seen 2 series essentially go, I want to say the distance, but it's not even close. It was basically sweeps all throughout, and that's kind of the day we might have expected given the caliber of teams that have now dropped down to the lower bracket. Corelli, is there anything that stood out to you, whether it's the last series or so far today? Are you surprised at the fact that a lot of these series have been 3-0 this weekend?
No, they've gone the shortest distance, as you were saying. And I'm not surprised. Look, I would have picked Complexity 3-0 against Detonator. I would have picked G2. Maybe I would have probably given one to Twisted Minds. But sure. G2 definitely looking strong, especially with Atomic out there in the 1v1s. This matchup with Complexity and G2, this is really going to be, I think, the big haymaker here in this lower bracket as we throw it up on the screen here in Group A. Like you said, 2 sweeps, but when it comes down to this matchup, this one really could go either way because I think Complexity absolutely could beat G2 in these 3s.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. And I think Razebull in the 1s has been phenomenal. I think the 2s matchup is also very close, so this one's going to be a fun series.
Yeah, there were a different variation of permutations for the potential of this bracket this week, and I don't think many expected to see Complexity and G2 in the lower side of things, where one of these teams will be going home. Now over to Group B, it is Heat and Rogue will be going head-to-head. Of course, both those teams winning their respective matches, and the winner of that gets themselves forward even more into the bracket. But again, keep your eye on that final box with the star underneath it. If you're watching at home, that is your qualification spot. You make it there, you make it to playoff bracket tomorrow and the rest of the weekend, which is all best of 7. So it's not just about surviving today. It's also about getting into a single elimination bracket, which gets even harder because you get an extra 3v3 and all that stuff. But with all that said, folks, we have to get ourselves into our current matchup between Complexity and G2, and let's take a look at the teams and talk about it. Confidence.
These guys are,
that's it. That's all I got. It's just confidence.
They're so cool. They're so cool. Like I love these hype videos because obviously it makes them look like superstars, which they are. But also it hypes me up just to see them play. And you know, I think it was Shad there. Looked like he was going to take my lunch money by just looking at me. So I love the videos that we have of these teams, and you can throw them up there on the screen. These guys, you know, boy, we would have to really sit down around the campfire and explain the story of Complexity. We don't have time for that, but they have been such a special story here in the pro scene, and they are fan favorites, even going up against G2. The amount of fans that Complexity has earned between South America and North America is astronomical, and they are certainly a fun team to watch, whether it's a format like this or just in 3v3.
That's really the problem, is that we don't have a lot of time to talk about Complexity because there's so much to dive into, just given their formation as a team, their run as well. But speaking of teams that have made quality runs and even became major champions, it's G2 on the other side of the field. Let's take a look. There's Chicago. I was just looking at them. Look at how handsome this team is. Like, again, across the board, these are your winter major champions. And, well, you do have the addition of Mist currently in, but I think that this is a squad that even individually, Corelli, regardless of who you take out, who you put in, outside of, like, maybe Atomic, this is a squad that if they're just playing, you know, cruise control Rocket League, they can basically beat anybody.
Yeah. And that's probably what we got from them against Twisted Minds. And I think, you know, obviously JNUP's not being here is a minor blow to their 3s game. Even if, you know, Mist plays up to the same level, it's just that cohesion there, right? It's a little bit different. Mist certainly a different play style than JNUP's as well. So I think G2, though, pound for pound, have some of the best players from North America coming into this one. And again, I wouldn't favor G2 in like every single matchup here. I don't think they're the best team for this particular format. But with that being said, they're going into a matchup that they're absolutely familiar with, that they've seen before. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes the distance, because I think it will be kind of a back and forth series.
Yeah, Complexity and G2, I mean, Complexity in most of North America have a shocking amount of reps, just given the fact that like during the fall series, they had to essentially beat the NRGs, the G2s, the Phases, the SSGs, and the Envies at a time to like get within the top 6. And there were moments where it's like every single week there was another tiebreaker for Complexity to eventually get through, and they were able to do it. But in this instance, they are going against a G2 squad that's very different than the one they're used to. But speaking of new ground, once more, the entirety of this event would not be possible without the sponsors who have helped push it forward. And we want to thank them for doing all that they do, from the likes of the Savvy Gaming Group all the way to Aramco, who have found ways to just make this the best possible experience for the international competition that finds themselves descending upon Riyadh. To all the players and the teams that are currently in Saudi Arabia, and to all of us from here in production as well, we thank the sponsors for doing what they do so we can continue to give you guys a Rocket League. But this entire series is I feel like it's going to be predicated on really the twos, because I feel like the ones is heavily in favor of Race Bull, but the twos is really the matchup where I see Complexity potentially kind of stealing this series away if they do get it in like game 2 or 4.
So I could agree with that partially. I actually think a lot of this one, yeah, I know, take the dub there. I think a lot of this one actually really falls on the threes, just because we are at least guaranteed 2 games of the threes, and Complexity coming in with their full roster definitely makes this a little bit of a different type of feel than what G2 would have if they had their full roster. So we'll jump in here to game number 1, and I really got to pay attention now to how Mist kind of gets into this G2 squad, because it matters a lot more here against a team that's very familiar with G2.
I think that's the optimal word right there, is familiar. Like both these teams understand the tendencies and the play styles of each other. Now, Mist being in might make Complexity feel like they have slightly an upper hand here. They have an opportunity to really strike early. However, that's also one of the worst things you can do against G2, is to assume anything, because, well, they're going to punish you. But is there one, other than like Raise Bull, is there one tactic that the Complexity have up their sleeve when it comes to their performances and kind of their runs through North America that gives them the advantage in this series? Is already Shad finds the opening goal?
Yeah, that guy, Shad. He really has been a difference maker for Complexity. And in the beginning of this season, when Racepool really started to cool off and not have as good a series, it was Shad that was carrying this team. AJG, I think, has been consistent throughout the season. He's played quite well, but Shad's peaks have just been so high for Complexity, and he's really been a big playmaker individually too. I think Complexity have tried to get the team play going, and they have, but Shad individually has dragged this team in a couple of these series, and I think in a good way, it dragged them to victory because his individual play, and I think that's really the big difference maker. And when he's playing well, I do think the rest of Complexity is playing well. Yeah. It definitely is Shad to be the big difference maker here.
And twos, it was Shad and Razebull, and Shad was just all over the field at once. His midfield game was about as solid and as tight-knit, I think, as you could expect, and it allowed Razebull to feel a lot more creative with his individual plays upfield. But I've been really impressed with kind of Shad's commitment past the ball and looking for demos and bumps, stuff like that. But already, Atomic doing a very nice job on the recovery. It was an awkward bounce on the defensive line, but G2 take advantage.
And this is a fantastic shot from Atomic. It doesn't look like much, but Razebull trying to cover more area to his right because he knew that was more exposed, and Atomic still went near post on him. So Atomic kind of smart and little mind game there, knowing that the more open shot was to the left side, but the defender reading it, he put it back near post. Kind of a sneaky little shot there. Now Chicago, can he land on it? He does back post. Will bounce it to the top right corner, and G2 in the lead.
It's going to be hard to block that, let alone try to make this read. Chicago from the ceiling gets it around one, and the double tap off the ground. That took like 6 bounces, but my goodness. What a read from Chicago. We've seen him do that before in like that same style. He'll take it off the sidewall and use the ceiling as a third man, but holds the reset as long as possible and just gets so much power behind the bounce. Complexity really had no answer, and all of a sudden, it's a lead back for G2.
And I've listened and talked to a lot of analysts, and more they're saying that those types of bounce shots are very, very crucial to their, a player's repertoire of attacks. And it's very tough to defend because they can also fake themselves landing on top of the ball as well, which we've seen. We saw that yesterday. Players just faking the second touch or the pinch that they would get a lot of times. It's becoming more and more popular, and you can see there Chicago putting away perfectly, and it's so tough to save.
I have a question for you that, of course, is Rocket League pertain, but I'm genuinely wondering if the future of Rocket League, I've always thought the meta change would come through like things like this, where the team pinches would really help to open up the midfield more. As another shot rings towards the net, will get saved. A follow-up attempt from G2 won't be there. Do you think that as teams start to master the pinch, that will lead the charge for offenses, or will it come through what Chicago's been able to do collectively and consistently, which is using the ceiling and using those ground touches to get like high-quality bounces that just make defenses scramble?
I think it's a collection of things, right? You have a whole bunch of mechanics that players start to use more and more, or just ways to approach the ball, like getting that bounce touch isn't necessarily like a mechanic. It's more of just like a combination of mechanics. And as you get more and more creative, I think that's something that when you get more and more of those together, you have more at your disposal to use.
Sure.
And when you have that, it's a lot more for a defender to cover. And so I think that as the game grows, I think the knowledge of what you can pull off in certain situations is going to matter a lot more.
Yeah.
Because all the mechanics will eventually, I think, be closer to even, right? Whereas I think now there are still a lot of players that are very much further ahead in the mechanics than others.
Yeah, it feels like gone are the days of like reset dominance, where now it's backboard passes and infield screaming interceptions and using the ceiling, all that stuff. It'll be a variety of options in the toolbox for a lot of these players, as Atomic was looking to extend the play with very little boost, but not much in the tank for Chicago either. He'll fall back down to the midfield. As that one still towards the backboard, decently saved by Complexity, struggling to get it back out to the midfield. Cut down once more. Complexity cuts off his own teammate, but it might have worked out. As for now, G2 continuing the pressure, and they have a 1-goal lead, trying to make it 2.
Complexity doing a good job of hanging on here. G2 have been impressed with their attacks. It's actually been very tough for Complexity to hold possession. The defense has been quite strong just to keep G2 at bay. That's not the best clear. Follow-up for Chicago as HAG dunks his own teammate on the clear. Now Razebull having to stretch out. He's got 0 boost. G2 peppering the back wall, but not putting too many on target here. Same issue they had in their final game against Twisted Minds. Of course, they still came out on top, and Chicago will just poke this one across the net to keep possession as G2 are just swarming the Complexity side. Finally, Complexity able to break out. And maybe a chance here. Big save from Chicago as Shad couldn't find the target.
I mean, that's the first time they broke out in 45 seconds. Now, unfortunately, they only got 15 left to play with. As that's a quality pass. Double tap. Not quite there. Good defensive stop from G2. But play still alive. Trying to send it over Atomic's head. Chicago going to cut it down. And all it has to do is touch once, but Complexity pop it high. Atomic's going to meet it. And he usually will. And it will finally land as G2. In pretty easy fashion, after getting that lead, it was just continued offense and basically denying everything from Complexity. It never really felt like Complexity were able to get out and establish the offense, and they end up dropping game 1.
So let's talk about this. Let's think about this for a second. Complexity, I think, definitely feeling confident in their ones with Razebull. They should probably know that they're going to get Atomic. I think the 2s is also going to be very confident as well. I think G2... they've played 1-2's game. It was Atomic and Chicago against Luminosity. I'm curious if Complexity will want to take the 2s if they don't think they can beat Atomic, but I don't know. I think I'd have faith in Razebull. I've been impressed with his ones play so far. Atomic will probably be one of their bigger tests. Razebull played CRR, who is also a fantastic one player. And very creative and kind of scrappy ones player from CRR. But Razebull, I think he came out on top. He did. He beat him 6-4 against Guild. So yeah, I think you go ones here. Actually, I think you trust Razebull.
Yeah, the thought process for me was, you're getting another 3s match in game 3. So regardless of how this goes, you're going to get another chance. If you feel as of right now you're not on your best game when it comes to playing against G2 at full strength, why test it with 2s? Why not go to your best option, which tends to be Razebull in 1s, knowing that even if Atomic's going to be a tough matchup, what's the best option right now? Razebull in 1s or trying your hand at 2s and seeing if you could still beat G2? I think 1s was the absolute right call. Just try to get yourself a tie series, and already off the kickoff, you get yourself a goal.
What a shot from Razebull off the post, and this is so smart. That's a great touch off the sidewall there, and so quick to turn that one around towards net. Atomic went for that boost, and in the end, in hindsight, looks a little greedy with how fast Razebull was able to recover on it. That quick 7-second goal here for Razebull. Complexity putting a lot of trust in him, a lot of confidence in him, and then for good reason. He's played great in the ones department. He played fantastic in the qualifiers as well, taking down a lot of top NA ones players. So Brazeball now again doubles up his lead.
Yep, I think this was the right call. Granted, it's only been 20 seconds, but he gives you the best chance to tie up this series, and the confidence, and I think the I want to say the comfortability for Brazeball in ones. It's clear that he's kind of in his element, and it certainly could help inject some positivity into those comms for complexity. As of right now, they are struggling to get back into it, but with a 2-0 lead, can they continue to build upon that as Atomic plays it nicely off the sidewall?
Oh,
and has a great read all the way downfield. Oh my goodness.
He just scooped that one off the wall, and I don't really blame Brazeball for giving him a little bit of space there. I would have never expected him to launch that one towards your net. Atomic getting a surprising amount of power on that one, and perfectly placed right in the center of the net as well. That's a great way to get one back for Atomic. A much needed goal, and maybe a second one coming. Brazeball going to have to go back for boost. Atomic, dangerous from this position. There you see him drop it down, and a good bump will push him out of the way. That's the threat of letting that ball bounce. We were just talking about this spaceman. So many options from this position. He can pinch, he can flip, but he lets it drop with the fake and goes for the bump. So many things you can do from that spot.
Yeah, and they not only is Atomic just a danger on the sidewall, but what he does there is, if you noticed, he came down very slowly off the ceiling and he waited so that it wasn't going to be a spike downwards and immediate read from Brazeball on the save. He waited for the ball to reach its peak. Then once he hits it, he has all the options to either go for a bounce, go for a bump, and from there, I mean, you're basically just like you're caught jumping in front of the net if you're Brazeball. And Atomic just knew what he was doing. And it's the beauty of ones, the beauty of these players. Wow, my God, this is so cool. They're just going at it. It's so fun.
Good example of the threat of a flip reset. Brazeball stays grounded, knowing that Atomic had gotten it there, but Atomic lets it drop and completely fools him by letting it go off the top of his car. Atomic really showing off a lot of different things you can do on the ball in the ones game, and certainly paying off. You know, we talked about when he played the Whom, he'll be a little bit more in the air. I think Brazeball isn't afraid to go to the air either. Let's see what he does here. Flip reset. Still has his flip, going for the pinch as Atomic read that one all the way.
I'm such a dork. I'm just so happy that we're seeing like good mechanics all the way through, and I think this is one of the more fascinating 1v1 matchups given the speed of Brazeball and just the presence of mind from Atomic. Atomic reminds me a lot in terms of his positioning of a more mechanically gifted Taroko, and that's more of a positive for Atomic, is almost a doozy. But his just wherewithal on the sidewall and his positioning has been kind of the crux for the success so far, as he's able to poke it free, and Brazeball will now have to win this foot race back to the other corner. He'll do so. A lot of boost in the tank. Can't quite get it over Atomic though. It's slowed back down to midfield. Now how does he play it? Could try to get it around instead of going near post. He almost does as it pinches around the bar, and it's now alive for Atomic to use.
Atomic ran out of boost here, but he did a great job of defending. It's going to be a tough one to save here. Bullet towards the net. Atomic again getting the corner boost. And Brazeball will take the other side. Flip reset looming, of course, as he'll try and get under. Atomic out of the play, nowhere in sight. This one gonna be saved by Atomic off the post. Follow up low boost, puts it back to the same corner, and Brazeball ties it up.
It's a good pinch. There's really not much you can do if you're Atomic. I was waiting to see kind of just the replay and how it centered out, but good patience by Brazeball as well, not to fly off the play and instead of go like screaming into the corner, but get back out in front center and wait for a potential pinch that doesn't go Atomic's way.
And again, Brazeball did the same thing that Atomic did earlier in the threes game, where Atomic knows he has the far side of the net to cover, and so he's expecting the shot towards the open side of the net, and Brazeball goes right back in front of his face near post, and it's just unsavable because the defender is obviously thinking about covering what they're most exposed to. So it's such a smart shot to take, and really, honestly, unblockable from that position. I know that's weird to say, but
Sure.
You know, it's going against expectation, and a lot of times, especially in ones, you are playing off of expectation because the mechanics are just so sharp from these players.
It's really the decision making in those small microseconds that make all the difference. It's a great catch from Brazeball. Was trying to get Atomic to bait and kind of stretch around the corner, but just won't happen. He should be able to save this, and he will. He gives it right back to Atomic though. Was looking for the demo, but instead we'll get the corner boost. So now Brazeball's gonna have to play to the right side. He will do so. Following up on the play, the extension cut down briefly by Atomic before Racebull gets possession right back. And in this spot, does he leave off? He will. Looking for boost now. Atomic in a one-on-one, flips it high, but Racebull reads it.
Great read from Racebull. Atomic, certainly not what he wanted there. Going too high now. Racebull sends one to the moon. Over the net it goes. It was a pass to himself at the end. As Atomic kind of pinned in his own net with that touch. Now can he land on top of it? He certainly is. It's going in. Atomic can't make the read. What a touch from Racebull.
Oh, this is a thing of beauty. Gets the full tank, circles back in cleanly, cuts on the inside of the ball. So if you're Atomic, you're basically hoping it goes far post. That way you can dive across, try to pinch it. And he puts it dead center. I love that read from Racebull. Force him to kind of take the bait, and it works out as Complexity get their lead right back.
And another bounce shot, Spaceman. We highlighted it earlier in the series, and we've seen two here. Atomic choosing not to take the shot on the bounce, of course, letting it come down and faking it in the bump, but that one perfectly executed there by Racebull. And again, many people are starting to point out that shot to be more and more popular. And it is certainly paying off there for Racebull. And that one was very, very tough to pull off. Now he's threatening Atomic again. A weak save, and Racebull tries to pop it over. It'll drop in, and Racebull up by 2.
Patience again from Racebull. Like, Atomic makes a great save, but what, that cut right there, right back into the box. It's just that understanding of, you know, not only does he have enough boost to finish the play, but kind of given the positioning where Atomic was, just understanding tendencies, and again, knowing that you have that challenge, you can win, and making that decision as quickly as possible. With about 30 seconds to go, I don't want this one to end. This has been a great one.
Yeah.
As Complexity will have a 2-goal lead. Racebull taking over in the final minute, but Atomic, you got to tip the cap. He's played pretty excellent. The defense has been there as well. It's just come down to Racebull just having the better advantage in some of these weird kind of ceiling pinches.
He's been fantastic, and Atomic, he'll need one with time left on the clock. I don't think it's going to happen here. Good speed to meet Racebull here, but Racebull just going to run away with it, and Complexity get the job done. Trust in Racebull to take down Atomic. A big sigh of relief there. That's not an easy match.
No.
That is a difficult one, and I think Racebull made it look as easy as you possibly could against a guy like Atomic.
And with how good Complexity have looked, and kind of how systemic the gameplay has been from Atomic, yeah, that was the right call all the way through for Racebull and Complexity. I think at least giving, you know, your best player his best chance to tie up this series and just betting on a game that you think you should win. They did so. They finally find themselves 1-1, and now you go back to 3. So the momentum feels is somewhat reset, and it gives Racebull time to warm up even more. It gives them time to kind of make some reads on Atomic, and for G2, a chance for them to, again, try to reconsider maybe the approach going forward, as Racebull looked like he was just starting to absolutely calculate and eat up Atomic's position.
Yeah, and I think Racebull outclassing Atomic here in a couple of these goals, especially in the latter half of the series. I actually thought Atomic had the advantage, even though I know Racebull was winning early on. When Atomic got back into this and took the lead when it was 3-2, I thought he looked like he was in full control, but Racebull certainly turned things around, and just that constant pressure. Shot selection is perfect right there, and of course this bounce shot, that was really the icing for Racebull. You knew he was feeling himself in this game, and I think for Atomic, a tough matchup.
It's gonna be a tough matchup for everybody on this field, back and forth, but into this one. Already tied 1-1 in the series for just joining us. Series number 3 on the day. We've seen 2 3-0s. Finally, we get ourselves a guaranteed game 4, which means we will be seeing 2s coming up. As we just concluded with game 2, it was Complexity tying things back up. G2 took the opening 3s match, and now they find themselves in a similar situation where if they want to take the series lead, they got to do it in the same mode. We'll see if they can do it, but I think Complexity now are feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, and you put yourself in a good spot, too, because, again, Complexity could absolutely beat G2 in a 3v3. That's no question. So they would feel a lot better about themselves if they could get the go-ahead goal, and they do here. AJG found on the far post. Well done here from Complexity.
Great touch by Racebull, and help on the pass. I mean, that is as clean of a touch as you could possibly want, especially in traffic. That's so difficult for Racebull to put on target, and the patience from Complexity downfield to trust one another, something we saw yesterday kind of with Dignitas when they were able to get ahead of themselves and then play off the ball from there. As so far, it's been an opening lead. Complexity finally get themselves on the board, breaking the stigma from game 1 where G2 opened things up and then gained the lead and continued on. But we'll see if they can build upon it as AJG takes it through the corner. Big challenge by Atomic quickly to cut it down, but already Complexity putting another shot on target.
For Complexity, you certainly wouldn't build on this lead as well. I think it's going to take more than just your single goal here to take down G2. Atomic flies past his second touch too low. Raiseful with a flip reset and a good touch by Mist. A very confident third man and very passive player, not only here, but also on his own team. And I think G2 having to adjust to that type of play style. I know JDAP's kind of got moved back into a position like that, but he's still very willing to move up and set up his teammates. And I think Mist doing his best to synergize with this G2 roster.
It's got to feel good for him as well to be playing alongside, you know, Chicago and Atomic. I'm sure they gave him a certain amount of leeway that will allow him to find not only his personality on the field, but to kind of, like you said, like synergize, whether it's in the middle of the series or in the beginning. You got to think that the vibes are usually pretty high between those two. And we can tell that between Chicago and Atomic, they have certainly felt like the synergy has maintained itself, if not grown, as the season's gone on. There was a lot of questions about pickup at the time, but it seems that at least the vibes of the team, the chemistry has continued to grow. Sure. And Mist being here might certainly kind of, it could just help his game moving forward. You never know what you might be able to pick up from your teammates on a temporary stay.
Well, you know, you talked about questions with G2. There's been a lot of questions about Complexity, especially in their winter run after such a successful fall split. You look at their winter one and kind of scratch your head. I haven't found the same magic since their fall split, although they did a little bit better in the spring. This is a LAN where they can kind of get that confidence back. And G2 would be a great opponent to take down, especially with Razebull winning that ones game against Atomic. G2 setting up some pressure here. Atomic, low boost, but trying to pass it back out. Gets an interesting touch. Mist trying to finesse it down. Couldn't find the perfect shot. Chicago wants a piece of it with no boost. Now another one a bit too high, and AJG able to clear it out.
Yeah, for Complexity, you know, they've done such a great job of beating some of NA's best, but it was always a question about can they consistently do it. We saw it in the fall, in the winter, not so much. So not only would this be a big event for confidence-wise, but also kind of proving to themselves that, yes, they can absolutely get over that mental block of a G2 or a FaZe or whoever they end up running against. Because we were waiting to see that Complexity of old that, dude, they were like the clutch kings before Moist came around. They were just finding ways to close out really tight games, and, well, it just hasn't been the same. But so far with a 1-0 lead, and we've killed about 3 minutes of gameplay. Downfield, a great pass, great touch. It will be saved. Chicago gonna try to work through this ball as Atomic was able to find the read, and they will extend it down to the opposite corner. On the adjacent side, you have numbers there for Complexity, a bit of boost as well, trying to keep it up. But it's been a pretty back and forth game in terms of possession wise. It just seemed that Complexity had been able to maintain okay, never mind. All right. They seem they've been able to kind of maintain the pocket pressure that G2 have tried to apply.
I don't think Chicago meant to do that. I think that one slid to the side of his car and he just scooped it away by accident. G2 was in a 2v1 situation there, and I think they were trying to set up a demo or a bump. Unfortunately, that ball just stuck to Chicago. Now this one, lob downfield for Mist. That's a tough read, and the follow-up's there, but a big save from Shad. Complexity playing this game perfectly so far. Razebull wants one more. It's going to go off the post. Follow-up there is wide as well. Complexity still threatening. Razebull finally going to put it away. The ball given over to him, and it's a 2-0 lead now for Complexity.
I mean, you're falling away from the net, and this is such a tough read to make, but he just hits it barely enough. And AJG was there just in case for security. A 2-0 lead, Complexity rallying the momentum from that Game 2 victory in ones from Razebull. And they take this one, you would assume. But then again, I assume a lot. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You got 9 seconds to go, and for G2, it's going to take one swing of events for them to get themselves on the board. But as the pressure continues to mount, Razebull going to be denying it. And with that, a 2-1 series lead as Complexity put G2 on tournament life here, going into what we assume and should expect to be a twos matchup as a huge win in Game 3.
Has to be twos. We already played ones, and from what we've seen previous, it should be Chicago and Atomic, of course, the two teammates here, and then Shad and Razebull is what I would assume, just based off of what they've done so far. Obviously, I think Complexity want to go in with the strongest roster possible to close out this series if they are able to, and this is where it gets scary for G2. If they don't get their 2 wins here in the 3v3, they might not make it to another 3v3, right? So this is a very scary situation for G2, and I think probably almost best case scenario here for Complexity.
Yeah, and I think the silver lining really for G2 here is that it's not ones. Like, you're not having to play Razebull directly again. You at least have a chance to have somebody else on the field. But of all the options now to be in this spot, maybe you are happy that it's twos, given the fact that you're going to have at least more variety of the way you can approach this one. It's a little bit more traditional compared to our normal threes format, but it was big for Complexity to take that ones matchup early on, just helped to reestablish the momentum in this series. They clearly used it to get themselves a Game 3 win, and now up 2-1. I'm sure they're feeling confident, but for G2, I think that given the circumstances, they're probably happy it's a twos instead of a ones.
It's going to be Atomic and Mist, AJG and Razebull.
Oh, wow. Oh.
And so I'm curious, because we know that Atomic didn't want to play the ones yesterday against EU Atomic because he wasn't playing well. So I'm curious if maybe that's how Chicago feels here as well, or maybe Atomic and Mist just said, hey, you know what? We got it.
Let's run Envy back real quick.
Yeah. And obviously you have to have Razebull in your twos. It feels like he's playing so well here. And again, curious, not that AJG is a bad choice either. I think either Shatter or AJG is a great option for Complexity. But a little mix up from both sides. And I think Atomic Mist combo is actually quite deadly here. I know you kind of get the teammate synergy with Atomic in Chicago, but Mist certainly no slouch as Atomic puts away the first for G2.
And that pinch just ends up going right back towards midfield as Razebull tried to clear it to the sidewall, but instead Atomic found something sweet. He takes advantage of it, and it's going to be the kind of those reads, and whoever's far back on transition, if Atomic's going to be back there, he might get lucky just finding an extra touch no one expected. Another pinch off the kickoff. And this one will be a little bit dangerous, and here's a chance for another shot.
A little lackadaisical. Now AJG with a miss. Razebull just kind of panicking. Atomic goes to the ceiling, gets another shot on target. Razebull again having to make the save. He's out of boost this time. His miss didn't get the best first touch there. As G2 swarming this Complexity side at the moment. Complexity all of a sudden have just lost their pace. They were so hot in that threes. That's a great dunk and another fantastic read from Razebull. He did this against Chicago. He's done it here again in this twos game, and he ties things up.
that interception's just massive because everybody's pushed up from G2, and at that point, you just hit the open net, bro. I mean, it's sometimes harder than you expect, but yeah, just hit the open net, and Razebull, with a ridiculously good read, will tie up this one. And you're going to need that. You're going to need him to kind of jump the gun sometimes and to kind of make that initial push, especially against the likes of Atomic and Mist, who missed so far up most of the time off the ball, so physical, and Atomic, whose rotation game is excellent, and who can play through the sidewall and play through the midfield and get those long touches for a potential shot.
G2 trying to mount another attack here. Complexity certainly giving up a lot of space, but look at the counter here. This one directly on target, sneaks in on the near post there. Razebull again, sniping through G2.
Great pass from AJG and catches it right there. Very reminiscent of just flashback to when Team Queso played FaZe in the Winter Major. It was almost a similar play where Team Queso get a quick pass on their own side of the field and just put it on target early, and FaZe were completely stunned. Same situation there, but AJG doing a very nice job on the pass as well. Not a lot of demos or really kind of big bumps towards the goal line we've seen so far in this twos, as AJG was electing for the bounce, but I'm very interested to know if that will change as this goes on. Great post connection off the post. Mist can't close down the deal, but Atomic will try to take it through the corner. Gets a great bump. Mist now comes in for the touch. Atomic circling back around, restabilizes, back on the net. Good goal.
Great way to wrap back around there from Atomic. That one was getting a little dicey there for Complexity. Atomic only had 16 boosts, whips back around and has an open net to put that one away. They're on G2 here, but the former Envy teammates as well. Good synergy so far as they get back on the horse here. I think Complexity certainly taking advantage of just G2 getting a little over aggressive. There was a fake kickoff by Complexity, and it's paid off. AJG gets the boost and an air dribble towards the G2 side, but G2 does a good job to break it up.
And they're really trying to get AJG to bite. I mean, it's working. They're trying to force those saves towards the upper backboard. And then you get a chance to keep Atomic or Mist down low, because Razebull goes for the challenge.
I love that. I love that play from Mist, because he kind of just threw it up and already saw Razebull. He's like, okay, I'm not going to go for it. I'm just going to back up. I'm not getting to that. I'll just play whatever he can do with it. I don't know if he didn't see him or if he just thought maybe he could get it over him, but Raisbull had that one perfectly read.
Around 2 minutes and some change in this game number 4. Series, of course, currently 2-1. Complexity looking to close it out 3-1 in a lower bracket matchup, which would send G2 home, which would be a pretty big surprise just from the bracket's sake. I think that even with Falcons being the favorites, G2 certainly for North America had maybe the biggest odds of potentially going the distance. But right now, they are very much struggling as Complexity have had their number. Can they get another goal for either side? We expect it. A lot of time still to be played. Raisbull through the corner. Here comes G2 now, as Mist will find the first touch, but immediately taken away by Raisbull.
Yeah, G2 going home actually really wouldn't surprise me. I've been kind of mentioning it in the last 2 series. They are a team that is not built for something like this type of format, 1s and 2s. This was not what the team was built for. They made specific changes to be a 3s team, right? Otherwise, you probably would have kept someone like Dries, who has been a top 1s player. So, you know, Complexity, I think, you know, is maybe favored more than G2, especially with the way Raisbull is playing in 1s.
Yeah, he's been fantastic today. And if he keeps that up, we never know what the ceiling of this team can really get to. It's just the consistency for Complexity. As right now, under 60 seconds to play. Through the corner, looking for the extension. AJG back down to the ground. We'll find a demo. A 2v1, looking for the pass. A little bit off target, and I just think it was an awkward timing. Right idea, wrong time. With 45 seconds to go, G2 still trying to struggle and hold on to possession, as Raisbull has been more than happy to scoop up the ball and kick it downfield. AJG getting a nice poke out.
Still tied, 30 seconds left. Dangerous here, full boost for Atomic. He's going all the way past AJG. Both went from Complexity, but they make the save. And AJG trying to have the last laugh here for Complexity. 20 seconds left on the clock. He cuts one, he goes over the other. It's still dangerous here on the G2 side. G2, I think, struggling to keep up with the play. This one's going to be poked out to Raisbull. He's got full boost now. 10 seconds left. Raisbull, the hero for Complexity, over one, gets to the backboard, follow-ups there, and Complexity into the lead with 5 seconds left.
And he uses all the boost to set up this play. You have a bite from Mist. He has to challenge. Not a lot in the tank for G2, and everyone tries off the backboard, but AJG waits patiently, gets the call up, and slots in the lane. 3-2 off this kickoff. Can G2 find a miracle?
Need something special.
It's pretty good.
Decent kickoff from Mist. He has no boost. Knocks it down to Atomic. It's up to him. And he puts it high and wide. Complexity knocks it down. Complexity knock out G2.
That is a huge turn of events. Hugs all around as Complexity do get it done. And they take the following few games. They win game 2 off of Raisbull's performance. They win the following 3s. And then they win the 2v2. And in the end, G2 just unable to recapture that momentum they had in game 1. A GG's all around and tip of the cap to G2, who of course will be looking forward to Worlds coming up. But for Complexity, a big win against a premier North American squad and an organization such as this. And I think for them as well, also just kind of getting that confidence that they absolutely can take down a top dog is finally something that's gone their way.
Absolutely. You can see they're very excited about that win. They should be. A fantastic win, of course. You know, taking down G2 in a 3s match as well. And again, I think that Complexity, the composition of this team is better for a format like this. And they outplayed G2, though, across the board in 1s, and they beat him in 3s. They beat him in 2s. I mean, there's no excuses here for G2. Complexity, the better team here today.
Well, if they can keep making this run, they have a very good shot of making it to tomorrow to the single elimination bracket. But G2 will bow out rather quickly in this tournament. They make it one day through. GG's all around, and it's nice to see not only both these North American rivals, of course, getting a chance to compete internationally against each other, but for Complexity to prove once more that, you know, again, it is crew battles, but it's nice to just see Complexity doing well, given all the adversity they faced during the spring series, during the regionals, and of course, losing out on the major. It's a lot for them, I'm sure, to kind of carry that burden. So getting a chance to kind of reset the bearings and get back to a common state for Complexity is a good thing.
Yeah, and they've performed well here so far as we take a look at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of them from Complexity. I think they did a great job putting on the pressure that you need against G2. That ones match was a fantastic ones match. Like you were saying, I wish we could get 10 minutes of that one. Because it was so much fun to watch. This shot here from Racepool is just absolutely insane. And honestly, with the run that Complexity are kind of mounting here, if they can get into that final playoff bracket and make another deep run, I mean, Racepool is certainly making the small beginnings of an MVP type run for this tournament overall. Because I feel like he's been a huge catalyst in every single game mode here to beat G2.
1,000,000,000%, and it seems like every time we get in this rhythm with Complexity, when Racepool's playing really well and Shad and AJG are playing at the same speed, it's always like, how long can they just keep going? That's always the question. It's not if they can do it, it's just, can they keep it going? Can they stay this consistent throughout the majority of a tournament? Because right now, Complexity look great. Like in every single game mode. In the twos, they look confident. Whether it was Shad and Razebull or AJG and Razebull, looked like they could switch it up and have whatever they needed whenever they needed it. In ones, we know who the answer is going to be. And in threes, they put it together. So Complexity certainly have an opportunity to make a deep run in this bracket, and if they can eventually make it towards the single elim side tomorrow, you never know what you're going to get from this squad. But you know, that's the big question mark for them, is we know they can do it. We've always known. We just have to wait and see it. But as of now, I believe we are ready to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will continue on with more matches here from Gamers8.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. Lawler and Corelli now on the analyst desk, or whatever we're calling this. Either way, we're hanging out together for some Monster Rocket League. Really good series you guys just wrapped up, Corelli, between G2 and Complexity, but it is Complexity that moves on in the bracket. I know we talked with Atomic after their interview when I was last here, and he said between these next two, Guild and Luminosity, that Guild he wants to give a little bit of the nod to, but I'm curious what your take is.
I agree with his analysis that it is very tough to call. I think they'll be pretty even in the 3v3, which we're going to get 2 of at least. Obviously, not the most hard-hitting analysis here, but game 2 will be very crucial, obviously, because it will give the other side the advantage. And also, it'll choose which of the 2v2 or 1v1 that we do first, which I believe Guild chose to do 2v2s the last time when they lost game 1 against Complexity. So that seems like the one that Guild might be more comfortable with, but again, that's only if they lose. So I definitely agree this one's going to be very, very close, just basically based off of paper and what we've seen so far.
Yeah, the important one here is even though it's still a best of 5, this is the upper final. So whoever wins this punches their ticket into the final playoff bracket tomorrow and the next day. So a really important match here, and an exciting one as well, because we have, like you said, in the qualifiers seen these two come up in competition before, and a big proponent to that was CRR. A lot of his focus in 1s and 2s, and the emphasis that he's been able to provide as a late addition to Guild has actually really turned this roster around, which has been really exciting. But enough of me kind of amping up this team. Let's take a look at their hype video and get a closer look. Luminosity Gaming, obviously going to be our high seed coming into this one, and a player who's been in the scene for quite a while is actually their coach, going with the headset off in the back. That's Snasky. A lot of history with him, Corelli, between the leftovers and his run with them, and then going to SK Gaming and everything else. But yeah, it seems like finally he's landed on a team that he's really able to prop up and has the talent level that is deserving of his prowess.
And this is a team that's been hyped up quite a bit through a couple of splits now, and one that we could see very well make a good run next season. A lot of people look at this team and say that they got a little unlucky having to play like a Dignitas or a BDS every single time they went to a regional. So they are a very capable team in the threes world. Definitely probably better than where they finished in this previous season. Obviously, they came in the second split. But yeah, this is one where you look at the players and you say, yeah, they have something here. And they've shown that they have something even outside of threes with their 2s and their 1s. So it's kind of exciting to see that translate for them so well in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Toxic, so and Atomic, very, very talented. But again, on the other side of the field is going to be Guild Esports. Let's take a look at their roster. A lot of familiar faces, but again, I always forget the backing member in Marky Duda, obviously with that OG squad on Flipside Tactics, has coached various teams. I think he was with Singularity momentarily, if I remember correctly. Also did the casting thing. Yes. So many talents, but the one to focus in, Dave, Big Dave, Devo in the middle, world champion.
Yeah, and a player that's been playing since the days of Marquee as well, which is, I think, interesting to see that happen. Of course, CRR also is a guy that, when he's here with his 1s prowess, and I really like the way, personally, I like the way that he plays 1s. It might not be the most ideal way to play 1s, but boy, he's aggressive, lightning fast, and I love that type of gameplay. It's just something that I enjoy watching, and he's fended pretty well for himself here for Guild, and I think obviously this is going to come down to a lot of the threes gameplay. And Guild, they've propped up a few times here in RLCS at least, where they've made some deep runs and kind of surprised people. So this team has it in them to make a good run, at least in the threes department. It's really about, are they bringing that type of gameplay here today against Luminosity?
Yeah, with Threes being the majority shareholder in these Q types, it is going to be important, kind of setting off on the right foot. But Luminosity, their story has always been, hey, how do we dodge BDS? Because that seems to be the problem anytime in their brackets during the RLCS. On the other side of Guild, they've definitely surprised, and this team has definitely gone under a lot of different changes. They've gone through many different iterations, and the latest one has probably been the best we've seen in a while. Not to discredit the roster by any means, but on the tail end of RLCS X, they were having a ton of success, but there's also a lot of teams that what felt like kind of wrote off the season. They didn't really put as much effort into it as they could, because at the end of the day, when you're a player who's been to every grand final since season 3, you don't really care to not play at LAN. So there is kind of this conversation of, you know, this Guild strength, was it really what it was all cut up to be? And we saw then coming into the next season that, yeah, they kind of fell off. So starting to rebuild and try to get back to that level, and Luminosity going to be a good test for that. So really excited to see both these teams as they are trying to punch back into that top 8. So again, best part about this and everything is the fact that we do get to see these, and we wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for our sponsors. First and foremost, shout outs to Dr. Al Habibi. Without him, couldn't do this. And on the other side of that too, we have STC. So thank you to our sponsors and the support they provide to the broadcast here at Gamers8 2022. As again, there is a lot of moving parts, both for us as well as production and the A stream, to make this all happen. So massive thank you to the sponsors. With that said, Corelli, we're going to turn focus into our first match at hand with Luminosity and Guild. It's going to be 3v3. Tough to kind of lean a particular way, but if I had to in threes, my gut wants to go with Luminosity. I'm curious if you agree.
Yeah, I do. I think the consistency of their peak is higher from Luminosity. So, and I think with this being an upper bracket final, 2 teams have had 2 days now to play. A lot more practice going into these types of tournaments now, and I think Luminosity certainly have a minor edge. But I mean, again, I do think it's closer to a toss-up than more of a certainty for a team to be out ahead. But I would pick Luminosity. If this was like RLCS or something, I would pick Luminosity.
Again, that's the beauty, right? Is even though we lean a certain way, it's not a confident one, it feels like.
Right.
There's still plenty of opportunity. And again, it's a different day. I think that's the exciting thing about matches, especially double elimination, is when it's spread over the course of multiple days, you may have that loss, which, again, neither of these teams have come up against. These are both in the winner's bracket. Neither of them have had to bounce back necessarily yet, but building upon confidence. So both these teams are doing something right. Curious on who is doing it better as we jump into our first match in this best of 5. 3v3 Luminosity and Guild Esports, starting off with a kickoff in favor of Guild and paired with a demo, as the offense for them has never really been an issue. It's just a matter of sustaining it.
And something to keep in mind for both these teams is losing this series means you have to go and play a very strong Complexity. Now, Guild already took down Complexity, but they took it down in 5. It was a very close matchup, and I wouldn't want to play Complexity at the moment. I think they're in perfect form here today. They just took down G2. So you want to win here to get into that bracket. Otherwise, having to go through Complexity, it's another one that you don't have solid confidence in either side to take that one, because it's going to be a dogfight.
Well, I heard you guys talking about it. Razebull making that MVP caliber run, a lot of respect for his play and what he's done for his team. But again, team efforts is where it starts, and an important one, especially in this best of 5. As the first minute is coming and gone. It touches around in the defense. Pretty solid for Luminosity, looking very patient, not too chaotic. As this touch, when he blasts it away, it's actually a redirect. Ends up hitting CRR in the nose. And it goes back down to his teammate, but a good challenge by Atomic on the back wall. He should sweep around and deny some boost if it respawns here in the corner, but nothing to find there as a 50 completely neutralizes in front of the net.
Pretty back and forth here right off the bat, and kind of meeting our expectations as far as how this series, these 3v3 games will go. Again, we are guaranteed at least 2 of them. And seeing this one be very even through the first couple of minutes or so, not surprising, as I would have picked this to go this direction in every single one of their matchups. It will come down to who can poke free first, and that was a good opportunity. CRR getting a very awkward touch. Good dunk there from Ixo, and still Luminosity really can't break through, and You're seeing not a lot of control there in the midfield. A lot of players are opting just to skip it with the solo plays, and it's really paid off for both sides. But once you get in that final third, we really haven't seen too many chances.
No, a lot of it is Luminosity kind of just sitting a bit more patient. They'll go in with that individual effort, and if they break through, it's been great. But the follow-up in that midfield, like you said, has been pretty lacking. They've been very passive on that initial challenge, and I think that's just kind of the approach. They're trying to make sure they don't make any additional mistakes, but if they do see Guild make one, I expect them to crash very aggressively. But so far, very individual effort with 2 back and sending 1, but on the other side, it does make their defense pretty sure-fired up. So gonna be curious to see on what it takes. So far, haven't really been able to find too many demos that might be the difference maker here, as it is a win over the top for CRR. That one should drop straight down, but good recovery by Tox as he sweeps through to make a save. But in the midfield has 1 more, and Atomic's going to take over, but immediately cut off, and the challenge in the midfield. So back and forth yet again we go. 3 minutes by, and not a goal to show until a 1 here. Perfectly placed by Dorito.
Yeah, and look at the read, though, from CRR. You can't see him in the replay here, but he's already up. He came off the ceiling to get that touch, and wonderfully read to drop it down to Dorito. And, you know, a lot of trust there as well from Dorito, knowing that his teammate had a good opportunity to get that ball. And a well-earned first goal here for Guild, just under 2 minutes to play. They might get one off the kickoff. Tox stretching out the near post to get that one.
Again, as a reminder for anybody just joining us, this is Gamers8 2022. We're in day 2 of our matches, covering groups A and B as CRR. Another beautiful read off the side wall to put them up by 2. Multiple streams going on at the same time. On the other broadcast, you're going to have Endpoint and Space Station also playing in a qualification match. So we appreciate you guys tuning in this broadcast, but don't forget there's the other one as well. We'll be doing that all day long as Guild off to a good start.
Yeah,
trying to make it 3. Dorito puts a shot, back wall cleared away, and I expect to control off of this one as he plays it high. 1 more touch, and gonna bring it down. It's actually a fake. Devo takes it over the top, and a demo paired. This should open it wide open. And as Crowley mentioned, it's a great play for Guild.
CRR is just everywhere. This one more off the ball for them this time because Devo does a great job to beat Tox, but the demo is what opens up all of that space. Devo beats the last man. Everyone getting involved on Guild, both on and off the ball there. A full team effort, 3-0 and in full control. Guild looking great here in game 1.
Yeah, I kind of wondered when it was going to break through. We saw him primarily Guild controlling the offense as the second touch here. Will be a great one, but it's going to leave down and should be an easy clear away. Kind of buy a little bit of time for the defense, but primarily a little bit defensive from Luminosity. So they've been able to break through with a demo and an individual effort over the top. As this one kicks out, should be Devo. Fortunately, no boost. Doesn't get the 100 in the corner, so they have just lofted downfield, but a rough touch should be capitalized on. No, going to play it a little bit more patient, and with the 3-goal lead, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but a shot like that somehow is saved.
What?
Just kidding. That would hit every single post. Dorito, too much power on it.
Again, CRR involved, that time passing it over Dorito. And I mean, that's a fantastic shot from Dorito, but almost a save there from Ixo, getting through 2 players of Luminosity and Guild. My goodness. Guild certainly playing up to their potential here in this 3v3. Luminosity, though, not as sharp as you would expect. Remember, that one kind of started because Ixo didn't get a great touch coming out. And also, the ball going over Atomic's head didn't help prior to that. So Luminosity definitely not on their A game here and certainly paying the price for it.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit troublesome moving forward. Like you said, you got a waiting complexity that looks very solid. And, you know, according to the information we got from Atomic, which we have to agree on, obviously, is that in 2s and 1s, obviously Guild fielding a very strong roster as well. So feels like it only gets more difficult for Luminosity, especially if they can't win it here, but plenty of time to left to play. As this first one, once the ball hits the ground, is going to go in favor of Guild, putting them 1 match point closer to punching their ticket into the playoffs. But on the other side is now the decision making for Luminosity. Are they going to go 1s or 2s? I'm excited to find out.
I mean, that is the question, and I don't like either option, as you were alluding to. If it is 2s, I would expect Tox and Atomic to be out there from Luminosity. If it's 1s, then of course we saw Atomic play earlier, but that would then require him to go up against CRR, assumedly from Guild. So I don't know. I think it's a gut call. I think this is one of those that you make you talk to your players and you say, okay, who's playing well today? How do you feel? Do you want to take the ones? I think they're probably going to go twos. That's my guess. I think they would go twos.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best way to go. But again, all smiles here for Guild, Marky and Dave, as we take a look at the highlights. And what was a slow start eventually got opened up pretty quick around the second minute. And some good individual efforts, but primarily it's been all CRR.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. And again, you know, a lot of off-the-ball work, a lot of setups from CRR. The passing really setting up both his teammates. And then, of course, the demo and that previous replay. But Guild, a full team effort here. You know, CRR played fantastic, and certainly the lifeblood here of that team. But everyone from Guild, I think, played fantastic here, especially the back half of that game. I think it was very, you know, kind of teams feeling each other out there early on. And it will be a 2v2, Atomic and Tox taking the field, Dorito and CRR, just as we expected for the 2v2 matchup. And Luminosity taking their chances here, not opting for the 1v1, and I don't blame them. I don't want to play CRR either.
Yeah, I think it's a good feeling for Guild as well. You talk about confidence to build. The guy who's popping off at threes is also the one who's going to be playing ones or twos. So yeah, should be a pretty good feeling for them. Something to work through. But Luminosity trying to figure it out early on. Do like the disruptive play, but it's going to have to be a big challenge and a good 50. Tiara really rushing to that one. Minimal boost and ends up bailing his teammate out of a tough situation as he comes sweeping through. Potential for Luminosity to punish, but that's just a good play shot and a light touch that I was surprised. Kind of left in the corner.
Well, they both got sucked into the corner there on Luminosity, and nobody came out with a touch. And Atomic backflips as well, and I think Tox tried to streak across to make the save, but it was too little too late. Guild just taking advantage of misplays coming out from Luminosity, and again, you kind of question what's going on with them. They didn't look very good in the back half of that threes match, and it's starting to carry over here in the twos game.
Yeah, one of those can definitely get out of hand fast if they're not careful. And again, smart play like this should make it easy, as it's a good pinch over, but the hustle from Tox, it's a good save. Yeah, not the best touch, but still a threatening one. Tom's going to slow down. Good flick. Top right should be saved away as it goes back in the midfield and cleared away by Guild.
Yeah, Luminosity are just looking for some semblance of offense. The defense right now also extremely shaky. Tox trying to get behind this one. Guild players swarming him as Atomic. Not a lot of options. He and Tox get tied up as well. Again, kind of head scratching here. Luminosity really struggling to be on the same page with each other.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit disconjointed between the two. You know, getting tied up, and again, you saw the commits in the corner and everything else. And I think that might also be a little bit of credit to Guild with how fast and aggressively they play. You know, you can't really give them a lot of space or provide them a lot of that because they will punish you for it. So having to play at a fast pace and maybe adjust to that as the first match of the day may take a little bit more to get warmed up into. But either way, it is Guild controlling the pace and playing quite well. And soft touch in the corner. Should be popped up, and there's a recovery. Not going to be a pass, just going to let it fall. Has a chance to deny corner boost. Didn't know if Dorito was going to take that one to the ceiling, but instead let it go down, and a chance again for Guild. Until slowly cleared away. Atomic with extra touch over the top, and it's a great save by the defensive Guild.
Yeah, good defense and a couple of good looks here from Luminosity. They need to get this offense going. Quality pinch. Still looking for a chance. This could be it. Dorito does a good job to quickly get up from that, not even giving Luminosity a chance to go up after it. Luminosity slowly getting into this game too. I think they're happy to only be down by one. I think they know they aren't playing their best here. That's certainly an opportunity to get back in this. 2 minutes left on the clock. Tox trying to beat two. Dorito, though, with a great block. And Luminosity try to play from their back end. It seems like every single time Guild dunks them. And now the pass across was dangerous, but Atomic cuts it out.
Same brainwave here, Corelli. Talking about how, despite this primarily being in favor of Guild, there's been some pretty good looks from Luminosity as of late. But the biggest thing to take away from it is they're only down by one. You know,
yep.
All it takes is one cheeky pinch or, you know, one mistouch, which so far Guild has played pretty clean. There's been a couple chances, but not too many altogether. As the play has been clean and they've been doing a really good job of supporting each other. But a quick touch like that should be able to play it right back in. But Tox, what a recovery and a bump. This is a chance to transition. Really shot on target and should be able to get back just in time. But the threat Doesn't go away. Stocks turns. Great shot on target again.
Wow.
And it's a good save by Dorito. One after another for Luminosity, but eventually Guild does break out.
The offense, though, heating up for Luminosity, finally seeing chances. That was thrown to the back wall. An interesting touch there from the Guild defense. Atomic, some space, and boost. And that one almost just pitched in. You were asking for it, Lawler, and you almost got it.
I mean, I'm not like trying to will anything to exist. I'm just saying it's one of the options that tends to happen.
Yeah. No, you're right. It does happen. And it almost did there. 40 seconds left now, and Guild certainly want to cushion Luminosity picking up their pace of play. CRR doing a good job just making it difficult for Luminosity to break out with possession. They have made it to the Guild side. 30 seconds remain. And Atomic trying to hold on, but CRR, such a nuisance. Can he go all the way? Looking for a bump. Not going to get it. As he floats down with no boost. Atomic quickly to transition. A good dunk. Still there. CRR everywhere on this pitch to slow down Luminosity.
Yeah, why not add in a demo from Dorito as well? Talking about being everywhere on the pitch, and the big reason for that challenge is just if you got a flip reset or something in the tank, you got to find a way to cut it out. As a double touch is cut off again. CRR everywhere on the field, and it's going to be Guild that puts themselves at match point.
And that was the strongest 1-0 victory you could see from Guild. Kind of what we were talking about. They probably should have scored a bit more. Luminosity were still very, very slow in the beginning of that game. They definitely picked it up in the end. And that's, I think, hopefully bode well for them going further into this 3v3 match, which could be their last game of this series. Of course, still in the upper bracket here, so they wouldn't be out. But for Luminosity, this has not been a good performance, and this is not a performance that if they were to lose the next game that they would want to carry over into Complexity, because it gets a lot, I feel like it almost gets a lot scarier down against Complexity.
Yeah, I think Complexity is going to come and bring a different type of intensity, which I will say has been good that pacing-wise towards the tail end of that game that Luminosity is starting to match it in the intensity side, but CRR has been kind of a nuisance and almost reminiscent of Raze Bowl, I guess, if you had to make a comparison. So again, that individual effort is definitely there, but supported well by the teammate as we go back to threes. And I'm excited to see this one if Luminosity can carry some of that. But again, getting shut out is never a good feeling. They got to find a way to kind of bounce back from that and find just an early goal in some capacity. I think will help a lot.
Yeah, you got to get some offense going. That was really the big issue. You started to see in that 2v2 that when Luminosity got down the field and started putting pressure on, they looked a lot better. Got off of their defensive side. So we'll see how this 3v3 goes. It'll be the last one of the series here. Guild certainly playing at a level that we expected. CRR in particular has looked fantastic, and we haven't even seen his ones. We would get it, presumably, if we went to another game. I don't think Guild are going to switch that one up anytime soon, as it's a great bump from Dorito, but no follow-up. Now Devo. CRR also went, but then called himself off. That's a bad read from Dorito, but it was wide from Atomic. He had the open net. Luminosity still trying to threaten. That one goes high, and Devo to clear it away.
Those are the chances you have to capitalize on, but again, for Atomic's sake, when he's coming across for that challenge, I feel like he just has the assumption that that one is going to get tackled in some capacity. So playing that angle, going for the better 50, and ends up putting it off target. So difficult one there, but so far Luminosity controlling quite well on the offensive half. As another touch, should be able to drop down Dorito on the back wall, plays it over, and pinch into the midfield. So CRR with possession, tries to go for a flick, but it's challenged well. As Luminosity gets possession back in the midfield. Not for much longer. Is this one up high? A second touch, and CRR can do no wrong.
He's playing with them. And the second I saw him go up for this one, uncontested, you knew it was getting dropped down. Bang, right in front of the face of the last man. He's been playing at the highest level possible for Guild in this series. And a beautiful touch to start things off here in Game 3 for Guild.
Tough one for Atomic on that receiving end as well. He has the right idea to go up and get up high, but just a little bit behind as a soft touch there. And get followed up by Devo, shot on target, and CRR yet again. The rotation comes through clean, and he puts him up by 2.
He's everywhere, man. I mean, he's played so well, and honestly, I think Guild have played just across the board so well.
Yeah.
CRR, though, feels like he's always involved. That time, though, Devo with the great placement on the backboard to get that one clean, to come off towards his teammates. Luminosity just so panicked right now. It's been tough for them to even just get into the games that they've played. Guild have just quickly racked up a score, or at least scored first, and then kept the pressure.
Yeah, not only that, but Diva with that pass on the backboard, immediately cutting in rotation as well, trying to go for a demo. Just shows the amount of trust that they have in each other. You know, something like that, super risky. All it takes is a good challenge, and all of a sudden it pinches the other way, and you got no one back. So, again, Guild playing with confidence. Another challenge in the midfield, and why not pair it with a demo? As Devo comes flying in, that should be a soft touch down, a shot, and saved by Luminosity. As they go to the skies. Crossover to Tox.
There it is.
That's a great find by Luminosity.
It was kind of confusing to know, or to kind of read what Atomic was going to do. You thought maybe going for a flip reset. He was too far behind the ball in the end. He let it hang for a little while, so he only gave himself one option to pass it down, and a fantastic touch in traffic there from Luminosity to put it away. And to get one on the board here, plenty of time left in the clock, and those are the types of plays that Luminosity are going to need if they want to get back into this game.
Trying to get everybody involved. As Guild continues to send the house, or maybe just Dorito in this circumstance. As he challenges just about everything, picks up that midfield boost, tries to get another one. But patience from CRR, going to try to kick it to the side. Should be able to pick up and deny this corner. As he gets behind it, it's a shot on target, and it's a good save. Luminosity, couple good looks. This one's going to go the other way, and Devo, if he can get there in time, should be able to put this one away, and he does. What a great cut.
Yeah. Great positioning here from Devo on the shot, at least. He's just chasing it down the field, but not an easy one, especially with Atomic right behind him. And of course, he probably couldn't see Atomic, but he was very close to getting a piece of Devo there. And an easy touch for him in the end. 3-1 now for Guild. In the lead and controlling these games so far, especially in 3v3. They did it in 2v2 as well. Looking to punch their ticket to the playoffs.
Well, just being made awkward by Luminosity on offense as they try to find a way to get back into this. And what looked like would have been a good clear is actually cut off by Atomic, so able to play that over the top. A good read by CRR. Continuing to be excellent. As a half flip out and possession to go with it. Tox over to Ixo. Ixo up high. Atomic. Next touch off the backboard, possibly trying to get a 50, but Canada goes high, and CRR, you know, is going to be up for it first. As the shot and the follow-up, it's one after another for Guild, but this time no goal to show for it. As Luminosity now transitions back the other way.
Oh, that's a great touch. Just pick from Dorito. Guild certainly going to capitalize as it's dunked down by Devo. 4-1 for Guild, and this time it was just a great poke and read from Dorito, and then a race back to the Luminosity side.
Credit to Dave. He's done a lot of really good jobs of just picking his battles, and for the most part, it's a good 50 read, but to still be in rotation and in a position where he can get to those first, he's been crucial for a lot of their goals. But this one, just a great pass by CRR over and causes 2 on Luminosity to make a jump. As a fake leads it back to Guild. Nothing in the midfield, so some time to spare as they just lob this one downfield. It's going to be met well in the midfield. Off the corner and cleared away, but again, challenged in the midfield, something that needs to happen for Luminosity. You might start to see some things that are a little bit more risky, as they got to make up 3 in 45 seconds. If they don't score the next 5, it's going to be tough.
Oh my goodness.
God.
Oh my gosh. CRR just almost styling on the last man there. He got away with the first touch and then instantly tried to make it work.
Looks like me when I'm trying to freestyle. I'm just like, I'm going to hold a direction and a directional air roll and hope. And I'm going to hope and see what happens.
Just helicopter around the ball and hope for the best. Except CR knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, must be nice.
And Luminosity definitely looking very void on the attack right now. Just had a lot of character in it. And Guild certainly the better team here in this series. And another 3-0 is what it's looking like. Guild would need a miracle as Luminosity would need a miracle, pardon me, as Guild have looked fantastic here in this series and probably their strongest series so far against an upper bracket team.
Yeah, what a great way for them to come out today. And obviously, hoping we get to interview that man right there, the one standing up in Marky Dudok, because you never know what you get for a response out of that boy. But that's just a bias in me. But overall, yeah, Guild looking absolutely solid. And that's a great way to start it. You know, they had to wait a couple hours before they got their match, and the first exposure to them, they come in clean 3-0, and then they're done. They punch themselves into the playoffs. So they've got to be feeling pretty dang good.
And of course, Luminosity not out. They'll have to go and face the Complexity opponent waiting in the lower bracket final, which might be scarier than Guild. I mean, Guild looked fantastic, so I think at best they're even, but because of course Guild already beat Complexity, but still, if you're Luminosity, you are not happy about the next matchup you have, and it's a matchup that we haven't seen yet. We had the opportunity for a rematch between Guild and Complexity. We're not going to get it as Guild take care of business here in a 3-0, and again, I really like the way CRR was playing today. He looks fantastic in a well-earned playoff spot here for Guild.
Yeah, I got to be feeling good. Maybe needs to work on the heart. Looks more like a pumpkin on that one, but you know, that's the only thing I can really criticize him for because he's been playing excellent. So well done again by Guild. But the tough one for Luminosity now is having to immediately respond after that, you know, playing back-to-back series and both elimination potential. So again, there goes the extra life burned, and now a quick response and having to reset the mental.
And I think, you know, for Luminosity, it'll do them some good to kind of take some time. They got, what, 30 minutes till their next game here against Complexity. They really need to regroup because they looked very deflated just from the get-go. They didn't have a lot of like I said, not a lot of character to their offense. They were lucky that it stayed tied, I think, for so long in game one, the first 3v3, because it didn't really seem like Guild had their offense going quite yet, and then CRR just took off with it. So not the best series for Luminosity, but one that they could shake off if they just reset here in this, you know, 30-ish minute break before going into Complexity, because it doesn't get any easier here against Complexity.
Yeah, a couple positive takeoffs, though, for Luminosity is they did have some pretty solid moments on offense. When they got things going, it looked like, okay, this is the intensity of the offense that we know it can be, but Guild shut it down really, really quickly. Will that still happen with Complexity? It is going to be a different playstyle of the approach, but one thing for certain is Complexity is going to want to play fast. You will not have any easy matches either in ones or twos, so again, you've got to find a way. Maybe you do pivot into ones and trust in Atomic and see if you can get it done there, but again, a really tough matchup, and I expect to see that obviously anytime we get to this distance in the bracket, that it is going to be a tough fight either way. So do not envy Luminosity's situation, but again, that's the way it goes. If you want to be one of the top 8, that's kind of the plan for yourself. Is you try to win the first one, and if you can't, like, hold on, because it's going to get worse probably. So.
Well, and of course, Luminosity only scored a single goal in this entire series, so that doesn't help either. But yeah, they'll have to drop down and they'll play Complexity, as we've been talking about. And Guild was probably the biggest test that Luminosity has had. I know Luminosity had to go through G2, but I would probably say Guild above G2 here in a tournament like this. And of course, Luminosity also had to play Detonator. So the first true test for Luminosity, in my eyes, did not pass, as Guild certainly swept them in convincing fashion. Interesting thing now, Guild sits at the top of the quarterfinals of the playoffs. They'll play the second place team of Group D. Who's in Group D? Falcons and Dignitas, which would assume would be interchangeable with 1-2 there. Neither of those teams I would want to play.
I'm not a fan of having to go against that, but I'm curious on what the thoughts are from Guild. We've got CRR on the line. We welcome him to the broadcast, and we're going to jump straight into it. CRR, looked like you could do literally no wrong. You played absolutely perfect that series. Did you feel that way, or is that just us boasting about you? Like, how do you feel about the series?
I feel insane. It was a so good experience because I was playing so good, my teammate was playing so good, and I feel over Luminosity, and was so good match.
Yeah, I mean, you were fantastic on and off the ball. Talk to me about your run here. Obviously, you guys come out on top. You've qualified for the bracket. Between your 3 matchups, you've played Detonator, G2, and of course, Luminosity here. Which one in your eyes, Complexity, which one was the hardest for you? And which ones were, ones that you had to maybe not have to prep as much?
I think the hardest was Complexity. They played so good yesterday, and they fight a lot. So I think they was the harder team we play.
Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, they gave you guys a tough fight, but in the end, you guys have been able to secure it. We talked a little bit briefly that you guys are going to be playing the second best team from Group D, which, from the way we look at things are going to go, it's probably going to be between Falcons or Dignitas. Do you have a preference on who you go up against? Because both of those sound pretty scary.
Oh, I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
Did we lose him?
He doesn't hear me. I think he's just ignoring.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
We might have lost him there.
Yeah, we might have
I don't know
lost
what
him.
happened. I don't hear anything. Nope.
Yeah, we're
He
gonna come
was
back
asking
to
me
us.
something and I
Unfortunately, we're gonna have to
didn't
cut the interview. But again, I really wanted to hear what he had to say about Guild and Falcons, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on how things play out. Either way, man, between those two, Dig and Falcons, is there a good answer? That's what I
No.
wanted to know. Like,
No, there is no good answer. And I was going to follow up. I wanted to know about how he's feeling about his 1v1 because it's going to be crucial in either of those matchups, right? So I was curious to know how he would play or how he feels about it because those matchups are not going to be easy for him. And he's a very formidable ones player. Again, I love his ones play style. It's a lot of fun to watch. But when you go up against the top players in ones, especially on Dignitas and Falcons, you might have to slow down a little bit and adapt and change. And those are the types of things you have to expect when you go up against teams like Falcons and Dig.
Which I think both players on both teams are going to have that understanding, right? Is, playing fast and aggressive is what we want to do, but being able to mix it up, I think, is going to be an important thing. So let's take a look at the highlights as we look back at that series. And this is going to be riddled with just Guild because Luminosity, like you mentioned, only had a goal in the very last game.
Yeah, there was a single goal for Luminosity, so it's a lot of Guild here and a lot of CRR. He dunks that one home, gets the demo here as well. Guild, just on the same page. I mean, we talked about it over and over here in this series because it really was just the Guild show. They look phenomenal. They look in form. Very strong team going into this final bracket. And I think really proved that with this win over Luminosity, who had kind of cruised through their first few opponents. Guild, I think, also having a team that is a little bit more built for something like this as well with CRR and his ones play. And I think their twos are fantastic as well. So I'm looking forward to Guild. This is a tournament that they could make, a deeper run than they already have.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head on that one, Curly. It's a team that I've been pretty impressed by. We've seen this capability in Guild. When I watched some of the RLCSs, I would watch their qualification matches and they'd be getting into, I'm like, all right, you guys have a chance to make top 16. And then it would drop off. Like, we would see this level of performance in threes and I'd be like, okay, sick. They look incredible. And then for some reason, if it was a mental thing or something to that extent, it would fall away. But because the mental doesn't really have a chance to really start in a momentum, you have to then switch to twos or you have to switch to ones. It kind of resets everything. It keeps things in a pretty even keel balance, which has been really exciting. So when the players are confident and you see CRL doing what he's doing, and then he's going to be playing in every single game, I mean, it looks pretty dang good for Guild. So excited to see the run, but we've got one more game left here for our group. It is going to be our last match, and it's a qualification one. We got Luminosity up against Complexity next. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more for Gamers 8.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي،
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gamers8, and welcome back, Spaceman, to the broadcast, where we've got Luminosity and Complexity in our last qualification match coming up for us. Should be an exciting one, but Spaceman, that last one, all guild, man, was they're looking scary, looking really scary.
They are. I think any time you have Dorito and CRR on the field, so it's always going to be a tough time for the opponent. But CRR is just, he's so fun to watch, man. And I think that for Guild, this is kind of the right young roster that they absolutely need for this team and the organization who's been through the ups and downs in Rocket League. I think they looked really, really good. The fact that they handled their business against OG and now they're, of course, qualified for the playoff bracket tomorrow. That's the best possible results for Guild in this tournament, by far.
Without a doubt, as we take a look at the bracket, we're now down to the lower bracket, and this is the last life for both these rosters. Luminosity Gaming and Complexity have battled through it, primarily Complexity from that lower bracket, and they look like they're hitting hot when it matters most. Trying to carry that momentum against the Luminosity that only scored 1 goal against Guild, and I don't think it's going to get any easier. So, should be an interesting one to see this one unfold. As we look at Group B, also trying to figure out what's going on. Endpoints having a tough one against Space Station, who also 3-0'd. I don't know if you saw the highlight, but Daniel hit a double flip reset. Looked absolutely nuts. So, yeah, there is still some North American hope alive in that upper bracket because it hasn't been anywhere else. Either way, jokes aside, Endpoint and Heat, the former Juicer squad, going to be playing each other on the other stream. So, focusing in on our upcoming match, like I said, Luminosity and Complexity are going to be up. Luminosity right now, your 9th team in Europe, going up against Complexity, our 7th team in North America, also going to the World Championship. So should be a fun one.
It should be. I'm excited for this Luminosity roster because I love the org of Luminosity. They've been around forever, but I don't see this as a very close affair. I'm sorry. I think Complexity are just going to dominate. Like the ones game, it's Raise Bull. The twos, it was Raise Bull and Shad, and then when it wasn't, it was Raise Bull and AJG, and it looked just fine against G2. And in threes, Complexity's putting it together slowly compared to like Dig. They're like 5 or 6 steps behind Dig when it comes to putting it together in threes, but they're getting there. And at this point,
well, Spaceman may not have any hype for Luminosity, but I do. Let's take a look. Docs, EXO, and Atomic for Luminosity, with their coach Snasky behind, trying to support, obviously coming off a tough loss as they drop down to that lower bracket, but an extended break, about a half hour to try to bounce back against their upcoming competition. Overall, Spaceman, again, you mentioned it as we take a look at the roster in detail from left to right. A lot of it, I feel like, is going to be reliant on EXO. We've seen a lot of his pop-off potential, a lot of things that he's capable of. Gonna need some big step up from him here.
Yeah, you know, EXO is an interesting player because his gameplay has evolved over the past, I want to say 3 years, ever since we kind of first saw him in Rival Series on the original Weedham Girls roster. He went from a very offense-heavy player whose defense relied essentially on what First Killer used to do, which was like diving goal line saves and that's it. So he's become much more well-rounded, and it seems that he's slowed his play style down, but he knows how to kick it up into his second and third gear, and that's why he's so dangerous. But I also look at Tox's physicality and when originally on Vodafone Giants with how important he was for setting up players like Stake and Itachi. So I think that Tox could also be an absolutely crucial facilitator for this team.
Well, while we've got it, let's take a look at the full roster of Complexity. Shad, AJG, and Raisebolt coming out strong for Complexity as they've been on a lower bracket tear. Going through 3 teams, hopefully for them today. Detonator, G2 Esports, and now Luminosity. But again, not going to be an easy one. And that's always the conversation piece, Spaceman, is while you looked impressive against other teams and stuff like that, different play styles, different matches of aggression, are they going to get that same level of success? From what it sounds like, you're leaning yes on that regard, but a lot of it, I think has to do with Razebull and what he's been able to accomplish in both ones and twos.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Complexity, at least today. I think when they get in those runs, they get in those stretches in a tournament where, like, in one specific day, they're just vibing. It seems that they're a bit in that moment. I think Shad's been looking fantastic. I think the upfield play from AJG and Shad together is really kind of what's propelling Complexity's engine. And what kickstarts it is Razebull. Like, Razebull's offense has looked fantastic. His ones game is right up there. It might not be the same caliber as Daniel's, but, like, in terms of what he does for the team, Daniel carries SSG and Razebull carries Complexity. So I think that this squad is going to be relying on the ones for sure, and in the twos they look just as scary. Like, they could win this series just by stealing a threes alone. So it's a lot for Luminosity to deal with.
Well, let's focus in on those caliber players that are going to be the difference makers in our head-to-head and our players to watch. The two that we actually brought up, Ixo and Razebull, statistically have been the best performers so far. Not to discredit Luminosity, when you only have one goal, makes it kind of easy to figure it out, but primarily, again, you talk about being a difference maker. The reason why I really lean into Ixo is I've seen his potential on many rosters where he can really run away with the series. And despite Atomic being the one they really lead into, I think getting a secure win in those threes is going to be super important, with it being more than half of the matches here in this best of 5.
Yeah, you're going to need Ixo to be the parallel for Razebull, and on the other side, you're going to need someone like Tox to be the parallel for Shad when it comes to that physicality. And if that's the case, Luminosity, I expect them to keep, like, the threes pretty close. Like, it could be a 1-goal game going into the final minute, and that's essentially how I would see this series going, is close up until the ones or twos games come out. But for these threes, it really will come down to how quickly can Ixo hit his transitions, and can he start the offense quickly towards the backboard of Complexity. If so, you're probably going to have a pretty easy time being able to pick apart Razebull and Shad and AJG down low. But it's going to be a lot, because Complexity also like to put on multiple shots in the game. You're talking like 5, 6, 7, or 8 in the opening minute. They find a way. So it's going to be a high-powered offense from both teams.
I mean, you want to talk about parallels. I mean, what a great one to make. I mean, you're talking Luminosity playing a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive at the start of that game against Guild. Complexity is going to bring that same level of offense, just like they did against G2. I'm pretty sure it was, where it's like, here's a ton of offense. We're going to keep Pepper in the net, or not G2. Yeah, it was G2. It feels like forever ago, but it was literally just like an hour or two. So many matches going on. It's our 5th one of the day. But yeah, it's that type of offense where hopefully Luminosity has learned, like, hey, out of the gate, we do need to play that aggressive play style like we got on the tail end of our last threes match to really bring it back, because if Complexity gets the ball rolling, it's going to be a complicated one. So with that said, our 5th series of the day, Luminosity and Complexity, going to be a tough one. Either way, looking forward to see how it plays out, and it's right out of the gate. It is going to be Luminosity.
I love this. Already, Ixo taking it from his own back line, does all kinds of corkscrews just to get towards the front of the net, and Tox will handle it from there. I love the establishment early on from Ixo and just kind of setting the pace. Great job early from Luminosity to get themselves on the board. And I like that, because you know that you're going to get 3 or 4 shots off of a kickoff from Complexity in the opening minute. They're going to put pressure on. So why don't you just respond quickly and get the pressure right back?
And anything they can to start off on the right foot. I mentioned it, and it's the ones that we called out. So glad to see that from Luminosity, as it's a big clear downfield. Tox going to intercept to make it a little bit awkward. As a shot comes in, and another one for Ixo. Good start here for Luminosity.
Haha, the caster curse is real. Tox, great setup. Something he used to do all the time on Vodafone Giants. Playing towards the ceiling, he would set up these touches off the ceiling down to his teammates, and it works again. Another quick goal, and there's only been 30 seconds gone by. We've already got 2 ready to go for Complexity, looking to at least stop the bleeding now and potentially maintain possession. So we should see this game slow down. But if Ixo and Tox are flying upfield like they're doing now, good luck stopping Luminosity. It seems that they've come out with a fire.
So far, haven't really seen too many shots. As I say that, Tox going to throw into the corner as Complexity finds themselves on offense. Trying to push past. They've got 2 sitting back deep, so it should be an easy clear downfield. Unfortunately, with this one hitting the ceiling, it is going to settle in the midfield. As another touch by Ixo, able to get multiple challenges in their favor as the first minute has gone on by. As Complexity starting to warm up a bit more. Bit of possession in their favor as it's played high too on defense off the backboard. Easy clear. And again, thrown right back at it. Ixo and Tox coming together. Pop it high, but AJG there to meet it. Should have one more. It's a flip reset. Can he get another one? As he's able to win multiple challenges, but off the backboard, follow-up's not going to be there, but it's still forcing a lot of boost to be expended from this defense as a shot again, top left. Good save by Atomic before he clears it away.
Now, if you're in this position, you are Complexity. Looking at how they've played in 3 so far today and how it has been a somewhat of a drastic difference between their confidence in 2s and 1s, is there something that specifically has stuck out to you, Lawler, about the way they're approaching maybe the opening 2 minutes or so of these games? Because it seems that they're very lenient on the individualistic play styles with either Razebull or like Shad kind of taking the ball running point and everybody else then gets their chances. It's not been a lot of infield passing from them.
No, it seems to be a lot of individualism, and that's pretty characteristic of their playstyles, where a lot of the time when they are bringing it out of defense, it's a solo air dribble or something to that nature. The credit actually for me primarily goes to Luminosity. The reason where they've been struggling is Luminosity is very aggressive, which is what they needed to do. I think they got beat by it super hard on Guild, and they've learned from that mistake to where, hey, we can't play that flat. We need to make sure we come up and punch this team in the mouth, and they've done that twice already as we approach halftime. So again, I think credit to Luminosity and recognizing the mistake that they gave. A lot of space, but at the same time, Complexity has definitely kept 2 back quite a few times as things have been cleared out. They're getting punished for it.
Almost awkward little save there. We've seen that a couple of times from Complexity during today, where they've double committed on a ball where they've kind of sent it back towards their own net, looking for like a quick pinch to a clear. And sometimes it doesn't quite work out. Granted, they haven't been scored on yet, but it could get dangerous. Finally, AJG will flip it back towards the midfield, and Razebull is fighting for his life against Atomic. A quick save from Tox, denying the extra push, as there's really not much around for Complexity to deal with here. So far spread out towards midfield, and Tox already ready for the shot and the pass. He'll get it towards the net, but AJG denies the 3rd goal. A minute 35 to play here. If you're Complexity, I mean, outside of like a shot or 2 in this past 30 seconds, maybe a 3rd, there hasn't been a whole lot of sustained offense that we're used to seeing.
No, a lot of credit to Complexity in the way that they're trying to get this attack going, but it's Luminosity. You know, we talk about margin of error nowadays, about how, hey, with mechanics, they're able to make up for some stuff. And I've seen numerous times where Ixo, minimal boost, he's got to make a save that's kind of lofted, but he plays it high and out of range. So even if Complexity goes for it, they're expending a lot of boost and trying to get into a position as an onslaught of offense in front of the net. Still not able to find it through, but maybe disruption is the answer as they do find a demo. But back to my original point, Ixo, he throws it up and Tox just comes out of nowhere, makes a good touch on it, puts it into a shot. So again, utilizing those mechanics as a pass play develops here for Complexity. There's one already up. Chad, he's got that flip reset, but can't connect with the nose. Doesn't matter as Razebull sweeps through and puts it back within 1.
It's a great setup. I mean, Shad just, even on the threat of the double tap, you have to challenge it if you're Ixo. Now, unfortunately, everybody else commits as well. I think they were waiting either for maybe a bounce pass or even there a decent center, but Complexity had enough room to work with. And they eventually do find the goal, which is big because at least gives you a chance with 30 seconds or some change there. They can keep the ball up plenty of time, but you're going to have to hold on to this possession. It can't just be you boom it downfield and then Luminosity take it away. They have to play through the corner like Razebull's doing now.
Big clear down, final 20 seconds. On the goal line, it's absolutely stopped by Shad as they progress. Shot on target, trying to get the dunk, and it kicks out in the midfield, but no follow-up, rightfully so. As AJG left to defend, minimal boost, and a tough position. This Tox just going to hover behind this one. It's Demos on the back line, but it doesn't matter. All that time killed by Tox, and now a full field carry. Can they keep it alive? It's not going to matter as Ixo yet again comes flying in and shuts it down.
I've never really seen a player lean back with both fists to the coach. That's really cool. I don't know why that caught me off guard. That was so fun. Either way, GG's at game 1. Luminosity getting it done. And what I really liked is that they didn't give space for really Complexity to get anything other than individual challenges. Like, it was up to Razebull or Shad to kind of take it straight towards the top of the box and play it off the backboard, which, I mean, Complexity will do that all day. But Luminosity did a very nice job of stretching the field and getting Complexity to have to make a lot of diving saves. Tox was more than happy to play the aerial game and use the ceiling as the 4th man. And Luminosity just were content on keeping that constant pressure up and that speed at midfield that really helped propel them through this game 1.
Oh, without a doubt, that early start was an important one, and it was able to carry them through the entire series. Again, it was the issue that they had against Guild, where, Guild did the same thing. They came out, they scored 2 early goals, and then it just kind of snowballed out of hand. But in this circumstance, it was enough to keep that lead. So it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was the most convincing, but it was enough, which is important. So Complexity does have their offense kind of basically stopped, which is really important. Luminosity still winning the midfield challenges and overall game, controlling the pace of it. So they've got to be pretty happy about that. But they are going to transition back to ones, and not too surprised on that one with Atomic. But again, Racebull's been stepping up huge. Excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's the same situation that Complexity had against G2, where that's ridiculous read, and that's going to go in for Atomic. Where when they play G2, they go down the first game, and you're thinking you just use ones to tie up the series. They did just that. And once more, Racebull will be playing another version of Atomic, and already you got Luminosity finding the opening goal.
It's just a good challenge and a little bit extra on the end, but either way, good choice with going with Atomic on this one, as again, he's kind of been the go-to to bail them out in these situations. Even though we talked about Ixo's performance and his importance, some of the things that I think Racebull wants to go for in these high lofted are just easy transitions back the other way. That shot, unfortunately, though, for Atomic can be a little bit wide, as having a difficult time getting the angle, but taking to the skies and with minimal boost should be an easy one. The awkward touch is actually going to really be beneficial. Racebull, I think, want to take that to the other corner, but it's going to be a flick over the top. Should force a save, and no boost denied. Doesn't need to be. Is again another wide shot. God, what a turn. And he's gone.
And it's gone. Now here's a chance for Racebull. They catch Atomic off spawn, almost, with a high flip. Racebull going to wait for it. That should be a goal. And it will be. Tied up very quickly, and he does take advantage of the disadvantage in the numbers, but finally, with a high flip and very little boost for Atomic. That's just a smart play all around, right? Like, Atomic's got no boost. He has to challenge this. What do? Just pop it as high as possible and then play off the rebound.
Yeah, a little bit nervous with how high it went, but because the recovery's not there, can't get boost to get back to the backboard. So, again, good play by Racebull. Something he's been able to do all week long. As he's going to pressure here. Good no challenge by Atomic. Plenty of boost to work with. He needs to be careful for the initial 50. He does win that one and is going to secure the midfield. Fortunate for him. Racebull does get it, but it's a beautiful 50. It's a slow play and just completely wins that challenge by not going at all.
Good hesitation. A little half step right there. And circles around. Takes advantage of the open net. And I like that break check, especially up close. We see so often players trying to either, fly up onto the ball and find a big dunk, or maybe trying to get a little bit too fancy, but sometimes just a classic pivot and quick cut in the lane is all you really need. And it's off the kickoff. Racebull is trying to take it up basically midfield before Atomic made that read. Yet again, another 50 that'll go the way of Complexity for the moment, at least in the direction they wanted to go. Before Racebull will get possession back, Atomic one-on-one, can't get it, and Racebull with a great touch to make it 2-2.
Great respect given here to Racebull from Atomic. Obviously, as soon as that one goes up, he has to make a touch on it, but the difficulty is it doesn't play far enough to the side. So while he wants to go and get boost in the corner, Racebull recognizes it. He's like, hey, man, like, I can just place this well, which, again, we simplify so much, right? Like, that flick and everything and all the mechanics that go into it is actually way more difficult. Just these pros, effortless.
There we go. Was waiting for possession.
Oh. Okay, still plenty of boost. Should be fine. He actually gets
oh
it.
My goodness.
Free.
What a read.
That's so unfortunate for Racebull.
Yeah, so he flips it. Racebull goes for the boot, and then it looks like Racebull kind of like went for it, faked for the boost, thought twice, and by the time you've hesitated, Atomic's already made his mind. He's like, I'm taking the shot. That's
the plan for Racebull there is he stayed close to apply pressure, and he wanted that boost, but because he missed it, his knee-jerk reaction is to like go back to it, and at that point, Atomic just has the boost, and then he puts a perfect shot on target. So again, I talk about how simple these pros make it look, as Racebull again not going to let this lead get out of hand as he neutralizes. They make it look so easy, but every once in a while there's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, they are human. They do make mistakes.
It's got to be frustrating as well when you've worked so hard with whether it's up close towards the net or working at midfield and taking advantage of a mistake from Racebull, which doesn't come often, to get that goal, and then Racebull goes down the field and scores right back. It's got to be so frustrating. And even here, I mean, this surely should just be careened around towards midfield. Racebull wins a big challenge, and he will punish Atomic for it.
It's such a good play too, because Atomic decides to take the back corner and then he goes underneath and takes the mid. But Razebull, who's just working on pads, manages to out 50 it, wins the challenge, and now he's up by 1. The turns have tabled, as they say.
Nice.
Nice. I'm practicing that one all morning.
I think you executed it really well.
Thank you. I've had many hours to figure it out. So.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just can't win them all.
He's just a bully. His 50 game has been really impressive.
That's just like, that's probably, and just respect of this game, that's the worst goal we've seen so far. It was just literally, I'm going to take the ball away now. And he did. They have a 2-goal lead because of it. So Atomic going to have to now work a little bit of overtime, as we had talked about prior, how he was so effective up close with the possession, but now he's been bullied out of two of his own. He got 50'd into a goal. He got snatched away from another. And he better hope that he saves this one, because Razebull is going to be close behind.
Big pinch, taking to the sky, immediate shot, trying to apply that pressure. And it's something that between these two competitors, we haven't seen too much, where it is very calculated in the way that they approach these, where it's a flick and then, you know, the other person's out of position. It hasn't been like a constant state of pressure where it's like, I put on a shot, I sweep, take your boost, I put on another shot. It has been, hey, this initial decision has been the good one. So no sustained offense for either side. It's been primarily just one go-to, and Flick not able to land. Plenty of boost for Razebull. Should be able to bring this back downfield, and a good touch here. Right here. Oh, wait. he's gonna make one eventually, I promise.
Hey, he's fine. He got full boost now. He's okay. I mean, Atomic's ball chasing, and I don't blame him, because there's been 2 chances that Razebull had an open, somewhat, quote unquote, open net in front of him. Now maybe a third. Just dancing, styling on Atomic. Goodbye.
Oh my gosh.
Goodbye. See ya. Adios.
Man, there's just so much time to just go. And Atomic plays it well in the initial ones. He doesn't challenge either of those when Razebull's dancing behind it, but then Razebull lands perfectly on the 100 boost, and I'm like, oh no. Up by 3, minute 5, still plenty of time. Can he get a kickoff goal? He's got plenty of boost to work with. So a flick, got him, and it's a good save. Eyes the corner boost, and now Atomic with none, gonna have to click some pads and force a 50 of his own, but Razebull's gonna be able to bully him out. It's a good fake. Another pad. Can he get something here? He's gonna need a goal quickly as he gets the initial jump, and it's the right idea, but now good clear away from Razebull and possession. No boost though.
Yeah, and if you're a Razebull, you can just keep throwing it downfield and force Atomic to go the length of the field. Like, it doesn't even matter if you give up possession. No. That's going to be a no. But never mind. Great save and a hustle back with such little boost. You got 20 seconds to score 3, and Razebull is going to capitalize on that. And I think...
No, you don't score that. You just hold it down there.
I think he knows. It's 4 goals. He got 17 seconds. I don't care. The game's over.
It's ones, bro. A couple 1v1s, it goes back in.
We're not seeing 4 kickoffs in a row. We're not seeing it.
Hey, you never know. We've seen some crazy things.
If it happens, great. But we're not seeing
all
it.
I'm saying, Razebull could have just stopped that on the goal line and made him come back. Could have closed up the game.
I've never seen 4 kickoff goals in a row. This is me staring very intently at the camera to see it happen, but no, it's GG's. It's over.
Well played. A good start there by Atomic, but eventually it is the choice from Complexity to tie the series back up. Great play by Razebull as he's able to close it out.
Once again, man. Yeah, it's another spot where the Spaceman sweep for Complexity is alive and well. They do it against G2, and they're about to do it against LG. That's the scary thing about this team. Like, anybody moving forward, let's say Complexity does win this eventually. Any team moving forward, you're not allowed to play them in the second game if you're up 1-0 and play ones. Like, you shouldn't be able. You should pick twos, just for the sake of, if you play ones, odds are you're going to lose against Razebull with how good he's looked. And at that point, you're basically guaranteed a tie series. So I'm surprised that LG decided to go ones. Or excuse me, obviously it was Complexity who went ones. But, you know, in that instance, if you're LG, you're like, well, crap. We have to play Razebull in game 2, and it's probably not going to go well.
Yeah, well, we look at the highlights, you can just see how well Atomic played it, but eventually it's the adjustments by Razebull and forcing a lot of those 50s and playing the positioning really smart. It eventually came to the point where no matter what Atomic tried, he just couldn't find the goal. So, again, Complexity runs away with it, and maybe that's part of it is, hey, we're really reliable with this. This is something that really gets back into it. And this is the dancing I'm kind of talking about. But after that 50, he just lands on the boost, and it's like, oh no, that's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, and he runs away with it. So again, Complexity able to be reliable with Raise Bolt as we jump back into threes in game 3. Winner of this putting themselves at match point. And then we go to 2s. So every single Q-type space, man.
I want to see 30 Spanish kickoffs, which means we're going to need at least 29 goals for that to be a realistic thing. So I want to see it, but I also want to see if any adjustments have been made from Complexity, because the threes game has been their weakest game mode today. And, you know, that's a good thing, kind of, because it just shows that their 1s and 2s are so good. But it's also a bad thing because it's threes and you have to start a series and eventually end a series with that. And right now, they have not looked the best. So we'll see if they can orchestrate more of a team effort across the board.
Well, pass inside, and a good subtle touch by Ixo is going to play that back the other way. As that one over the top and immediately cleared out, which I like to see from Luminosity. A lot of times they were under pressure against those high-flying offenses. They're having a tough time breaking out. So this time around, dual effort in the first minute. As this one rolls down, a little bit awkward from Race Bull. Again, he's on that orange side, but that blue decal.
Yeah, and he loves to hit it towards his own net. Like, he doesn't care what team he's on. He's just, the dude is everywhere all at once. But I mean, hey, it's worked out so far. We've made the most of it. It's going to be off the backboard. It will be. Raise Bull's going to catch it. Try to play it up towards midfield, where surely Luminosity will be ready for a potential challenge as Raise Bull gets a little bit physical. Starting to see more of that from Raise Bull now as he gets off ball, and his second play, for lack of a better word, in Broken Brain, is to go for a bump or a demo that could help someone like Shad move up into the lane and take a shot. But so far, LG doing a very nice job of mitigating the pressure. Ixo in a 1v3 can't get it through.
Gonna have to be patient for AJG. This is a dangerous one, but luckily, no flip reset or any fancy tactics there for Ixo. So able to just be patient on the back wall. And I do agree with you. I think we mentioned it briefly in their first series where they had a really hard time getting things going. It was the lack of disruption, which I think is something that as they bring that more and more into their playstyle, they should see some spacing open up and allow that that offense to thrive, especially with how much they use boost consumption. So again, got to do it effectively. And again, it's always a risk, but the ability to control that pace is going to come with that, hopefully, for their sake. But on the other side, Luminosity up on offense the majority of the time. They're doing a good job pressuring yet again in threes. As this one's going to fly high and get put right back in. Good boost deny and a secondary touch. Trying to make it awkward for the defensive Complexity, but they do break out into the midfield and can bring this the other way.
I was looking for an extra bump from AJG. And that one's just sent screaming to the other side where, again, AJG will be there. Here comes Shad. So it's a 2-1 hit constantly with someone on rotation like Raise Bull. Be taking those back passes finally. It'll break up that push from LG, but is it enough? Not towards the backboard. Denied. Long clear. Neither team getting maybe the cleanest of possessions. They are getting themselves upfield, but it's not been as cohesive as either would like. Poked free, and Shad will take advantage of the back gap, and with that, Complexity will get themselves a 1-goal lead.
3 minutes of scoreless gameplay, and then this is the one that goes in.
Yep.
Everybody just kind of spreading out, waiting to go get boosted. Hey, they find a quick one in the middle.
That's just how they've played threes. It's a lot of you have possession, now I have possession, now you have it, and then one long touch from like their own side of the field, or like one quick redirect on a pass, and boom, they get themselves a goal. I don't get it.
Well, this one over the top should be a good save by Atomic. Efforts from both, but a dangerous spot, and Raise Bull's going to be their first. Complexity coming alive in threes.
They do this all the time. They win ones, and then they just ride that momentum right through, and he sneaks up behind the defense, or I should say actually in front of them without them knowing. There's a bit of a scout. Nicely done on the read. With 1:26 to go. If you're Luminosity, it's not just about getting yourself on the board, and the hardest points to score are always the first, but you just need a goal just to, like, you know, make this realistic, to get the game back within grasp. Because right now, as back and forth as it has been, you are currently down. You do not have the math on your side. So you would need something. Ooh, that almost was it. Thought Tox was going to hit that.
Final minute. Luminosity in a pretty good spot as Raise Bull tries to bail them out of a tough situation yet again. does get its midfield with AJG in tandem as they sweep on through off the back wall. Shot opportunity, and it's going to be saved. So a redirect over. That's a good look from Atomic, but saved again by the defensive Complexity. Got to find a way to keep this offense up as we approach the final minute and then some. Raise Bull slows it down and really like that. You know, they want to play fast, aggressive, but also understand the time management that comes with it. Being able to go for some disruption and anything they can do to kill off the clock, as this pre-jump from AJ actually ends up coming off the wall and pinching, and it just kills in the midfield. Another 10 seconds kicked on by. With a 2-goal lead, you got to find something for Luminosity here quickly.
Well, you get one push. And with that touch from Shad, I don't think it's going to happen. It will not. GG's all around. Game number 3 does go the way of Complexity. And they get 2 in a row in this series. Sigh of relief from the boys. Quick chance to regroup, regain, and rethink your strategy going now into 2s. Or excuse me, yes, 2s. I am correct. I remember. And this is the interesting thing. So we've seen Complexity choose to use Raise Bull consistently. Are they going to have him and Shad, him and AJG? It's like pick your poison if you're LG, because you're gonna get a consistent presence regardless. But with as good as Raise Bull is in 1s, he's also just as scary in 2s. And this is what Complexity do so well. They can just put you away in a game 4 like this.
So now in 2v2, Shad and Raise Bull most likely going up against Tox and Atomic, I would have to assume. But again, the crazy thing about this, and something that I haven't brought up yet because I wanted it to have the impact, and this is the first time, they win this and they get an increase of their prize pool guaranteed of $45,000.
Jeez.
So
Oh,
9
my
to 12,
word.
losing here is a $50,000 prize, which is still a ton of money. But if you win, it goes to $95,000.
To put that in perspective, like a team like SSG, that granted now they make a minimum of 95,000. That's more than winning like 3 regionals.
Yeah.
Think about that. It is more than winning 3. You win 3 straight regionals. They call BDS the Kings. You could just get top 8 in this event, and you get more than that. It's nuts.
A lot of money on the line and on match point. Luminosity, again, should be pretty confident in their 2s team, but Raise Bull and AJG have been a solid one. I forgot that they brought in AJG earlier last time as a good redirect and save by Atomic. So they do stick with the duo that got them the victory earlier. As the demo comes through, that's going to be a tough 50. Will the respawn be there in time? No. Atomic is going to be able to power through twice. And a good start here for Luminosity.
And I feel like even regardless of the game mode you're playing, if you are LG or any team playing Complexity, you're going to have to put like 2-3 goals on the board quickly. Just to continue to put the pressure on Complexity to have to respond, but also give yourself a cushion. Because you don't want it to be a 1 situation where there's 4 minutes to play and you're worried about the next push, the one that could start the downfall. In this moment, keep up the same kind of aggression that you had and hope that you can put away 2-3 goals, forcing Complexity to have to kind of change up their approach. Because right now, as they play through the corner, get a little bit dangerous.
Still good follow through on both sides. Eventually, it is in favor of Luminosity. As that sweeping through motion does lead to a corner boost and a clear. Complexity now back on their push. It's Raise Bull. He's going to go underneath, try to get the bump, but it's a good save by Tox. Follow-up shot. They're going to take it high. Minimal boost, a good way to kill some things off. As I think he has the flip reset. He powers it through. No, it's going to be a good save by the defense of Luminosity. Looked like a really good attempt there. As it goes high again, shot come through. No, into the corner. Again, another bump. And Raise Bull trying to go for a break check, and Atomic just egos it and has a wide open net.
Beautifully read. Comes right back down and burning boost so quickly to get onto the ball. Beats the timing from Raise Bull. That's awesome.
Yeah, really good recovery with that wave dash.
Yeah.
Again, it's the core mechanics, the simple ones too. Not everything has to be learned through like a crazy flip reset. Although nowadays it does feel like that. But either way, push into the corner where it's safe. And this one goes high. Not going to really get much from this. But able to secure some midfield boost. He turns it and applies some pressure for Complexity. There's Raise Bull. As this pinches back all the way downfield. Not going to wait for it to hit the wall. Just plays it up high and Tries to get something out of it, but not a whole lot of boost being expended due to Atomic already being on the back wall. That's good facilitation, a shot opportunity, and a good cutoff by Razebull. Shuts it down. Again, those delayed challenges, Atomic learning a little bit from that once match, putting it into work.
I thought he was going to try to play the 50 there. I think that's why he hesitated, is rather than trying to punch it, and then if you get a bad touch and the defense gets a big clear downfield, you're stuck. I think maybe he slowed down so that way he would at least get a decent 50 to try to play to the corner, which did work out. And Atomic to no one, but it was a beautiful setup. That's Razebull and a one-on-one against Tox. Can't get it over the back line. Over to AJG. Slowing it. Can't really quite play that one.
It's been really stellar defense here so far from Luminosity. We talked about them getting out to an early lead, which is kind of needed against Complexity, and they've done just that, but even more so. It's just been the overall play. Very disruptive, as you see another demo here from Atomic, but they're picking their battles quite well. Defense has been solid. They sweep through. They get a demo. They get a couple chances, and then if not, solid defense and a couple touches to delay. So 2 minutes left to go, and Atomic floating on this one should force a 50, but again, you already see the defender all the way back until it's an opportune moment to move up. So really good decision making here from Luminosity to keep Complexity at bay, but again, still a lot of time left on the clock. Complexity, if we know anything about them, does have the offensive firepower to turn something out of nothing, but it's been difficult for them. A lot of really solid challenges from Luminosity.
Yeah, and Luminosity are forcing Complexity to have to go from their own back wall down the field, all the way down the field with the ball. It has not been like, these quick infield passes. That's the best one they've seen so far. It's off the top bar. Still a chance. Off the top bar again. Saved away. That's the best look that Complexity have had in this game. Everything else has been individually take it off your own back wall and try to burn as much boost downfield as possible to get this one through. That, AJG, yeah. What in the world was this?
It was a good floater, and I'm like, all right, Razebull, you're gonna hunt it down and get a demo, and then he doesn't connect, and then the ball flops around a little bit, and I'm like, okay, what's happening? Eventually, Complexity does get it back within one, and an important one for that is they both fake the kickoff. It's a demo.
No.
Oh, it doesn't lead to a goal just yet, but eventually, it's the same thing, but in favor of Luminosity.
Demo, the miss. I was like, there's no way you're gonna miss this goal. There's no chance. Well, as impressive and interesting as Complexity just made this game, Luminosity quickly shut them up. And, well, that's the best way to respond. Already another kickoff win. Holy, ow. Great pinch, great shot. We're going to game 5.
It's been a good play, primarily in most of twos, but again, I think both teams recognizing that there is that level of respect and they need to mix it up. But this one, Atomic, just a good read and a good placement. Plenty of power on that shot as well as we get into our final minute. It is what felt like an eternity. And then 2 goals happened. We got some replays, and now it's kind of slowed down. So I think Luminosity pretty happy with that to try to slow this one down and kill the clock, but still aggressive. And Atomic with wave dash, no boost. Still following through and able to win some challenges, so why not?
Yeah, Complexity have looked stuck in the mud in this one. Like they've been sticking to the same game plan and came to how they've approached possession. And I'm like, it's fine. It's just, it's credit to Luminosity. Oh my goodness. Double reset? Still won't go in. 10 seconds to go. I mean, GG's to Luminosity. It's an impressive performance in 2s to bounce back from the 1s earlier. But yeah, Complexity just looked like they could not get past the importance they had set on individual play creating the offense here, and Luminosity were more than happy to take advantage of that, and they get themselves to a much needed and crucial game number 5, which of course will be 3s, and this one will decide this lower bracket match.
Hey man, both teams have gotten a 3v3 win. Both have gotten a unique game mode win in 2s or 1s. So again, we go back to the neutral play of 3v3s where both these teams have most experience, and honestly, it's hard to pick. Primarily, it's been, hey, whoever scores first and gets that early lead has been able to hold on to it. So a lot of riding, I think, on this first goal.
Oh, 100%. And I think Luminosity realized that if they could come out and strike first, the amount of pressure that puts on Complexity. But even there, just seeing, I think that was Complexity who were smiling you know, thinking, okay, we just got a game 5 we got to get through. And if there's any team that's proven they can clutch up in ice time, and any players who have done it, my goodness, it is Razebull, it is Complexity. They're not as clutch as Moist. They're not as clutch now as V1 has become. Shout out you. But they're still a hell of a team that absolutely could stun LG with a quick couple of goals. And what a way to do it as well. If you know, you win a kickoff or two coming out the gate and you put some points on the board, what that would do to LG to feel like they have to respond and there's no point. This opening kickoff, I feel like this first minute of gameplay, if somebody scores, like, it's really going to determine how this game 5 will go, as stupid of a sentence as that is.
Well, excited to find out, as it is Complexity out of the gate and 45 additional $1,000 on the line. Curious to see how it goes as we get into our last qualification match here of the group. Slow play and turned by AJG as Ixo decides to intercept and take it over the top. Has an awkward touch, plays it down below, but again, you can tell Complexity not trying to let anything happen for free as they jump in front of it. It's a big demo downfield. Can he turn it with the boost, get a shot? It is, but it doesn't connect the way they want it. So back and forth, and I'm not surprised to see this again when there's a lot of pressure on the line, especially in these moments. Expect the touches to just be cleared downfield as heavily as possible.
I'm just having a great time over here. Look how fast Complexity are playing up on the ball. As soon as they get possession, there's always someone else around to challenge. So once AJG gets this down, you have Shad ready and waiting towards midfield. You got Razebull behind him. They're burning so much boost to keep these plays alive, and the extensions for Complexity have been so good. You're forcing the challengers from Luminosity to meet you out in front at midfield, which, again, if the 50s go your way, gives you a chance to beat them in the back line, to win that transition. And you got a 3-stack right now on the right side of the pitch, as Luminosity are scrambling to get boost, scrambling to find a semblance of each other. And Ixo just kind of has to carry it to the corner because there really wasn't much there.
Yeah, with that said, the efforts to get consecutive touches from Complexity is without a doubt noticeable. But on the other side, Luminosity's doing a really good job. They're making these challenges happen. They're, you know, again, when it looks like things are going to get cleared out, they're putting a body in the way. So even though these touches may not be the most advantageous, it is enough to make sure that things don't go into a kind of flow for Complexity, which I think is really important. Being able to cause some disruption, even if it's not the demo game, to stop them from kind of getting into a fluid area is really important, because when Complexity gets going, we see what happens. As this one is a good follow-up and a good demo, but again, every player going toe-to-toe. It's a good cutoff by Tox.
Not afraid of the challenges. That's big. AJG going to meet that pass in the air. We'll get a redirect for a center. Quickly cleared away by Atomic. Luminosity not wasting any time getting rid of this ball. But what can Shad do with it? We'll win another 50. And is he the only one up? No. Finally, AJG will be there. Here comes Razebull. 3 up, committing at a time. It's dangerous. Great bomb, and a huge play on the goal line as Razebull will finish what he started. But, I mean, this was all set up by the takeaway and the big bomb.
Yeah, a lot of it as well. I mean, you saw that launch into the corner. It was that initial challenge that played it over there. Then you're like, hey, is there anybody else? And you saw AJG flying off. But again, even though he doesn't get the initial challenge, he does recover down and causes some disruption like we've been talking about. Both teams just trying to get into a groove and doing anything to disrupt that has been important. So
yeah,
demo on rotation is a great way to do it for Shannon. It allows them to keep them up on offense, as we've got about 2 minutes left to go here in our last game. And again, so much on the line. As Tox with a good touch up to himself. He's going to clear that over to his teammate, as Luminosity trying to find a way out of their half. Demo might do it.
Plays the pinch well.
Oh, jeez.
It's a double commit, though. That scares me. Great pinch together to get it cleared out. AJG extends it downfield. Right back to Tox and the demo. The challenge is there, the 50 win. Complexity applying pressure on the point of contact, and Ixo was looking for the fake. He did find it, but it wasn't clean enough to be able to get Complexity to bite on the play. Cleared out once more, and look how powerful these clears are from Complexity. It's forcing Luminosity to have to catch the ball far back on their own side of the field, and again, go down the sidelines, which is wasting so much time and forcing you to have to commit so many resources to keeping the ball in play.
Yeah, again, I think both teams very much so aware that any small mistake like this can be punished. how fast both teams are coming into challenge, and because of that, it hasn't really been a possession game. Nobody's really slowing it down to play methodical or go for solos. It has been a lot of team efforts of, hey, launch this downfield, try to get a redirect, something to that capability. But to say that as Atomic able to dribble it downfield, can't get the cut inside, and it's good save. So all Luminosity pushed up, trying to find a way to sustain some offense, but it is going to be AJG that wins on that side wall. As we go back into the middle, shot on target, it's up high, and a good touch by AJG to delay it. Raise bowl down to Shad, puts a shot on target. It's a little bit high. Does he have the double? Shad puts it away. The 2-goal lead with 27 seconds.
This is a great pass. Puts it on an absolute platter. And Shad takes care of the rest. Gets it right over Atomic. Goes lower right post. Keeps it close. A 2-0 lead. And not a lot of time for Luminosity to figure out an answer, but this kickoff could help things. Cox went for the demo. Couldn't get the bump. Doesn't even matter. It's pressure here for Complexity, and as long as they keep LG stifled on their own side of the field, this game's over, and this series, of course, will be going to Complexity.
Final 10 seconds. Something needed from Luminosity, otherwise eliminated from the tournament. And going home with $50,000, and that's going to do it. Already upside down, everybody done and leaving. Shad, one more to go, and congratulations to them. Guaranteed top 8 and a guarantee of $95,000.
I mean, we can't also understate that with LG's, I'm sure for them, disappointing performance, but in the end, like a solid performance from the guys this weekend. They're still getting like 50K. Like, I know it's very rough, and obviously they wanted to make a run, but there's still something to hold on to, guys. You still get around 50K, but on the other side for Complexity, I mean, that has to feel good given the tumultuous season this team has had. From the high highs of the fall split to the low lows of kind of winter and spring. The ability for them to bounce back and make it into top 8 at this international event. Granted, the format really helps them, but it's all about putting it all together. The 3 is still a little bit shaky at times, but that Game 5 was one of the best performances we've seen them in terms of 3s play this entire weekend. We'll see if it continues, but for them, a huge qualifier right there. And they will finish Group A alongside Guild Esports as the only 2 teams who qualify.
Yeah, a lot of resilience coming out from Complexity. And again, being able to have that once in your back pocket to keep this series alive from getting out of hand. Really important. So for them, I mean, it was a really back and forth, and a lot to be proud of if you're Luminosity is, hey, you know, we take the first game, we lose 2, and you know what, let's fight. And they do. They bring it back to 5, and unfortunately, it is that one goal that Complexity is able to hold on to, and they close out the series. So congratulations to them. $95,000. Unfortunately for Luminosity, they're going home with 50K, which is still 50K. But the crazy thing to think about, man, is now that you're top 8, every win increases that prize pool by $100,000.
Yep. That's think about that. Every win, one best of 7, you get another 100 grand. Another best of 7, another 100 grand. Like, what is this, man?
Oh, guess what? Another 200 grand.
Yeah, like what is this, man? What is going on? Man. Psychos. I love it. It's great, but I think that they're obviously the takeaways for Luminosity are that they had, you know, a close series against Complexity. Of course, the ones game continues to be Complexity's bread and butter. Luminosity have a lot to work on. They should feel proud about their performance. They still walk away with a chunk of change. Complexity, this is the run that they're in these days. Sometimes they get a day where they start clicking and they're going. And now that they have qualified, the biggest question mark will be how much tighter can their 3s get, because that's going to determine everything for the best of 7 tomorrow.
It's going to be very important. Also important is us being able to put on this broadcast, and we couldn't do it without our sponsors. Massive thank you to Spotify and Asus. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, and we'd just be us. So massive thank you to you guys supporting the broadcast, as we had a nail-biter of a best of 5 for a qualification match between these 2 excellent teams. So again, it's been absolutely crazy here. We just wrapped up our first group, which is pretty impeccable to see the results. It is Guild and Complexity that are going to be moving on. And taking a look at the other group, in Group B, obviously we saw Baby Dan and the boys on Space Station 3-0 over Endpoint. And then Endpoint dropping down that lowers, does get beat by Heat, the former Juicers roster. So Heat, Space Station, Complexity, and Guild, man. Some different faces than expected, most likely, moving in to that top 8. But we've still got 2 groups to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the start of the second half of our show. You won't want to miss it.
Hello, friends, and welcome back into the broadcast. I'm Spaceman. Joining me now is Corelli, and this time we got ourselves a doozy of a matchup. Haven't said that word in a couple of years, but here we go. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for it. Semper and Al Esports. This one's interesting because both these teams had a bit of a journey to get here. Of course, Al opened up by taking down Pirates, then they move up against Furia, and Furia handles their business. And for Semper, they get swept by F16, and both those teams, again, respectively playing in the upper semis as of now. But in the lower quarterfinals, when these teams move on, they will be playing the winner of Pirates and FaZe Clan. So, Corelli, it's not just about, obviously, we've talked about all 2 days, winning your matchup, but it's also about the team that you're eventually going to play, which could be FaZe.
Absolutely. And for both these teams, they have a long, long road ahead of them. I mean, they're sitting in the lower quarterfinals. They'll still have to play semis and then the bracket final just to qualify. So it's going to be a long, we're starting off here in Group C. We had just finished the group before, so we're kind of starting over here. So it's an interesting one. Amina and EU matchup, an exciting one. We have not seen Semper play ones. The assumption is that Exotic would be the one to be pushed out there in the 1v1 matchup. But of course, Owl have Fahad. He's a fantastic ones player. He's already shown his prowess earlier in yesterday. And I think for Semper, they had a really tough first round matchup with F16. So I think we might be able to see them kind of get into the groove here against Owl, although I don't doubt Owl at all. In fact, I might even favor them here in this matchup.
Yeah, now's the time is to get into that groove. But speaking of kind of how things have gone, it is our bracket that we're going to jump into and get a quick look at because, well, these teams have been battling for the past 2 days, and it's been a lot of matches. We're looking at, I think we're hitting like around 20 best of fives today, but yesterday we had a whole other slew. And we all came down to these groups where even just looking at Group A, I mean, Guild moved their way through. Complexity just qualified. We just concluded with that. Space Station and Heat on the other side. Heat taking down the likes of Secret, the likes of Rogue, the likes of Endpoint. It's nuts. It's insane that they've gotten to that point. And on the other side for Group D, Falcons and Dig have still yet to get to their matchup. Eventually we will see that. But for us, these are all about trying to get to that qualification spot. And we have a ways to go through because, of course, the Semper and Al Esports squad, along with Pirates and FaZe Clan, are starting in losers quarters, So they're going to be going through semis, the lower finals, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of matches for them to get through, at least 2 more before they eventually will qualify. What does that journey mean for these teams, knowing that it's a gauntlet to get through these best of fives, given the fact that you're playing multiple series a day, back to back to back to back to back?
That means you got to step up. It's simple as that. And I mean, both sides here between Semper and Owl can step up. But again, you do kind of feel like FaZe is going to be the one looming in the next round. We'll see what Pirates can do there. But FaZe is certainly the favorite going into that lower quarterfinals match. So I think for Owl, though, they have some great players. And, again, Fahad is a big name on that one that I would love to see take the pitch in a 1v1 again.
Yeah, let's take a look at them. It's Al Esports and their roster. Here they come. Al Esports on your screens, looking very confident like all teams are in the hype chamber. But when it comes to this matchup, you hit on specifically that one's matchup. What is it about that stands out to you with this player?
He's just fantastic at it. It's as simple as that. He's really good. And for Owl, I mean, it's a great pickup for them. Of course, this team, Fahad from Scythe, Senzo from Veloce, the only player here from the Owl actual organization. So kind of an amalgamation of all the players coming together. And I think it's an interesting group that I think will eventually lead to, obviously, a further performance here, because I do think they have the components to make a further run than what they've shown so far. I didn't have a very good first round there, or second round there against Furia. And by the way, Furia, fantastic team. So tough to go up against them.
It really is, and tough opponents that they're going to have in front of them, because on the other side of the field, it is Semper, a very notable team in Europe, a team that's been, in terms of the roster itself, around for years. And, well, they're going to have their hands full as we take a look at Semper. And there you go. Cassio, Chaussette, and Exotic, a group of three that all in their primes, you're like, my goodness, what can't this team do? But it's certainly been an interesting formation of this team, and these players have had their different variations of roads when it comes to the past couple of years. What can you tell me about this squad with one of their players currently being loaned out in Archie?
Well, if you had this tournament years ago, Chaussette would have been one of the favorites in the 1v1 here. He was a fantastic ones player when he first came onto the scene. But Semper now is kind of taking a different form, and it's going to be tough to actually understand what side of Semper is going to be their best. Is it going to be threes? Is it going to be twos? Is it going to be ones? I think ones, they're probably going to be, it's going to be a tough matchup there with Fahad. So threes you kind of want to rely on, which is nice for this actual tournament. They've had close matchups against F16 in their threes matchups, and F16 I think is one of the best teams here, just with the way they've played so far and just with the players that they have. But I do think that the series is going to be quite close, just because I think it's kind of tough to tell what game mode either side has superiority in.
You had mentioned that we're likely going to be seeing Exotic in that one spot if we do get to that point. Do you think that we could see Chaussette take that reign as here we go at our head-to-head? I was going to say, like, I personally would love it, but do you think that realistically that Semper would make that move?
Well, look, I think there's another side of this too that G2 kind of spoke about, where it's like, who's playing well that day, right? Or who's playing well just after that game, right? I mean, that's even the more game time decision, right? Is someone playing well right after the game, knowing you have to go into a 1v1 or a 2v2? So you can have the game time decision where you say, you know what, hey, I'm not playing well, let's throw someone else in there. That can happen as well, but we'll see how things actually shake out, because I think it is going to come down to the threes matchup. I do think Owl will want to take the 1v1 matchup. I think Fahad is very confident in that. But that's, again, kind of up to them. And again, how players are playing currently post the first game.
Yeah, and outside of kind of the standard formations we've seen in ones where it's been pretty easy to kind of tell who's going to get the upper hand, you're absolutely right. For most of today, if not this entire tournament, it's come down just to the standard threes. Like the teams that have been succeeding in either taking the first game, or they take the second game, they get their choice of ones or twos, and then they take game three on a bounce back in that three format. It really has come down to like traditional Rocket League being the one that most teams have relied on for success, which I guess makes sense, but also just kind of feels weird given the structure of this tournament. But yeah, it's been a huge bounce back for a lot of squads, and I think that you make a great point just about if it comes down to threes, you know, Al certainly have an opportunity to really kind of steal this series away.
Yeah, and this is one of those games too that as an analyst, as a caster, and even as a fan, it's tough to really predict exactly what's going to happen. You have a team that has first of all, you have a matchup that you've never seen before. You have a player or a team that has a player on loan. You have another side of a team that has three different players from three different teams coming together as well. Yeah. So it's one of those that you kind of just have to look at individual players and try and grasp something from that. But unfortunately, it does come down to, okay, this first game, who's playing well that first game? What can we take from the threes matchup that we can kind of extrapolate and then apply to either a twos or a ones matchup later on?
Now, here's a rather wild question, but I'm going to ask you just because it literally just popped up, and I'm like, my brain's like, we have to ask, so we're going to ask it. When it comes to kind of the formation, like for just example, for Semper, right? Like there are three different players from three different areas all coming together. Do you think in tournaments like this, outside of the structure of having like a standard ones player and a standard threes format, do you think that there is a bit of a honeymoon period where you could just form a team of three and just see how it goes versus teams that are a little bit more composed like Owl that have a little bit more structure to them and time together?
Sure. I think honestly it could go either way. It's not like the biggest. I think there is a honeymoon period. I also think there are times where, you know, there is experience does pay off.
Yeah.
I think it goes both ways, honestly, when you really look down at each individual instance of it. But so far, Owl certainly coming out on top here in the first 20 or so seconds. As they put away that first goal, Semper just kind of overcommitting. Now Chaussette trying to make the difference. As Cassio and Semper wrap back around and race back to the other side. Owl looking to threaten again.
It's a great one towards the top of the bar, but Instead, quickly denied and cleared away. A lot of boost right now for Al Esports. And again, their road here was rather interesting for this squad as a whole. I mean, they find themselves now in the lower quarterfinals, but it didn't used to be that way. They took down Pirates, who again will go on to play FaZe, and they played against Furia. Took it to game 4, but eventually did fall there. But still, playing against Furia and taking them almost to a game 5 is pretty much a notable accomplishment. Great pick right through the midfield, and Senzo will make it 2-0.
Fantastic read here from Senzo, and Semper just a little careless with the ball. That's a heavy touch from Exotic, and a fantastic tackle there from X. And Senzo able to just kind of come through and push that one home. Owl all over Semper here early on, the first minute, or just over the first minute here, up 2-0.
That's been a quick jump, but quick kickoff again. Shawset trying to put something towards the net. He'll do so. Currently no boost. Great challenge. Finally some pressure beginning to mount for Semper, but can Exotic get back towards the play and recover nicely? It seems so. Through the corner we go with now chances for Al, but as we stretch laterally, it's going to be up to Shawset to try to clear this ball back to midfield. And while he kind of does, I love these challenges we're seeing from Al Esports of not allowing these touches cleanly, and it's forcing Semper to have to continue to play the ball down to the ground and get these flips up to one another.
And that's the best that Semper has been able to kind of throw up downfield. As a good flip reset. Will leave some pressure from Al. Senzo goes under one, but a great read from Casio. Opportunity here for Semper. They can get someone up after it. Owl very slow to react, and a good shot is saved off the post. Owl again putting up some good defense here.
It's a great pinch out. Eventually led way to a clear. We'll miss the hit. We'll call it a tactical whiff. About 2 minutes, 50 some change still to play through. A lot of time and about half this game gone by, but it has been all of Al Esports. Some chances for Semper as they've moved upfield and start to establish their rhythm just a hair. Is that one again, 50 away. Kept up though by Exotic. You got Shawset waiting in the wing. He'll get his chance now. Trying to keep the ball in play. Exotic looking for boost. Another center back out. Dangerous touch there from Senzo, but he will clear it. And with that, Al will have a chance to breathe.
And we're halfway through game 1 here, and like we said, game 1 is a good indicator, or trying to find who's going to be playing well.
Sure.
The only indicator we have between these two teams at the moment right now. Semper, that's a good bump on the last man there from Exotic. Casio gonna get one back, catching Owl out, pushed up a little bit too far, and a good touch there beats the last man. Semper finally on the board.
And you're going to take those kind of opportunities when Owl are triple committing up the field, really putting the pressure on as an offense and trying to force their way through a third goal. Instead, you play patiently and you just kind of take what you're given and poke it free. And I like that poise from Semper. Now, if they can convert another one, we'll have ourselves a tie game. They didn't waste a lot of time on the last goal, but Shawset will get the kickoff win and try to get it to Exotic before quickly taking it back as Al Esports now in a race down the field. All the time in the world and all the bumps as well. It's a big dump from Senzo, and he gets it to make it 3-1.
Challenge game. Incredible here from Owl. That's another one that's just going straight through the up defender of Semper. Shawset did his best, but when Senzo's barreling down your box like that, tough to make the save, and Owl get one back here, less than 2 minutes to play. And I definitely feel like Owl obviously in control, but the reason why is because of that challenge game, as I just mentioned. Feels like Semper a little bit slow behind the ball, and Owl certainly taking advantage of that.
Yeah, every time you feel like, you're starting to kind of crawl back into these matches, all of a sudden just an explosive push downfield. And I like the kind of attention to, I don't want to say trust, because it's not even the right word, but I guess just kind of the confidence is what I'm going at. The confidence right now for Owl is just, hey, we're going to take it right upfield and score. Like, we're not going to waste time playing laterally. We're not going to try to waste time looking for each other. If you have an angle, if you have a lane, just take advantage of it. And the bully ball certainly came to fruition, as it forced Semper to have to fall back and respect a little bit more. And now they are looking for a closer connection as that pass will go awry. Shawset trying to keep it up, but unsuccessful in doing so. Exotic slowing it towards the midfield. 60 seconds to play with. Casio following in with the ball, but they lose possession yet again.
Some great work there from Semper to put on some pressure. Gotta find the back of the net. Still plenty of time. They just need something with time left on the clock, but you certainly don't want to wait till the last second. Now, so threatening here. That one's dangerous at the top of the box. Follow-ups there, and Senzo to make it 4 for Owl.
That double tap is disgusting. It's a great bounce. And that extra follow-up. I mean, Shawset kind of give it back to him. There's really nowhere else to play that unless you play it low and back towards midfield, which hindsight, you probably should have, but it's just so easy for Senzo to take it from there. And, well, what was a close start of this game quickly did not become that. And we're looking at a Game 1 win for Owl Esports as they look to go up 1-0 very quickly with a series advantage. And now with ones or twos coming up for Semper, what do you expect we'll be seeing out of them? Do you think we're going straight to twos if they know how good Fahad is?
Probably twos. We haven't seen ones out of Semper yet. I would guess twos, though I don't think that's an easy matchup or even much easier than the ones matchup. But I think having an extra player there to make the difference makes them feel more comfortable, as Semper might get one for the road. They will. 4 seconds left on the clock. Casio gets another as they double their score, but a certain win here in Game 1 for Owl.
Well, it's possible. I'm not going to say possible. I tried so much copium. So much. Wait a minute. Okay. Someone's there. Okay. Scared me a little bit, but that's going to be Game 1. And a very clean one at that. I think that's the takeaway is one for the road, is that Owl were very, very clean. Not a lot of mistakes defensively, not a lot of opportunities that were missed on the offensive side. They kind of took what they were given physically from Semper. Semper gave them a couple of chances, and Owl capitalized on it.
You know, I think maybe the word solid is used a little too much in casting, in esports casting, but that was a very solid effort from Owl. There was no weak spot, it felt like, throughout, right? Defensively, they were rock solid. They had great offense. And honestly, the challenge game going in their favor really helped them out here. And I'm hoping that they carry that over, especially if they go into a twos matchup. I think Semper's going to have a little bit more space, obviously, in the 2v2 matchup, where I don't think they had a lot of time to really think about what they wanted to do in this threes matchup. So maybe twos is where they can maybe find a little bit more freedom.
And I like that word. Just finding more freedom, I think, is a big thing for Semper. It's certainly, at least with the amalgamation of these three players, is an aspect that if they do find quickly, could turn the tide of this series. But it just seems that maybe the structure of the three-man plays from Al, or maybe the confidence between each other, is just a little bit too much right now. But with that said, the beauty of crew battles, if you're new here, is that we get a brand new game in the even matches, in games 2s and 4s, and eventually 6s in the best of 7s. You get yourself a chance to play 1s or 2s, whichever is up to the discretion of the losing team. So in this instance, you know, I would think, just for the sake of conversation, we would be seeing 2s coming up, because surely you're doing some homework if you're Semper going into this. And you're probably thinking, I don't want to take that one's challenge right away.
Right. And the twos matchup for Semper was Chaussette and Exotic when they played F16. It was Ross and Clears, and it is Chaussette and Exotic again. And Fahad next to take the field for Owl Esports. See if Semper can have a little bit more success as they will find the first goal. Exotic taps one in wide open.
Well, that'll help things. Finally get themselves on the board first, and hopefully for them, they hold that lead. Great touch from Exotic. And as these days have gone on, as the matches have concluded and the bracket has populated, we have been seeing more interesting and tightly contested 1s games and 2s games. And I hope we get the same thing here. But it has been a fun evolution, I think, of this tournament, where it feels a lot more chaotic in a good way. Oh my God, what a challenge. But it seems like we're seeing a higher caliber of play as the bracket continues.
Oh, definitely. You know, I mean, obviously the better teams filtering up towards the top as they would in a tournament like this. Wants a second touch here. Owl having to put on a defensive display, but also has the offense as well. Now, 2v1 situation. Exotic's going to take to the sky, and he's got to go over Fahad. He's going to try and go for the dunk. And Fahad plays that nicely to get Owl out of a very dangerous position.
It's a comfortable catch there from Chaussette as well. And Exotic is more than happy to pop it high if it means that, well, you can kind of clog the lane in the same single file traffic and either force the boost grab or force them to play up one-on-one on the ball, where you might win the 50. And with Chaussette continuing back into the play and Exotic running point now, the pressure again still here for Semper, not leaving off by much, as X trying to get it over won't be able to do so. And Chaussette will try to take it off the sidewall. Can he make anything out of it? There's a bit of boost to burn, right back down. Can't bounce it over, but it was a decent attempt, and a follow-up will be there from Exotic.
And you can tell the pace of play certainly picked up here from Semper, doing a great job of putting on pressure, a lot of misdirection, threats of bumps as well in that play in particular. And you can see what happens. Owl Esports get a little wrapped up inside of their own box. Semper able to double things up here, 3:36 on the clock here in game 2, and so far the pick of 2v2 paying off for Semper.
Looking for the third. Ooh, that's dangerous, and there will be 3-0. And this one's going by very quickly. I mean, granted, it's only been a minute, but Chaussette dictating the attack. Nice little fake. And Exotic quickly getting the call. And that's a lot of trust in Exotic to make that route happen. And already a 3-0 lead where Owl haven't really won a kickoff. They've just been kind of sitting on the defensive half of this game. Finally now a chance, but it's taken away.
Yeah, the French duo here, very strong for Semper.
It's always the French.
It's always the French. They're so darn good at Rocket League. And by the way, so are a lot of these MENA players they have.
Yeah.
And twos is kind of their game mode too as well. That's the one that a lot of these players grind here in Saudi Arabia. And right now they have their work cut out for them in Al Esports. Semper taking them apart. And some space here for Exotic. Won't be able to get back to it. But a decent recovery. Just didn't have enough boost to get back after the ball. Now Chaussette trying to slow things down. Make it tough for Owl to break that defensive line of Semper.
Decent little challenge there. Won't be able to get the boost. Chaussette has a lot in the tank. He'll take it himself. Kind of corkscrewing his way down to the ground, but instead, it's been easily read multiple times by Owl Esports. They just haven't been able to convert. Finally, a chance off the back wall. Slow roller. Chaussette will get there. A little bit scary, but hey, it works out. That was not a pinch. As Exotic will take the possession and try to run point, but
been there.
It seems that now, like, Owl are now kind of scrambling to not only get possession, but they're really forcing these counterattacks. They kind of know that they don't have a lot of time to work with, even with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, being down by 3 and 2s. Not the same as being down by 3s in 1s, especially. You can kind of lock down the game a little bit more. That's a good dunk, as that was saved off the goal line. Exotic couldn't follow up. Maybe a chance here for Owl. A second attempt at a pinch, and it was going in for Chaussette. If Fahad was not perfectly positioned for that, my goodness.
I mean, it's like, this is how you do it. It just nails it. Wild stuff, but a very quality and steady performance throughout. Is that... it might be centered. Yeah, no, a little too hard. But I think that at this moment in time, just kind of given how the structure of this game's gone, the ebb and flow that has been there for Semper, it clearly feels, unless we see something different happen, which almost worked off the ceiling, you're going to kill time here if you're Semper. All you have to do is just continue to play the ball upfield like they're doing. The more you have to chase, the more time that gets pushed off the clock. And with that, I'm going to be biased caster number 1 and call it that Semper will be taking game number 2 and tying up the series 1-1.
Yeah, which means we would guarantee to see a 1v1 matchup. Semper hasn't had one quite yet, which would be exciting. And they certainly have had a lot of control here in this game. And you can see right now, I think they've really kind of leaned back and just are preventing Owl from doing anything, right? They're giving him the space to kind of mess around with it and taking the high percentage challenge and just kind of bopping it left and right, making sure Owl can't really set anything up. Always in the face there, like Chaussette, just diving down in front. They're not trying to necessarily score, just to keep it awkward for Owl.
And let him get the possession or like the recovery back off the back wall, but then they're immediately challenging him. From there, it's much more difficult. And it was like 3 goals on 7 shots, maybe 8 shots for Exotic. Chaussette kind of facilitating upfield and really just filling in the gaps when necessary. 1 save as well, but with only 5 seconds to go, that's going to be game number 2. Tie series as Semper will even things out in game number 2. The big one is that, as the 2s finally works out and fist bumps all around.
Yeah, and I hope Semper comes out a little bit stronger now in the 3s, because that was not a good display, I think, in the first game. It wasn't horrible, but it wasn't that great either. You can see good vibes there. Chaussette smiling. As very serious faces here on the Owl Esports side, and I don't blame them. I mean, that was a matchup that they could have won, but to be fair, the Frenchmen, they are so strong in that game mode. It's very tough. You have to bring your A game, right? Because I think the bar for French 2s is very, very high, no matter who you are.
Yeah. No, it is. And I think the nice thing, at least for Al's perspective, is it'd be wrong now to overthink kind of the approach, because the 3s went well in game 1, and you have a backup of a game of 1s with Fahad, which we know just from statistics and how well, at least on eyeball test, he's playing. you're still going to feel confident going into the matchup as we take a look at the replays from this twos match. So, you know, it's not the worst case scenario at all. It'd be one thing if we're going to threes and then twos, you lose your ones matchup, but basically the reverse, and there's still opportunities for Al to potentially take this series.
Oh, definitely. But, you know, the 3v3 here, this is a very pivotal game, obviously, because it breaks the deadlock in the series,
Yeah.
but also because, you know, there's a lot of momentum going into that ones matchup, and that sometimes can be the difference. We've talked about that multiple times here on this B stream, just about how feeling good and confident in yourself can lead you to play at a different level. We've seen that so many times in Rocket League. It's one of the strangest things in this esport. Absolutely nothing can change other than someone's mood, and they will play at a higher level. As Cassio getting the first goal here for Semper.
It's a great extra touch. And a beautiful pass, beautiful touch from Cassio. The 1-2 play downfield, and that's the beauty of Semper. When they get it going, they can click from any sideline. Already 10 seconds in, finding themselves a goal.
And a good start for Semper, right? We criticized them in the previous 3v3 matchup. Didn't like the way they looked. This is a fantastic way to get game 3 kicked off, jump back into your 3v3 matchup, and put Owl playing from behind is, I think, very, very crucial.
Well, this one kind of hangs in neutral space, but Exotic's going to come meet this ball. And here comes the pressure now as Semper pushing numbers upfield. Chaussette left on his lonesome, still alive in the play. Breakaway chance, great shot. Better save from Exotic, has to flip it high, and luckily Cassio was already rotating around to meet that angle. And they'll grab the midfield boost, so resources are here for Semper. Beautiful read from Chaussette just to win the 50 and play it down to the corner, but no one else around.
My.
And a strong flip out and then a long clear. Okay.
Trading blows here. Oh, and he gets back to it. Cassio quickly jumping after that one. As both teams kind of share an interesting possession of just blasting it downfield with a flick. Follow up here from Cassio. Demo comes out. Follow up was there, but couldn't get a second touch. Still Semper trying to clamp down here. Owl in a tough position. Bumps coming out, but Senzo saves the day. Clears it downfield and gets Owl Esports out of a very tough situation.
You got about zero. Got no boost right now, or as Fahad was able to pick up some. And Senzo working on an empty tank. Chaussette, can he get it? Just hits it off the back wall again. Not the angle he wanted. Love a redo at that one, but what could have been a 2-0 game continues to sit at just 1 goal. As Al Esports now trying their hardest to put something on target, and they have pushed so much up at a time. Just seems like they're not finding the angle they want.
And it's a different, you know, mentality when you're playing from behind, especially when it's this long. Semper have done a great job of adapting. I think that first game was just a little bit slow. They had to wake up into this series. They have a lot more control, a lot more intention behind the ball. You're seeing a lot of appointment downfield that Semper are finding. You know, guys that are just sitting deep in the Owl's side. As that one goes off the crossbar and in for Exotic, it's 2-0 Semper.
That's a great read. Good patience from Exotic as well. Waiting for the play to develop, takes advantage. And a complete reversal from game 1 where it seemed that Al were having responses for basically everything. 2 demos off the kickoff. Now 2v2, back to full strength for both teams. How quickly Cassio denies the offensive push and kills the ball back out to midfield. Great redirect. But possession yet again. Al Esports looking for a center, looking for something, maybe a pass. Could this be it? Nope.
Great touch. Good control there. As Owl trying to threaten here. Semper still holding on to that 2-goal lead. 2 minutes left to play. Exotic. Flip reset. Doesn't get it. And taken away by Senzo, who has just been crucial as that last man or the first defender. This one, he's going to find the post. Fahad won't get there in time. Chaussette gets back to it. We had Fahad's view there. I didn't even see Chaussette coming.
That's such a powerful read and a huge, I mean, like 112 I know was on the goal, but it felt like it was just from the touch itself. Banks it off the bar, follows up on the own play. Second touch is there. This is good Rocket League right here, and that's going to be a 4th goal, maybe. Oh man, Cassio a little bit off target, saved away. The accuracy issues have been there. Exotic stabilizes on the back wall and still gets it back down to the front of the box. So there's been some issues with accuracy for Semper, but I mean, they've made up for it for the fact that they're up 3 goals right now. It's just a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, I'll certainly have their work cut out for them. Down by 3, minute and a half to play. And scoreless here as opportunities have been there. This is a good chance. Senso wants to play it slow. Still Semper, so punched up on the line and making good saves. That gets over the last man. It's 4-0 Semper, and certainly a Game 3 victory.
Yeah, we're definitely going to ones now, without question. And, you know, it's going to be a interesting dichotomy between the two that we eventually see, and we would assume half of that will be Fahad. But, you know, I think that I want to say this is just a kind of victim of circumstance situation for Al, given the fact that this 3s just hasn't gone their way. But you lose the 2s, you lose the 3s, and back-to-back games, all of a sudden Semper just seem to have, in terms of pace, have woken up and have really kind of figured out how to approach Al on their own side of the field.
Yeah, but I think if you're Owl, you feel pretty confident in your ones matchup.
Sure, yeah.
Although I think it will be difficult, but I think for Owl, you are feeling like you might get another chance at the 3s matchup here in the final game if they were to get there, but they're certainly losing this Game 3 as it has just been locked down from Semper. They have not allowed Owl to have a quality chance. And they kept the pressure on throughout this game. We had criticized Semper early on, but they have really turned it on in their last 2 games. In the 2v2 and the 3v3, they've looked a lot better. So, you know, you can maybe just chalk game 1 up to just being slow, waking up, kind of feeling out their opponent. Exotic's just going to take this one, say thank you very much. I'll put 5 away.
Well, it continues. Not a lot of time left in this one. It's done. That's going to be game number 3. Going to Semper. Making it 2 in a row. Leading the series 2-1 in a dominant 3s fashion. Finally a kickoff that feels like it might lead to something, but still, as everybody commits on the goal line, this one might end at 5-0. Can Exotic put a 6-1 through? Maybe. But this has been about as lopsided as Semper could have asked for. It was not close. It was pretty much just Semper doing what they wanted.
Yeah, it's tough to analyze that one when you see Semper just kind of drone that one out. I mean, they were in full control the entire time, and you do give some credit over to Owl. They were able to generate some half chances, but there was no clear shot for Owl at all in that game. It was all Semper to either shut them down defensively or Semper scoring. So I think Semper feel a lot better about themselves, and if they do have to go to another 3s game, they'll be a lot happier about their performance here.
For sure. And, you know, again, you get another chance if you do manage to send it to a Game 5, which we might expect them to do given their one's prowess. But, again, it still comes through that game mode. And, again, here's a look back at kind of how 2s went and down to 3s. As we see, it was great positioning and poise from Exotic. He found themselves a couple of goals. And it was just follow-up after follow-up shot set with a great read and putting this one on target as well. It was just, after a while, it just felt like, okay, the offense is here. Like, they figured it out. Yep. It's a relentless assault, and they're poking the ball out of midfield. They're getting interceptions. They're getting long touches, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was all there for Semper. And now they've got one more game that separates them from a lower semifinals matchup.
And Exotic looked great in that matchup. He's actually looked great this entire time in the 2v2 matchup as well. So he's certainly feeling himself and did a great job just being a nuisance. And that's what's important in those series, especially when you are winning as they were. And I was about to allude to this as we jumped into it. He will be the 1v1 representative going up against the Fahad. This was the expected matchup from Semper, at least. We knew we were going to get Fahad. And Semper, this is the first time they're showing their 1v1 representative, if you will, as Fahad will just take the easy flick, and he places it to the left side. My goodness.
Wow. Slight little hesitation. Gets it right where he wants it.
Oh, man.
That Exotic was beat so badly. It's a beautiful read.
I mean, you could even tell with the way Exotic flipped after it. He just had no idea what Fahad just did. He just did not expect that, but he picks this one away from Fahad off the kickoff, and Exotic will get one back.
And we continue to trade. Fahad just flips away. I love it. Exotic, again, very patient, and I think that was obviously reminiscent in the 3s that we just saw, but you're not going to get him to bite on much. If you do, you're going to take advantage of it, as Fahad will win the kickoff. Looking for the midfield boost. Will get so. High off the back wall. Still played down. Risky challenge. And that's one of the dangers. It's going to get in. Exotic punishes, and that slight slip up from Fahad gives Semper the lead.
And that's the interesting thing about high-level ones is I think most people would look at that kind of play of where Fahad moved and say, okay, yeah, he's going to rotate back. That's what you're supposed to do. But that was a misplay, and Exotic saw it and just was able to sneak it by Fahad, and Fahad did get a piece of it. As now Exotic puts Semper in the lead here. I think Fahad just trying to get into the groove of things as Exotic's going to take to the sky. Very dangerous situation. Flip reset looming. Lets it come down. Wants the pinch, and there it is again, Spaceman.
Yeah.
We've talked about this play so much. It's so popular now. Options galore when you get this flip reset, and this pinch is so strong.
How many times we watch players attempt that exact ground pinch, and it just sometimes it's a little bit short, a little bit too far forward. But when it does land, dude, how do you block it? You just can't. There's no answer. It's so beautiful. And whether you're taking it from the ceiling, from the sidewall, or just from midfield, the options you have available at your disposal is brutal for a defense. Fahad tried his best, but that is now 2 goals that you get burned by. Exactly. There's honestly, what are you going to do? The only thing you really can do is hope that you maybe get a block towards the upper bar and try to play it down. But from here, Fahad trying to even it up, potentially make it a 1-goal game. He will be able to do so. Great patience, good read. And nice poise as he moved into the goal.
Yeah, fantastic way to sit behind the ball here from Fahad. Tried to get the flick, and I think he's happy to see that one actually get over Exotic.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that one would have been a counterattack easily for Exotic. Gets one back here for Owl. Into the kickoff we go, which has been a struggle, I think, for Fahad so far. Exotic playing it quite methodically. Here he is again. Ceiling, flip. Won't be able to get it towards the net. A little bit too high. Fahad happy to see that one go over.
A lot of time here in this game, number 4. Series point right now for Semper if they can put it away. For Out Esports, though, again, trying to send it to another 3. It's so weird just saying send it to another 3s. My brain is breaking, but you get the idea. You've been here. You know, chat. Fahad trying to play to the midfield, quickly challenged and denied by Exotic. Now working with space to the corner. It's a bit of room to work with. Straight down. What a read from Exotic. And what a quick commitment on the play.
He can score from anywhere. And this is like the 3rd time we've seen him go up off the ceiling. And the angle is so sharp there that as a man on the back wall there, as Fahad was, it's very tough to get back down once it gets under you. And that's kind of the beauty of a shot like that from Exotic. And Exotic, he's done well just to be creative and kind of catching Fahad off guard. And every time we go to Fahad's FOV, we're looking at Exotic and you can't find him. He's done a great job of hiding behind the ball and not giving Fahad any information on how he's approaching the tackle.
Yeah, it's such a steep angle as well. You're going to have to essentially force the shot as soon as you get your car overturned. And, I mean, well, he does it. But Exotic's also done a very nice job of basically challenging Fahad on possession right when he gets it on his own side of the field. And then he'll fly back like he does now, play it through the blue half. Baiting, flipping over. Is it enough? No.
Good patience.
So this just killed more time.
That was a tough one for Exotic to score, and I think Fahad knew that. Patience was there. But look at the speed from Exotic. You didn't even see Fahad on your screen. Exotic moving so quickly once he won the challenge. And great work just to catch back up. And Fahad didn't even get back in time.
How quickly he turned through the boost back into the goal line. I swear, sometimes these players do things that I don't think are possible. It's just... it's impressive from Exotic. Then you'll get back another chance for Fahad. 3 goals now for him. Keeps it within 2.
That's exactly what Fahad needed off the kickoff here. Finally winning one, and I think a little bit more control. I think a lot of these kickoffs have popped out to the side, or it's gone in Fahad's possession, but Exotic had been placed so perfectly behind the ball that Fahad has no choice but to dribble into him with no boost.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, we've seen this one before.
Well, deja vu, here we go.
Oh my gosh, that time he faked it. And again, I talked about the creativity from Exotic. That was the exact same setup, but did something completely different. And it did get by Fahad. He's just lucky that Exotic couldn't get the next touch.
Yeah. Good win by Exotic. Okay, that was an interesting pinch. Fahad kind of gives it right back. Uh-oh, a little bit dangerous here. But Exotic, I think patiently and smartly, not following up immediately on that challenge. If he misses or plays it wrong, it's an open net in the back line, and that's the last thing he would want.
Great work here from Exotic. He's just so patient. He's been so smart behind the ball. I think it's been a little frustrating for Fahad to just kind of back up Exotic and get his own space. You can see here he is kind of getting that now, and unfortunately a shot. Not enough power behind it, but he's denying a lot of boost. 0 on the Exotic side, and maybe Fahad able to find some space here now. Full boost. Exotic had to go to corner. Patiently placing his shot, but again, Exotic so well read defensively. Can he turn it back around? He will. And a 6 goals now for Semper. Exotic looking great on the counter.
Recovery is so good, staying with the play, and how quickly he challenges on the shot. Like, he doesn't allow a lot of time for Fahad to catch up on the ball and then potentially stiff that 50. It's Exotic speed when closing down on the play has been just picture perfect. Uh-oh, that's not good.
He's getting it again. He's done this a few times now. I think that's great. This kickoff.
Man. Love it. Hell yeah.
Well, what? Hold on a second.
Oh, let's go. I mean, listen, if you lose this now, you're in shambles. Semper is going to have a long talk to him, because that was an interesting own goal. But I think even in this situation, I think for Fahad to win this, bear with me, he's going to have to flat out win it. He's going to have to take over this game, but I just don't know if there's enough time or if there's even going to be enough room for him to do so with such little boost. I mean, Exotic's taken both pads already. You got really nothing in the tank at 12. Like, good luck. Yeah, it's gone. He got nothing in the tank.
He's so good. He's been so good this entire series in all the game modes, because he's participated in all of them. Exotic is just on a different level. The control behind the ball, but also just the patience in the challenge game. Superior to Owl here, or Owl Esports here in this series, and definitely in this ones game. I think this was a very frustrating experience for Fahad.
For sure.
Who I think a lot of times wants a lot more control. This time with the kickoff, they'll poke it by. Exotic, I think, played it slow there, and Fahad showed him a different kickoff than Exotic expected. So 2-goal difference. And there is time.
You're saying it's possible.
Ones. It is possible, because you can get another kickoff goal, and all you need is possession off the next kickoff. But it's very improbable, Spaceman. Let's be honest.
Come on, Fahad. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. It's not gonna happen. All right. So that is series wrapped up, and moving on, it will be Semper Esports. We'll move down to the lower semis. They will play the winners of Pirates or FaZe Clan. And for Owl Esports, they bow out here. Now, granted, it was a really good run from them, and I think they're, again, like a lot of the teams we've seen who have fallen short, there are promising signs and there are things to be proud of, but definitely a match that, you know, more so than any of the ones we've seen today, a match that really it feels like it could have gone their way. It just kind of broke for Semper in some really impressive challenges.
I mean, it's not crazy to say that, you know, they could have, or excuse me, Fahad could have won that ones match. Although I think Exotic was just playing fantastic. And we've seen Exotic play ones for years.
Yeah.
He's been playing at a very high level, and in fact, was giving some of the top players a run for their money back in his day. But I still think he's fantastic here. And you're seeing a lot of players that are playing the 1v1 are also doing really well, and in some cases just carrying the 2v2s as well. So you're seeing those transferable skills through the game modes. You take a look at a team like Heat. Raziers has been fantastic both in 1s, 2s, and 3s. So those players are so crucial to your roster here. And again, Semper showing up with Exotic. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, this is really, it feels like it's become kind of the tournament of the ones players, because you look at like kind of Raze Bull, you look at Daniel, who's just been smoking, you look at even situations like this with Exotic, and I'm sure Dignitas, when they eventually have to play that, you're going to have Joris doing the same thing. Like, this has been the entire tournament of like, we're just going to see our best ones players kind of take over a series, and then we'll use that to carry us through. But in this situation, it was the 2s that came out first, and I wonder, again, hindsight's 2020, if instead Owl should have chosen to elect for the 1s early on rather than the 2s, because they eventually ended up losing and getting, you know, swept through those.
Because they won game 1. So Semper picked 2s,
right. Sorry, excuse me,
which is why they were able to do that. And the 2s matchup, I think, was relatively decent from Owl, but I think Semper, again, with Exotic, just ran him over. I mean, they held him scoreless in the end. It was 3-0 in the 2v2 game. So, yeah, it was a tough matchup through and through for Owl because of Exotic. Seriously, I mean, I thought he just played so well that, I mean, he excelled in every single game mode. And when you have a player like that, it's it's tough to compete with.
He was playing faster than everybody else, really. He was just completely controlling the game. And, Shawset and Cassio were certainly there to help things out. But, yeah, in the end, it was pretty one-sided throughout that entire series. And for the rest of that squad moving forward, they just have to await the winner of Pirates and FaZe Clan. And again, that is a match we'll be jumping into on this side of the stream. On the other side, for F16 and Furia, I believe we will have that one coming up in a couple of moments. We can, briefly, quickly touch on that. Furia have been looking fantastic. Jans is just the GOAT, apparently. Like, he's just like the best player on the planet. Like, what is it about Furia that's just clicking, man?
If you don't have Jan in your top 5 discussion at the moment, you are not having a correct discussion.
Yeah.
He is putting on performance after performance. So it's exciting to see how that one will turn out.
Absolutely. Jan is easily in that conversation. Reddit, get it together already. Okay, but we're going to go to an interview with Cassio because I want to hear his perspective on how that series just went. It was a wonderful resurgence in the end. So let's jump in. Cassio, welcome in, brother. Congratulations on the series. Deep breaths all around, but how does it feel knowing that you guys have now moved on to the lower semis?
Hi everyone, thank you. The series was a bit tense. We've been a bit lacking of confidence recently, and in regional and even in this tournament. And we lost the first game of trees, and it is our better point, so we are a bit stressed. But then on the 2v2 and the next 3v3 game, then we felt like more comfortable, so it went well.
What's it like bringing Exotic onto this squad? I thought we were kind of complimenting him throughout this series. He played well in all of the game modes here. What type of confidence does that give you to have a player that can excel in all the game modes for you in a format like this?
Exotic is a really good asset for the team, even more in all those formats, as he's a really good once player and twos player. In once, he'd be able to beat almost everyone, I think, in his day. And it's great to have him. I really trust him when he goes for a ball. I know that there's gonna be a quality chances that's gonna come from it.
Yeah, and kind of with that note, you guys looked really good in twos. Obviously, the ones was stellar from Exotic. Now, looking forward, you guys will be playing the winner of either Pirates or FaZe Clan. Given those two matchups and what you guys feel specifically you're excelling at today, is there any specific team out of the two that you would like to play going into lower semis? Is it FaZe because of the name of the players, or is it Pirates because of the matchups?
Obviously, it'd be easier to face Pirates because they have less resources than FaZe. But I think that whoever we will face, then we need to beat them now that we lost on winner side, then we can't really say anything. We need to win every game, whoever is there.
Sure. Just zooming out, looking at the tournament as a whole, tell me about your experience there in Saudi Arabia. We've been asking some of the players and what the people have been like, what that experience in the venue, the hotel, whatever it is. Have you been having fun, and what's it been like for you and the team?
For me and the team, it's been great. We've got great hospitality from the Saudi people there, and as well the venue on Riyadh Boulevard is great. There's a lot of big screen everywhere. It's pretty modern. It's quite cool, and yeah, everything is fun, and we're having a great time here.
Dude, that's awesome. We're glad that the players, it seems like all the way around, the players have been really happy with kind of how things have felt and looked at the event. So we're very happy that you guys feel comfortable. And we hope that that Semper continues to move on through this lower bracket. We wish you guys the best. If there's anything you want to say to either your teammates, the fans that are watching, the Semper fans, your family, whatever, the floor is yours, brother. Take it away.
I'd like to thank everyone that supports us, and all the viewers in general to be here, and everything that's making it possible to be here for us is wonderful, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, man. It's great to see you, and best of luck moving forward. Of course, that is your Semper squad. That is Cassio. He's such a nice guy. All these players are so nice. There's not a bad bone in the community. I love it.
Great interviews, by the way, by the players that we've gotten. Sometimes they can be a little up and down, but everyone that we've gotten on here has been pretty good. And I know there's some people whose English is not their first language, and they've done great. So really appreciate that.
Yeah, and I love that, you know, you've been able to ask them kind of what their experience has been like. And it's always great to hear that, you know, they're always impressed with the venue, because it sounds like so crazy, but it's like one of the first things that, you know, we as talent, a lot of the players notice when you walk into an event or an arena. It's like, you're like a little kid. You're like, oh my God, this venue's so cool. It's such a nice touch. And here are, of course, the highlights from the series. And well, the nicest touch throughout was clearly Exotic. He was all over the place. And the facilitation from Chaussette just made it a little bit easier.
Yeah, again, I don't know how many times we have to reiterate it. I mean, it was Exotic playing at a great level here in this series, and I do think that Casio and Chaussette played great games after that first game. I don't think really anyone played all that great from Semper in game one. I think Owl really came out and got the sucker punch early. But once they got into this series, you could hear, you know, in that interview, Casio saying, we were kind of tense after that game one, but I think they focused up and everyone started to perform at the level you expect Semper to perform at, and did a great job to close out the series.
Yeah, they really did. And it just means that they're going to have to be kind of on that same caliber and that same poise as they move eventually through and potentially play FaZe or Pirates. We wait to see kind of where things sit as of now. But again, we are kind of moving our way through this bracket, and we're trying to find the teams that are going to qualify for the main event going into tomorrow. We already have Guild and Complexity up there, Space Station and Heat, and we still wait for groups C and D to filter through. But as of now, that wraps up this series. When we come back from this break, we will have more matches here and just a couple more to get through for Gamers 8. See you guys in a sec.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. It's day 2 here, and we just wrapped up our 6th match of the day. That sounds about right, Corelli. Either
Somewhere
way,
around there.
welcome myself
I
back
lose
to the
track.
broadcast. Your host alongside Corelli. Going to be a good time getting into this next one, but man, what a series. This competition just keeps amping up, but we got a fun one in front of us. Orlando Pirates against FaZe Clan. But before we get into all that stuff, we obviously have a lot of things that we've got to discuss because there has been so many things going on across the board. First and foremost, we got to take a look at all the brackets. We got Group A here with our teams. It's the one that we've been covering at the beginning of the day, and it was Guild and Luminosity in that upper bracket. Guild closing it out. On the lower side of the bracket, then we got to see how everything unfolded, which was actually pretty insane. Complexity and G2 both making a run until they meet heads, and Complexity carries it all the way through. Corelli.
Yep, that was Group A. Complexity doing a great job of, going through that lower bracket and, like you said, pushing their way through. And excited to see them play as well because of how fantastic they've been on the majors as well, online as well as we move on to other groups here. I do think that, as you see, like Group B, Space Station, that was kind of an obvious one. I expected Space Station to do well. That was probably the best team coming out of that group.
Yeah, 100%. No discredit to the other teams. It's just when you're talking about 2s and 1s and you got someone like Baby Dan on your roster, you're probably feeling pretty confident. So we take a look at the lower side of Group B. Some pretty exciting stuff as well. It's Heat able to carry that success all the way through. Again, that former Juicers rosters being able to pick up Reziers, which a lot of people had that crucial Moxie play being like, oh no, where's it going? And it's just fine. They're smooth sailing. So congratulations to them for making it. So we take a look at Group C. This has been the fun one. We got to cover a lot of Group C on yesterday's broadcast, but today we get to see it up close and personal. I'm really excited to see how this one evolves. Again, F16 and Furia are going to be that qualification match that we get after the current one that we're going to be covering in just a bit here. But primarily, it's been Owl, Pirates, FaZe Clan, and a couple others down below as we take a look at that lower bracket. And you guys just finished it up. Semper and Owl. Owl came out hot, but then Semper came back swinging hard.
Yeah, and again, all credit to Exotic there, especially in that ones game. Fantastic work from him. And then, of course, the matchup that we were about to watch, Pirates and FaZe Clan. FaZe trying to make a lower bracket run here to potentially go through also Semper and then fight either F16 again or Furia, depending on how that upper bracket final would go. But, of course, still a long road for FaZe there. But a lot of people point to them as a team that you would hope and expect to get out of groups. They have the personnel to do so, but already struggling in those upper semifinals against F16.
Yeah, it's gonna be a toughie, man. Semper and the rest looking pretty dang solid. So FaZe Clan uphill battle as we look at our last group, a Group D, which is going to be covered here on the A stream. Started with Gaming Gladiators playing aggressive and disruptive against all mid, and then both of those teams that were in that first side of the bracket running up against the high seeds with the buys, Team Falcons and JTOS, who are quite honestly looking perfect. And they sit, and I think a lot of us are ready for that match. It's going to be a fun one. As we then drop down to the lower bracket, and Corelli, things going as expected, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. All mid getting knocked out there is, again, the expectation. 0-1 Esports taking care of them in 3-1. And you mentioned earlier Renegades and Gladiators. That should be an interesting one as well. Gladiators, I think, actually look quite good in this tournament. They did against all mid, and Renegades is certainly a team that they can give a good run for their money and possibly beat. So we'll see how that one shapes out. Of course, the winner of that having to go up against 0-1 Esports.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to see how those evolve. And yeah, like I mentioned, I'm glad you brought it back up, is how is that matchup between Renegades and Gladiators going to look? I honestly don't know, which is a good thing to talk about. So again, we got to focus in on our broadcast over here. Don't forget, top link of the URL, just delete the B. It'll bring you over there. So we're just squad stream it, find a way to bring them both up. Probably the best option. But Pirates and FaZe Clan is up next. Let's take a look at Pirates first. Now, Corrupted G usually gets the certain song that gets sang when he comes out, but I wonder if that same level of respect has been given to these guys. First time we get to see Pirates on the broadcast, Corelli. As we take a look at the broadcast, it is Darth, Skillsteel, and Snowy. And Snowy has been the one to focus on both in ones and twos, but primarily watching this roster, it seems to be that the one we talk about least, Skill Steal, has been the one that in threes has had the biggest impact.
And I think it's interesting too. We saw Snowy take on Fahad in threes, or excuse me, in ones, and fell as well. But the only game that Pirates have actually won throughout this tournament so far was their 2v2 matchup, which I find interesting because between all of the game modes, I think 2v2 gets talked about the least between all of these, and that's the only one that they've won. So I think that's interesting. So, excuse me, no, they didn't. They won the 3v3 matchup. They lost the 2v2. But either way, for Pirates, very interesting matchup here because FaZe, they're going to be strong in every single game mode.
Hey, you talk about them. Let's bring them up and show you guys their hype video. Hold up that sponsor on the jersey. I thought we were looking at Ghost Gaming for a sec. Apparently your brain's breaking into my voices, but oh god. We still have 4 series to go, man. Like we're not even close. We got a lot to go. Jokes aside, looking at FaZe Clan here. Obviously one of the more iconic teams, especially in North America, sitting number 2 in the overall RLCS standings. Had a tough showing actually, where they lost to Furia because of course Furia's got to get back-to-back top 6 and FaZe was in their way. So FaZe ended up eliminated 9-12 at the recent spring major, but looking to make an impact back here.
And of course they were sent down here by F16 Esports. That was a matchup that did not go very well for them. They only won the 3rd matchup. It was 1 3v3 game. Otherwise, First Killer couldn't get it done against Rawas. They couldn't, AJ and First Killer couldn't get it done against Rawas, and Kalir is the 2v2 matchup. So not what people expected from FaZe. They expected at least to split the difference between a 2v2 and a 1v1 matchup, but you got to give a lot of credit over to F16 coming out and putting FaZe in their place and sending them to the lower bracket.
Excited to watch them later in that upper bracket, and as much as I want to talk about them, we can't right now. We got to talk about FaZe and Pirates. So this matchup in particular should be a lot of fun one as we take a look at the head-to-head and the teams to be focusing on. Obviously, the easy one to pick has got to be First Killer, but Darth on that other side has been stepping up huge. You talk about their 3v3 match that they're able to secure, but again, I still think it leans into the 2s, which could be their backup. FaZe Clan is just, it's so difficult when you look up the match. AJ and First is your pairing. In 1s, you're going against
so
First, and then in 3s, you're playing FaZe. So honestly, you look at these matchups, and it is tough for Pirates, but if there's anything that I've seen from this matchup is anything can happen. We've seen so many times where it feels like this is supposed to go one way, and the complete antithesis does.
And I just think the names of AJ First Killer and a 2v2 are just so scary. I mean, that's just a wild matchup to have to go up against. And again, this is a lot of experience that we're seeing coming out from Pirates. We haven't seen a team like this show up to an international LAN of this caliber. Of course, most teams haven't come to an international LAN of this caliber, let's be honest. But for Pirates, not only coming to this event, but then now having to go up against FaZe, certainly not the favorites in this matchup, but they could, if they come out hot, could get a good sucker punch in on FaZe and maybe lead to an extended series here.
Yeah, I am interested to see on what the approach for Pirates is going to be, because obviously FaZe Clan has a lot of margin for error when they go up for these touches or whatever. Even if the touch isn't perfect, they're just so mechanical on every aspect of their team that they can make something out of nothing. Obviously, we've seen the resurgence of that primarily in teams like Team Liquid over in Europe and just the capabilities. So primarily, I look at this and it's like, Pirates, I expect you guys to have to find a way to stop that flow. You have to find a way to not only challenge aggressively, but also on the other side of it, be disruptive. Make sure you get some demos, try to stop it. So, hey, if First Killer is going to go do all this fancy stuff and he doesn't score somehow, no one's there to follow it up. So it'll be interesting to see on the evolution of how that plays out. But yeah, a tall order for Pirates.
And it's going to be tough to fight fire with fire if you're on the Pirates side. I mean, just the caliber of player pound for pound on FaZe is going to be a lot stronger, I think, just in general. That's not to say that Pirates can't win any of these games, because I do think that FaZe is a team that can kind of shoot themselves in the foot sometimes. But this is a matchup that they are certainly favored to come out on top. So we'll get things kicked off here in the 3v3 stage as Pirates starting out with a fake kickoff right off the rip, and they do gain possession, unfortunately, not much to do with it.
It was funny. I was sitting down and talking with okay, never mind, AJ. Fine. Gonna start off first 10 seconds to get a goal. which is exactly what Pirates don't want to do. But I was talking with Eclipse, one of the coaches in Endpoint, who unfortunately are eliminated, but talking about, you know, his replay analysis and going into like the World Championship and preparing. And there is a couple teams that do have a very strict kickoff style, and it primarily happens in some of these other newer regions as compared to like North America and Europe, where we just kind of showcase. So maybe Eclipse is the one we should be listening to after they let in like 4 after PDS. But all jokes aside and all that in mind, it is interesting to see that evolution. Like, it is the only set piece we have in Rocket League, and we still don't really take it as seriously as we could probably.
Oh, definitely. There's definitely a lot of room for that kickoff to be, you know, evolved and iterated on. And you see that a few times with some of these players. Oh my goodness, first killer getting the last touch, but my goodness, AJ getting a flip reset to keep this one going.
I saw him pre-jumping on the left-hand side. I'm like, that's not good for anybody. Something's going to happen. It always does.
And I mean, that's pretty typical with FaZe. It's one of those teams that if you could play close to them, you can sometimes kind of get them in a tough spot. But when FaZe is just outclassing you, it's just like absolutely scary. And Skill still able to get one back, and that's good for Pirates. That's the kickoff certainly going in their favor there. Snowy putting in a tough spot for first killer, and he just didn't expect Skill still to be so fast. One back for Pirates.
Yeah, it's the right idea too. I mean, first killer, as soon as he is in that back post and going near post, he's like, yeah, there's no way I can get back to this anyway. So he just cleans out rotation and just hopes that the player next is able to get a touch. So again, good response here for Pirates to keep within 1, but first killer, good shot on target as we approach our first minute gone on by. Has been a lot of FaZe on offense and a lot of exciting shots, but again, Pirates trying to keep it simple, and rightfully so. No need to overcomplicate things as this one gets thrown up to AJ, who's going to redirect that perfectly on target. Good save by Darth, but it's not over yet. First killer, pass across, and a good intercept by Skillsteel. Should be able to slow this one down momentarily and try to play it out of their own half, but aggressive challenges from FaZe and a pass underneath. Good read by Pirates.
And I do think Pirates, the biggest thing that they could take advantage of in this game is the overconfidence from FaZe. You're seeing a lot of crazy mechanical plays coming out for them, and of course they're good enough to pull them off, but they are taking some maybe lower percentage attacks onto the Pirates side, and you have to be able to take advantage of it. That's a tough position. You definitely don't want to be isolated as the last man with 2 FaZe players chasing after you, as FaZe put another away.
You know, we talk about the tandem of AJ and First, but Civical's no joke either. Moving upfield, he knows exactly how he has to position, whether he goes for a demo or otherwise. And as long as they get him stopped on the tracks, then you just rely on your players to put a good shot on, which on that side of FaZe, not going to have a problem.
And there's a lot to be learned here for Pirates, right? I mean, obviously they come into this as extreme underdogs, just on the experience level. And I think, you know, when you go up against a team like FaZe, who's been placing very high at majors across the season, you can learn a lot from a team like this as AJ puts away another one. A lot of control here going over to FaZe.
Yeah, coming together for a pinch, and luckily it hits the lip or the corner, and I'm not going to hit the button, I promise. But that thing probably would have went through the wall, is how fast it was going. So glad to see it goes up, and unfortunate for Pirates, even with the demo paired, it does end up behind them. So secondary shot could be a good placement, but it is actually going to land. Good placement by Snowy. I thought the player on that backboard, I forget who that was.
Yeah, it was first killer on the backboard. He just went too low. Simple as that. He went too low on the approach and slipped under the ball, and I think his teammate had full trust. Typical full trust in first killer to get that touch. Didn't happen. So another one back from Pirates. As you're seeing, they are able to strike this FaZe clan side. They put away 2 goals here, and FaZe still threatening, and my goodness, the control they have just inside the box of Pirates is perfect. Pirates do get a good challenge to get out.
Which I think is important. You mentioned it that, you know, FaZe does like to play with their food a little bit and showcase those mechanics, which I think for them at the same time is kind of dangerous, because if they start feeling loose and going for these types of things, what does that mean when they get even more space in 2s and 1s? So I do think it's dangerous that FaZe is able to just do this at will. But on the other side of things, that's where Pirates needs to capitalize. If they are going to keep showing that kind of level of disrespect, and maybe it's not, maybe that's just the way FaZe wants to play. It is something it is punishable. There is a lot of moments where they can, you know, take advantage of this. But if FaZe is going to play this much offense, they're going to go with this demo heavy. It's going to be tough to stop. Shots like this are not going to stop anytime soon.
Yep, it really is the only way I think Pirates would come out with a win in the threes at the moment, just because, again, you're seeing very crazy plays coming out from FaZe. A little bit wild on the attack.
As you see AJ streak across, just flying through, you just see alpha moves coming out.
Every time they switch to a Pirates player, right, I see their FOV and I see AJ flying across the screen. He's just all over everyone, and you're seeing how tough it is for Pirates to break out with control. Sypical threatening the shot here, and almost a good save, but AJ putting it away in the end.
Good angle on that shot as well. The initial pressure came in, but again, the in and out, the ability to recover. I think Sypical would have had that, but AJ, good shot too.
Little steal right at the end there.
FaZe putting up secures. It's all about the teamwork, man.
Putting up 6, almost 7 there. First killer denied by Darth. Minute and a half left to play here in game 1. It'll be interesting to see, actually, I guess, which poison Pirates want between 1v1 and 2s coming out of this game. Again, it really doesn't get much, or it gets a lot harder, I should say, as you move down. I think, you know, the individual skill starts to separate itself when you start removing players, because in 3s you can take advantage of, you know, overcommits or just disorganization, no boost, but you don't get that type of luxury in 2s and 1s as much against good players, I should say, that know what they're doing here, and FaZe certainly are that type of team. What was that?
Ugly, but again, no punish for it. So
we talk about kickoffs. I don't know if that's exactly what we meant.
No, send 2 to the same boost on midfield and then no one back. Perfect kickoff. Probably not going to want to see that one in like a waiting video anytime soon. Either way.
No.
Either way, man. Yeah, the focus for me now is going to be between that like 2s and 1s conversation. And I look at 1s and it's like, first killer is the assumption, and he plays a very frustrating version of 1s as well, where he plays the other player more than the ball half the time. Very disruptive, bumps and stuff, and I think with the speed and the pace that we've seen so far from FaZe, I don't know if another player individually is going to be able to stand up to that. So I would assume you go 2s to try to give yourself a better chance, and that's still putting you up against first and AJ. So like, is there a winning? I don't know. It's tough.
No, no. To finish your sentence, is there a winning matchup? No, I don't think so for Pirates.
I cut myself off. I'm not trying to call it already. You know.
Well, no, but I mean it's obvious, right? I mean, I think we all know this just going into this matchup. That's no disrespect. I mean, FaZe is a world-class team. I think a lot of teams would have this type of effect going into FaZe, but. Again, I do think it's a big learning experience here for Pirates. We talked about that for APAC when they've come into those majors, and look how good APAC has gotten in just the course of one season, right? So the same thing with Pirates too, and FaZe is a good team to kind of gauge your speed and your control, because FaZe will send players at everything, and they'll do it with a lot of intention, and they'll do it with a lot of control as well. So again, the 3s, the first matchup has always kind of been a good one to feel out what you're going up against, and I think Pirates now know exactly what they're getting, is that one's going to fool the last man. I think it was AJ there on the goal line, and Snowy going to put one away.
Yeah, really good challenge here by Darth, and like you said, it looked like it was going to go in, so AJ just kind of throws himself at it, but it is able to ricochet off and get a follow-up. But yeah, I think to your point with Pirates, obviously this is the first exposure that they've had. You know, they would have went into the World Championship in 2 weeks with no experience against international competition because they weren't able to compete in the majors. So I think the best part about this is that they are getting exposed to not only a bunch of different play styles, but also a bunch of different regions, and having that like real person experience, not only on stage and everything else, but also just the exposure to, okay, this is what a top team in North America plays like. This is what an EU team plays like. And then being able to bring that back, because it's one thing to look at replay analysis and say, oh yeah, they play fast, but they have lived and played a series against one of the fastest teams in the world, and they're like, okay, you know, now we have ability to. So yeah, I get what you're saying, and it's tough that it is such an uphill battle, but realistically, it is a really good opportunity.
Yeah, you're playing against one of the fastest teams. You're playing against one of the most mechanical teams that the world has to offer. So, I mean, there's no shame in going down the way they did here in Game 1. And it's probably a little frustrating, don't get me wrong. I've been on the receiving end of games like that. You know, it's not fun. You can see there a little smirk from some of the players there, but it's not a fun experience to be beaten like this. But again, like you said, experience certainly matters here in FaZe. Plenty of experience coming into this one, and I think it's great for Pirates, especially going into Worlds. You know, you get something like this And we'll see how twos go. You never know. The score resets, and we'll see what they throw out. They might take ones as well. I mean, it really depends how they feel. I would be shocked if they picked ones. I think they probably have a higher percentage in twos.
Pirates, if you can hear me, don't do ones. It's a bad idea. It's spooky. They picked
ones. No, they picked ones. Uh-oh.
No. Oh, no. Well, hey, maybe we eat our words. First Killer shown that he can be beaten before, but I do think it's a little bit different of a circumstance than F16. So should be a lot of fun watching this next one. But yeah, the big things to focus on First Killer on this one. Obviously, the mechanics are going to be flashy and showy. There's going to be a lot of cool things. But the thing that makes him so threatening in ones is his ability to understand like how much time he has to mess with the other player before he needs to get back to the ball. His spatial awareness of, hey, okay, I can get boost here, I can play it over here, let me bump this guy out of the way and then do the thing. So excited to see how this one evolves.
So we do have a little bit of a gauge here for Snowy. He did play against Fahad earlier, and he lost and I think what was a decent match, 4-6 to Fahad. So I don't think this is going to be as clean as a win for First Killer as maybe we expect it to be. I think Snowy's going to put up a good fight here, but certainly an uphill battle here. No boost. First Killer kind of baiting him in to try and keep this ball towards his side.
There it is.
Him bowling, and now he might just poke it free. No boost here for Snowy. Tough position. First Killer going around, looking to cut back, pops it over his head. Still low boost situation. Snowy hanging on here and doing a good job. Quality tackle there just to stay with the play.
Yeah, really smart play as well. Getting that one boost pad and gets the 12, but eventually he does get drawn out of his net. So First Killer able to play a shot, but you see that bullying presence on that left midfield boost, which is what I was alluding to, is as soon as he gets the ability to, he's going to try to chip at you, try to get you off and uncomfortable, and then eventually all of a sudden he recovers perfectly and it's a shot on target. So well played by First to get the first goal, but able to hold him off for a minute.
See if Snowy can turn this one around. It is a lot more of an intimate setting in the 1v1. Now First Killer full boost. Certainly going for a flip reset here. Gets it. Once far post shot and a good save there from Snowy. Easily read. First Killer forced to retreat. 67 boost going into this one. Gonna need more. Flip reset again. And it's not the best flip reset. Snowy again turning him away and had a little bit of boost to work with there as he chases First Killer off, and an opportunity to counter on a couple of these. Again, you could take advantage of, I suppose, the cockiness coming out from First Killer, just taking Snowy head on in some of these flip resets.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why First stayed on it, is in that circumstance, because Snowy does have a little bit of boost for that recovery. If First just boxes him out of the way and he does it quick enough to where he's not going to get bumped, like there's no momentum going behind it, then it's going to stop him from being able to progress downfield. So good attempt there by Snowy, stayed the way and kept off. But again, sweeping through, trying to find something. This First just lurks from underneath, and unfortunately that touch isn't going to be it. And it's good recovery and a good flick, up by 2.
Yeah, I think Snowy will learn from that one. You don't want to go for something you're not 100% on there, because First Killer will instantly turn it into a goal, and you don't want to give him free ones. You at least want to make him work for it.
Right.
And to credit Snowy, he's done a great job of making First Killer work for it. First Killer's kind of thrown a couple pot shot flip resets at him, and Snowy has turned him away every single time. And now a kickoff goal incoming for First Killer.
Yeah, these are the ones you really want to minimize. Again, for someone who's, I mean, my controller's broken, so I can't even speed flip right now. So that's besides the point. But if you're trying to learn kickoffs and stuff, ones are so good for it, because you see every little minute change, and you're just like, why am I keep getting beat? And it'll force you to get better fast, otherwise you're just to lose every game. So should be able to return one here and neutralize it, which is good for Snowy. But the consistency of kickoffs, it's an important one.
Yep, and Snowy coming out on top. He's going to need a few kickoff goals to stay in this series, whether they come later or now. So good work there just before halftime here in game 2. And honestly, Snowy's doing a great job here, right? I think a lot of people look at this matchup and say, oh, First Killer is going to 11-0 him. But no, it's 3-2 at the moment. Another kickoff goal in 4 seconds, and he's within 1.
Yeah, again, super clean, good speed flip and hitting it square on. The other important thing is it depends on where they're approaching from as well, but when you're rolling into that kickoff, you're trying to basically neutralize it in a way where not only does it, like that least angular resistance pops out in your favor, but the big thing that's been going really well for Snowy is with that flip and that air roll, it's also landing on top of that next boost. So that little bit extra 12 is allowed to get power behind it. and put a shot on target before they can recover. So really well done so far. And has a really good read on that, but
That's
unfortunately, just no boost pads on the way back, and first killer, even with it.
Oh, that bounce is just so rough for Snowy.
So unfortunate, yeah.
That is, I mean, I think that would have fooled a lot of players. That's a tough one to read. That one came off so quick and so high as well. I don't blame Snowy too much on that one. See if we can get the kickoff magic going again. As again, first killer just taking advantage. A little slow kickoff here from Snowy. He's trying to mix it up. And again, these are the types of things you're going to have to do. It's going to have to be unorthodox. And this is an opportunity to get Snowy one time in. It's way too high as it goes just over the crossbar. But it had to be hit one time there. First killer was coming quickly. Still some space. First killer. Oh man, he used so much. He didn't use any boost at all. And a little 180 there, I guess. Into the net, back flip it in. First killer so patient. Look how he just doesn't use any boost here. Just stays behind the ball, stays grounded. Waits for Snowy to overextend and turns around and waves at him as he scores one.
Again, it's that mix-up. You talk about the chess match. It's even heightened more in ones. The ability to just fake challenge, wait for you to play, and again, it looks like a chance, right? First killer's facing backwards. All you got to do is flick it past, and then all of a sudden he break checks you, turns the other way, and all of a sudden it's wide open.
Placement from first killer is too wide. Snowy time certainly becoming a factor here as he lobs one down towards first killer's net. He's held his own though here. It's been a valiant effort. There's almost a minute upon us here in game two. First killer low boost. Wants to see how he can get by Snowy. He'll just take it to the corner.
Yeah, smart play. Only 18 boost, and if he didn't go for an initial shot too close to the net, it's going to hit that backboard. He's not going to have time to recover. So I figured maybe a musty if he wanted to throw that in there, but can we flip reset? No, just a straight shot here. Again, you see all the fancy mechanics, but sometimes it's just forcing the issue right away is really good as well. As a good challenge by Snowy. Can he recover in time? No, first is going to be able to get to it. And pop it up high. Here we go again.
Third attack in a row here for first killer. So he's just bullied Snowy off the ball. Low boost here for Snowy, but enough to make something happen. Looking for just a tackle on through, and it doesn't go in for Snowy. That was well played, but somehow first killer keeps it out.
So unfortunate as well with only 20 seconds remaining, but an aggressive challenge for Snowy if he has the recovery.
Oh,
and somehow first is able to land a Goomba him out. It should have been a goal for Snowy. He had the jump.
He had it. He was going to be there. And in the end, it really doesn't matter. It's still a 3-goal deficit or 2-goal deficit if he had scored it. First killer puts it off the crossbar one more time and puts up his 6th here for FaZe Clan in game 2. And in the end, full control for first killer as the expectation is met here. Comes out on top.
I just can't believe he came off that and just happened to land on him, because I don't think he was looking for it.
I'm not sure either. It doesn't matter. First killer. Not amused by Snowy that there in that game. I don't know what he was shaking his head at, but I think he couldn't hear someone.
He's probably getting chirped by somebody on his team. That's my assumption.
But honestly, that was a great effort there from Snowy. He kept it close. Got a couple of kickoff goals to stay in it, and that's part of ones. And he did a great job. I think he countered the kickoff twice there in a row from first killer. That's extremely smart from him, and I think he weathered the storm, especially early on, quite nicely. Unfortunately, not enough to come out on top, and now we have to go back to a 3v3 game where FaZe Clan just ran over the Pirates.
Yeah, curious on if they're going to take the same approach or if they're going to try to close it out. It has been an issue in the past where they do get that kind of overconfidence or even complacency, but again, as we take a look at the highlights, you're going to see a lot of first killer stuff, but the ones you want to focus on as well for Snowy is the punishing off the kickoffs, doing a couple of good things with spacing here. But the 2 back-to-back, he kept himself close, and a lot of credit to him. But that bounce, man, that one
that was brutal.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
But again, a valiant effort. I think a quality effort there from Snowy, and a lot learned, I'm sure. I don't know if he's ever actually played first killer in a 1v1 setting like this, at least with the ping that they have, certainly not. So good work from him, but of course FaZe taking care of business. And while Snowy was playing this 1v1, I hope Pirates were thinking about their approach here to the 3v3 matchup. They now know what they're getting into with FaZe. See if they can put something together here in game 3.
Thought it was going to be a pinch to kick us off, but it is not. Either way, tons of offense from FaZe and a demo to pair. As this one's going to get lobbed in the corner. AJ going to use that recovery. Doesn't need it as the teammate gets in, and it's a shot, and they let it go. It's actually just punished. That's what we're talking about at Darth. What a shot placement far post.
Yep. And these are the types of plays you have to take advantage. 1-for-1 here. For Pirates, a mistake coming out of FaZe, a lateral ball like that down at the ground is very dangerous in any team. And giving up over to Pirates, that's a great start for them.
Still standard kickoff and kicked right back to corner possession. An early challenge. Still pretty disruptive and just about everything with FaZe in the face, but that's a great read by Darth coming across right away and not letting it develop. The big clear in the midfield should have one more, and it is played up high and potentially an opportunity for Pirates as shot played bottom post and can't quite put it in. Could have been a 2-goal lead, and now FaZe can try to clear this one out. Kept in the midfield. Good pressure by Pirates here in the first minute.
Yeah, Pirates look great. Yeah, that's exactly what I said in the first few seconds of this game. I was hoping Pirates were thinking about their approach this 3v3 matchup, and they have certainly looked a lot better. It's a shame it's not 2-0 here for Pirates, as FaZe looking to get one back. AJ actually blocks that one in the end, as he's still trying to punch it out. First killer shot will get by the first man, and he'll find the back of the net.
Curious on the perspective of Pirates on this back one, because it does look like AJ might pass this across, but he's leaving it for his teammate. He just goes right above it. Snowy tries to get a nose on it, but can't get up in time. And FaZe ties it up. So, good start to Pirates. They punish on a mistake. Could have been 2 potentially, but the shot a little bit off. But still, coming out aggressively. And a lot of these challenges being met in the midfield, which I think is the best thing they can do for now.
Good pass here from FaZe. Across the box. Well read from Pirates. Darth now. Looking to dish it off. We'll flip reset there. Fortunately, not enough to get by first killer. AJ over to first killer. Still dangerous here for FaZe Clan. This one should be collected by Sipical. Pirates trying to hold on here. That pressure coming in from FaZe. They've done a much better job to keep their shape. You can see just the way Pirates are positioning. They're keeping players in the front of it, but when he carries it that far like AJ did, a good save from Pirates. Still enough to keep FaZe at bay. Certainly knocking on the door here as a couple more touches come through. Pirates finally poke it free. Back into the mix. First killer, another touch off the back wall, and it's a 2-1 lead for FaZe.
Again, it's just one after another, Corelli. It does not end. And then, of course, after all these shots, these flip resets, whatever it is, it's first killer chilling on the backboard and has a beautiful redirect. So much offense, so many things you have to worry about. And even with the good challenges to stop a bunch of them, until you clear it downfield, you're never really safe.
Yeah. And you could kind of see, FaZe slowly closing in on that goal there. Now first killer coming down. Oh, my. Oh, what a save, though, right on the goal line. I can't believe first killer even got the touch. Another one dropped down. Another big save. Pirates putting up a defensive wall with some incredible shots coming out from FaZe.
That was such an insane angle from first. Oh, what a play and a placement. Intentional or not, all that pressure going as quickly as possible to play a cross body. That's a great touch from Sip, even after the bump.
And everyone, except for Darth, getting bumped there by Pirates, or by FaZe, rather. Unfortunately, Darth just having to throw himself across the net there as the last man kind of caught out. 3-1 now for FaZe. Pirates looking for some offense. Again, they should at least have 2 here. Typical now looking for first killer again. Dangerous ball coming down in front of the net. Darth looking for a way out. He wants that pinch and he'll get it.
But for how long is the real question. Interested out, but immediately thrown back in by FaZe. Has a couple challenges in the midfield. Makes us go back and forth, but taking it solo, going to force at least one defender with, and they played over the top. Touched by AJ, and deciding to slow it down. It's a big flick. It's a wide open net.
Oh, he got him.
And they're going to get a goal.
And this is so smart from Snowy. He saw Sipical kind of cheat up a little bit on it, and when he caught him in the turnaround, he was dead all the way back to his net. Great flick there from Snowy, and probably the highest quality goal we've seen out of Pirates here in the 3v3 setting, as they're within 1 with a minute and a half to play.
Yeah, usually it's phase on that, where they, as soon as some possession looks to be had, they turn, they bump, they demo, whatever it is. But for Snowy, as Typical's going to put another one here, it was really smart to change that pace of that flow. Obviously, FaZe trying to play as fast and aggressive as possible, and all of a sudden, just that brief stint to slow it down is enough to punish. So, again, more of that, but it's so difficult to do when FaZe plays aggressively to every challenge.
Still within striking distance here for Pirates. A shame that they give up one so quickly after a fantastic flick there from Snowy. You definitely don't want it in the hands of First Killer. 1 flip, 2 flips, and another touch. First Killer going through everybody. Nobody getting a touch on it, and First Killer finds the 5th, a hat trick for him.
1 flip reset to get past, and it's so difficult too, because you see Snowy go up for the challenge, right? He's in position. He's like, I'm going to cut off this angle. That's my purpose of this challenge. But because of the flip reset, it just keeps going a completely different direction. Either way, slides down, can't recover in time, and a double flip reset goal is going to be the answer for FaZe as they put themselves up by 3. Subtle touches. Eventually, a body does get in the way, but it's kept into midfield. And can't get the clear back. So it's going to be FaZe on offense. Good challenge by Darth. And it kicks out. Crossfield pass. I don't think First is even ready for it as it goes flying across, but this one going to land in front of the net. Luckily, still able to get back in rotation. A lot of offense again from FaZe as Pirates try to handle everything they can, and a lot of these touches up high, expending a ton of boost. Unfortunately, not going to connect on that one as it falls in the lap of First.
And again, just another mistouch here from Pirates. Not getting it off the ceiling. Good follow-up there for First Killer. Of course, he's going to be there every single time. 41 seconds left now. FaZe running away with it here. Pirates, the writing's on the wall for them. A valiant effort, honestly, throughout, and especially in games 2 and 3. I really like the 1v1 pick from Snowy. I actually respect that, you know, going up against one of the best 1v1 players in the world and just calling them out and say, I want to take you on, and putting up a decent fight against First Killer. Kudos to you, Snowy, as Pirates, this one coming to a close. FaZe Clan, boy, do they look good here against Pirates.
Yeah, a little bit scary for everybody else who has to go up against them, as they are going to be running through that lower bracket. Final 5 seconds of this game going to tick down, and just a formality at this point as FaZe Clan is securing themselves one step further in this bracket with a 3-0 over the Pirates. And unfortunately for the Pirates, that means that their reign is over and are going to have to end it here. Wow. As FaZe Clan, of course, they say the rule doesn't exist and nobody talks about it, nobody follows it anymore. But giving it up in 0 seconds, that is
that's kind of insane from AJ. I'm not going to lie. I know it's a 0-second goal, and they're up by 5 now, 6 or up by 5 goals. But that was kind of crazy from AJ. But yeah, look, FaZe. What do you want me to say? This was the expectation from them. They're a world-class team, and they're a team that just demolished teams that are under them like the Pirates are. So it's not a surprise to kind of see them blow out a lot of these games. And again, a lot of credit should go over to Pirates. This is not an easy matchup. It's their first time here. It's their first time in international matchup. There's a lot of firsts happening. They're probably seeing stuff that they've never played against before against the FaZe squad. And again, I want to give them a lot of credit, especially with that 1v1 pick. I love seeing that, and I think Snowy did well.
Yeah, I think it's a great job, like we mentioned, to get some exposure to different play styles and try a bunch of different things. And you know, the last time that they lost against Owl, it's like, okay, hey, we got a 1v1 or a 3v3 win, but let's experience every type of Q type possible at the high level. And why not? You get a chance to play First Killer in front of a large crowd and everything else on a live stage. So pretty awesome stuff across the board. But it is going to be FaZe Clan as expected, and a scary one to go up against. But it is Semper waiting for them in the next round. So a different look potentially from what they're used to, because that Semper team is hard to get your hands on, because it's such a unique combination of players that have come together in order to have success. And success they've definitely had. They've looked pretty dang good with Exotic joining that team. So I'm excited for this next one, but primarily FaZe Clan, and the focus on them has been, let's do our thing. And you're going to see a lot of them doing that in these highlights.
Yep, a lot of FaZe Clan things coming your way with these highlights, and I don't blame them. You know, I mean, this is what they do. Fantastic saves, fantastic shots. That was in the 1v1 there. But of course, you're going to see a lot of double taps as well. I think FaZe overall, they got the job done. This is the type of gameplay that they do, so there isn't much to say about them. I do think, you know, Pirates had a couple of shining moments. That was a decent shot, taking advantage of FaZe, not having the best touch there off the sidewall. But that was really all Pirates got here in this series.
Yeah, a couple good moments, and the big one from Snowy again was that break check. And just slowing it down a little bit for Cypical to cheat up. This one here, as soon as he sees him come in, a big flick over the top, and even if he doesn't get it, Darth's there to follow up. So big counterattack play, something that they can maybe, emphasize in future plays. But again, it's just when there's so many offensive threats, it is very difficult. And then a flip reset and a good recovery to play it back inside. He can do it all. Yep.
The full package here from FaZe, as like you said, their next opponent will be Semper. I think FaZe are a little disappointed that they are here, that they had to even go down to the lower quarterfinals. They were a team that was invited and already sat in the upper semifinals. So knocked out by a high quality F16 esports squad. I don't want to take anything away from them. They certainly earned that win, but I think for FaZe, they are a team that is built for something like this. They have a roster, they have the components to compete at a high level here. And it would be a shame to not see them in the top 8.
Well, it would also be a shame to make the lovely people at home wait any longer for our next series. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got our next match. It is Semper and FaZe in an elimination. You won't want to miss it. Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 and welcome back Spaceman to the broadcast. Hope you had a cheeky little break that was enjoyable, but always a pleasure to have you next to me on the broadcast. How was the series for you, man? We just got to watch Pirates and FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan went sicko mode. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, the final game, I was like waiting for FaZe to get it together because it was relatively close, and then all of a sudden they just started getting it together, and First Killer showed up. So yeah, I mean, it was essentially this entire tournament's been like, okay, I expected this. There hasn't been a huge upset other than FaZe losing early on. I'm like, okay, we're doing the Rocket League thing, man. We're here.
Yeah, it's been pretty exciting across the board, getting to see 3s, 2s, 1s, whatever it may be, and whatever poison they pick. And again, credit to Snowy and the choice of the Pirates to go in that 1v1 and keep it close relatively against First Killer. So a lot of respect garnered from me for that one, but unfortunately that is Pirates on their way out. So again, we just talked about them, but we're going to talk about them even more. Let's take a look at FaZe Clan.
Feels really good to be here in Riyadh with Gamers8. I've never been to the Middle East before, but they're treating us super well so far, and it's nice. Our expectations for this event, we know it's different game modes and stuff, but our play style and like we have First Killer, he's insane at ones, really get twos, so I think we can go far in this. I'd rather face off against Furia since Falcons has Khaled and Ahmed, which are really good at ones and twos, so I think Furia would be a better matchup. I've always wanted to play in a region other than EU or North America for LANs. It's just, I think it's more fun, so it's just different and nice to be here.
Hey, you hear it from AJ, much rather play Furia than someone like Falcons. So that may be a possibility, as obviously F16 and Furia are next match, jumping the gun a little bit. Loser of that will drop down, and that's where FaZe is trying to get to, is that qualification match in the lower bracket. But they do have Semper in their way, as AJ, First Killer, and Sipical have been looking pretty dang solid all together as we take a look at the team spotlight.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be wanting playing Falcons either, given their just ridiculous dominance all the way through. But you look at when this team came together, the biggest question mark was, are they going to be that three-headed Hydra? Are they going to be a consistent top 2 team? Kind of, and then not so much. Like, they got a regional championship out of it, but this has been a team that has underperformed from all measures, and for a squad of this caliber, especially with Sipical making his entrance, it seems that SSG has had the benefit of that trade with Daniel's performance. And for FaZe, again, it's similar questions to Dignitas. Like, when are they going to put it all together and show us that they can be that consistent powerhouse? And right now, well, you got to do it against Semper.
I mean, it's a difficult conversation, right? Because FaZe Clan does have super consistent performances. I mean, you're talking top 4 with before and after, and then this most recent event with Spring, you know, dropping out pretty early at 12th. So again, it's one thing to get to the conversation of, hey, we're going to the World Championship, and that's truly what matters. Obviously, you want to have performances, but getting to the Worlds is the most important. And for a team that actually made it last second, it's Semper. Let's take a look.
Being in Gamers8 in Riyadh is great. The atmosphere is really cool and we are having fun. The hospitality and the hotel we've seen for the moment is great. Everyone is friendly and kind and we've got everything covered. Being on one of the most competitive regions make us look at the other region as a future opponent. We see them getting better and better each tournament, so we don't wanna let them take too many progress. The team that's going to cause us the most trouble will be Falcons. They have the best team on 2v2, 1v1, and they performed really well on 3v3 recently. The preparation for the tournament has been good for us. We've been practicing a lot and we've been as well not burning ourselves too much with going to the swimming pool, having some fun and playing some other game or activities together. So yeah, we are ready for it.
As of shouts to Cassio in his interview, as well as always being open to sit and have a chat. As I've had him on some of my own streams in the past. Just talking shop, always a good one to pick the brain. And alongside him, obviously, Shazette One of my favorite moments that I've ever had at LAN was making Shahzad laugh, because it's not an easy thing to do, because usually I don't know what he's saying. So it's awesome to see the Frenchies obviously get together, and their new addition at the very end in Exotic, who has been stepping up huge. We saw his earlier match that both you and Corelli casted.
Yeah.
And big impact for that roster.
Huge. Yeah, Exotic kind of hard carried through ones. He was excellent in the threes, and it really was up to him. Now, granted, in the final match, Chaussette and Cassio absolutely contributed, and they really were all serious. But the leading man was Exotic, and a lot kind of how Sypical, or excuse me, First Killer is able to take over games, and Sypical's a lot. He's there a lot to help facilitate. Similar situation here, where Exotic can like take over games, and Cassio and Chaussette both have done an excellent job today facilitating for him. So if they keep up that speed and Exotic is a threat like always, FaZe are going to have their work cut out for him.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one to see on how this one unfolds, because there is some similarities, but on the other side of it, on an individual level, which is what this is going to come down to, I have a feeling threes should be close. Both teams should be able to realistically take it. So I think that first game is going to be an important one, but in twos and ones, I do lean inside towards FaZe just on the individual efforts. But again, Exotic has proven to be a tough battle in ones, so maybe we do get to see that. Exotic and First Killer I think would be an absolutely fantastic matchup, but again, I think we're in for a pretty good treat. Overall, though, I do think I nod a little bit in favor of FaZe, and part of the reason why is I look at the impact players in our head-to-head.
Sure.
And it is, I mean, it's First Killer, right? Like, he's the player to watch.
Like any matchup that ever exists in the RLCS or anywhere, if FaZe is playing, he's the person you look at. Like, he's always going to be the key to victory for FaZe. And for Exotic, this is the parallel matchup, essentially, right? Like, the play styles are somewhat similar. First Killer is a little bit more unhinged in a good way. But when it comes to kind of boost management and control and orchestrating the offense from any point of the field, especially from your own back end, both these teams do it so well. Both these players do it so well. And Exotic is going to have to lock down First Killer in a way that very few people on the planet can ever really do. Because if not, First Killer will just annihilate you on his own.
Well, let's focus in on the matchup then, Space. We've got FaZe and Semper. It's going to be a first 3v3, and we've saw what FaZe recently, just did. A lot of aggression, a lot of high-flying attacks. And again, we saw Semper start a little bit slow, but as they got into that series and in the tail end, they looked impressive. Very controlling of the field. They really figured out that identity of what they wanted their offense to be. So I position that to you, and is it possible for Semper to really shut down FaZe's offense from what we've seen so far?
Oh, of course. I mean, we've seen teams get the better of FaZe all the time, and that's not like a warning shot at FaZe. Just listen, FaZe can sometimes show up and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they double commit their way out of a series, and sometimes they double commit their way into a 5-0 lead. It just depends on whether or not those things are clicking. But I think the key for Semper, again, is the physicality. If they can get FaZe, FaZe is going to double commit regardless. They're going to take ridiculous shots regardless. If Semper can start bumping FaZe off plays, if they can get those big demos, and if they can force FaZe to have to overcommit themselves and work overtime for those extra reads for the second and third touch, you're going to have an easier time than most teams will. But that really comes down to your ability to lock down this FaZe clan roster, which is very difficult to do.
100% as out of the gate. Pretty neutral as expected, but I expect a couple touches and early challenges from Semper. As you're seeing already in the corner, follow-up from both Exotic and Cassio. As this one comes down in the midfield, Chaussette turned a little bit awkward, but still able to recover in time and keeps it in this half. And that's going to be the big focus for me is, can you find a way to keep FaZe in their own half? Is it going to be these challenges met in the midfield to really shut them down? And a good way of doing it is a good catch and a potential shot, but cut across and support shown for FaZe Clan as it's a drop down and a cutoff. That's a wide open net. What a great turn by Semper.
Yeah, that's a good read all the way through. And again, FaZe are starting to mount that 3 pressured attack. You can see everybody pushing up. First Killer all the way upfield, AJ as well. Sypical is right there looking for the pass, but the cut down by Semper, and that's what they're going to have to do, right? Like when FaZe are putting that 3-headed approach on, when they're getting everybody up in circulation, you're going to have to be able to jump that read and intercept the ball. So far, so good for Semper, and they get a goal because of it.
Good challenge again by Exotic in the corner. As FaZe trying to slow it down a little bit. Again, garnering that respect from Semper.
Yeah.
It's a good touch up high. It's going to force someone off the backboard, and it is a solid clear, but completely kills in the midfield. It's going to be Chaussette taking a dribble and gets a demo. Just going to back out, let his teammate come through. And it's a good shot through as well. Again, good communication here from Semper.
Well, look at that. The demo opens up the back corner. You flip out, you get the boost, and Exotic's already there to meet the pass. Nicely played all the way around. So you get physicality, you get boost management, and I mean, FaZe couldn't really do much off spawn. What are you really going to do? That's good communication and correction throughout, and we wanted to see the physicality from Semper. It works out so far, and they have a 2-goal lead. Now the question is, can they hold on to it? Because you know the FaZe is coming.
Yeah, we've seen this numerous times where FaZe, you know, they don't start as fast, but once they get into that groove, it's been very difficult. But again, I think it might be a little bit more difficult than that. Semper obviously challenging a lot of things really well, and they're showing that physicality that we wanted. A lot of demos and a lot of follow-up that they've been going for.
Yeah.
And it's been unique approaches. It's not just straightforward every single time, but the one thing that you're going to see pretty consistently is they got to find a way to get FaZe out of position. And you can do that with the disruption, the bumps and demos, but a lot of these touch-ups, just big clears up high. Even when they're in their own half, it's just lofted towards the top of the net because it does force someone in an awkward spot out of position, and they can't really control it. They just have to react to it and play a big clear downfield. So Semper did a really good job of facilitating the field and just overall controlling the pace of this game.
That's maybe the first shot really we've seen from FaZe in the final, I should say the last minute or so. They get a second. But there hasn't been a lot of offense for FaZe. They have been struggling to hold on to possession and dealing with the pressure that has been continuing. As Semper still rolling in front of the net. That one's dangerous. Follow-up will be there from Cassio. 3-0. Too much to handle. FaZe Clan don't have an answer right now, and they don't even have possession of the ball.
You talk about rolling in front of the net. I think that's exactly what Exotic did with those flip resets. He just kept barrel rolling down, and he kept managing to hit the bottom of his car to get that reset. So, again, that +1 mentality, a couple extra touches, and then not afraid as the third person. I think that's where I want to give credit to Cassio is, even though this one a tough save, it is saved either way. Cassio comes flying through, and there's no hesitation with him as that third man in rotation primarily. Extreme confidence to set it up. An awkward touch and 2 commits. So could be a chance for FaZe if they can find their footing. As it's played downfield, a good counterattack chance. It's a shot on target. Again, Cassio in the back of the net with a good save. Exotic there for the follow-up to clear it away. Just under 2 minutes here, Spaceman, and Semper looking clean.
Oof, a little dangerous. Good pinch to be able to get it out. AJ playing it off the ceiling. His best chance FaZe have had so far. 2 will come in on the touch. Everyone gets a look before finally it's killed off. And for FaZe, I mean, you got Typical so far pushed up. You got AJ circling at the midfield line. First killer flying into the corner. I mean, they have numbers around. They have positioning here. It comes down to the constant powerful clears from Semper that FaZe have not been able to reel in. They're not keeping the ball on the ground. They're trying to go for these aerials, but Semper are denying that. First killer going to keep it down. Can he maintain it? No. Exotic will take it out.
Again, it's been good challenges, and then paired with that alleviating pressure, like you mentioned. It's just they're making FaZe play their game, which is really important. When FaZe gets into a groove again, we see what they can do when they hit all these touches. But as of right now, it's been, for the most part, is a good pass play. Finally opens up for FaZe. It's primarily been Semper playing keep away.
Typical parked the bus real quick.
Yeah, he turned back on that one.
It was, right there. I mean, that he was sitting still like for 5 seconds as that play developed because he knew what was coming. If they just get a center, all of a sudden FaZe have a shot. And the opportunity eventually shows itself, but I think to hit on your point, like Semper have been playing their game in the aerials, and they've been cutting down a lot of touches that usually scream along the sidewall or they kind of skirt along the ceiling. As that one goes in, okay. So it's not only been just domination in an altitude, but it's also been just quick reads on the ground that have kept FaZe at bay, and Cassio with another jump that gets in front of this ball and makes it a 4-1 game.
Yeah, and as soon as FaZe gets a response, so does Semper. Trying to neutralize everything they have, especially going into these 2s and 1s matches. Curious if FaZe is going to rely on the 1s of first killer or otherwise. But again, with Exotic, a little bit of confidence, I think, for Semper. So, good 50 as Exotic comes flying through. That one drops down an awkward spot. Luckily, nobody for Semper in a spot to attack. Into the midfield, Exotic first touch, followed up by Shazette, slowing it down. And just trying to force a 50. Not sure if he wanted to go for a flick there or otherwise, but either way, killing time off the clock. 10 seconds remaining. It's a good pinch into the Semper half, cut off by first killer. And another pre-jump. And with the final seconds ticking away, no way you can come back from 3, and it is Semper who come out of the gate swinging and looking pretty dang good doing it.
Yeah, they kept FaZe looking like a vanilla offense. There was really nothing to it. And it's not necessarily a FaZe blunder by any stretch. It's just they looked pretty pedestrian. On the other side for Semper, they had complete control of the pacing of the game. The aerials were all there. And it's easy to orchestrate your offense and the counterattacks and the defensive pressure that you want when you're constantly shutting down any FaZe push. I mean, FaZe were reliant on someone like First Killer or AJ to create something through the midfield, through the corners. And the one time they find a goal is when they're able to play it off the backboard, get a center out, and Simpical is ready there. But even then, all three members were pushed up. Like, FaZe were committing everything on every play because they weren't given much. They had to force their way forward, and Semper were denying it with great defense as well.
Which is a lot of credit. Usually when FaZe commits everything, usually they find something. But again, as we take a look at the highlights, it started with just reading that pass play inside and Cassie cuts it off. But overall, even unique touches like that, like it was Shawzet, he goes for a dribble and doesn't get the boost like he wanted to. So he just puts it in reverse and catches the guys off track. So again, it's a little bit of everything here. And this pass play was the only one for FaZe, but obviously it looks great when it happens. But overall, pretty dominant from Semper in this first 3v3, and
yeah, that's
got to instill a lot of confidence going into 2s and 1s, no matter what FaZe decides to pick. So they do go to 2s. It's gonna be Exotic and Shawzet against First Killer, and they decide to field Simpical instead of AJ.
Well, this will at least give them some backline. Not that AJ doesn't at all, as Shawzet just slowly flips it over. But for FaZe, I think that having First Killer again in 2s as the only really primary option here will help slow the game down, which is something FaZe desperately need. Simpical could certainly help with a lot of recoveries and rebounds on defensive possessions, but early on, Shawzet getting himself involved, and usually it was Exotic in the 2s and the 1s who was leading the charge. And if we get Shawzet going and Exotic is just there to help out, ooh, that's a dangerous Semper you got in front of you.
Again, it's been a while since we've seen it, but again, Shawzet fully capable of doing some very impressive things. I mean, I remember the days where he was playing with like Reciprocity and PSG and like 1v3ing energy almost in some of these tournaments, like the DreamHack runs and BTS. A lot of talent. You know, I've always known him for a positional player and always in the right place and always making the good saves and stuff, but we have seen him do the pop-off before as well. So a lot of us really excited when he got brought over to Semper a while back from that Reciprocity team and all the changes that they made, but you know, it was sad to see him and Farah no longer, but luckily Farah has joined us back in the scene as the coach for Vitality. So all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes it's cyclical. You get your chances and then you're not sure what the next step's going to be. All of a sudden it comes right back around, just like this one did. First Killer, great redirect. As Shawzet came off spawn and the Exotic had to cover so much net with so little time and so little boost. I think that's a big turnaround of events for FaZe, because it's not so reliant on the aerials. It's more just, you know, keeping somebody on the ground and trusting your instincts, as Shawzet picks the pocket of FaZe on the kickoff and gets himself another one.
Yeah, just a great 50 and a good cheat up. A quick cut, and knowing that because of the slow play, has to make it quick, and that's a perfect flick. So again, neutralizing FaZe, just like they did in the last game, this time in 2s. This one's going to go over to the side. Plenty of boost to work with. He's also got Exotic to his left, but he's probably going to take this one solo. Turns it into a flip reset, and Exotic's there. Shot high, has a double, and he's going to put it right away. So easy for Semper, it looks.
I mean, it basically is. It's just a simple double tap. Just played it off the backboard. Now, granted, FaZe had slid to the left and fallen out of the goal line, but it feels just really easy right now for Semper. Like they're keeping the game very, very easy. For FaZe, they've looked fine. They've looked okay. It just, there's something missing. There's like a spark. There's like a creativity or just kind of a will that's missing right now from this roster.
Yeah, I think a lot of that credit does go to Semper.
100%.
Obviously, FaZe 100%. Has a ton of opportunities with, you know, their aggression and all their fancy mechanics and stuff, but fundamentally, it kind of reminds me of what Dignitas was doing so well when we got to watch them yesterday, where, you know, yes, the mechanics are there and you're using it to extend plays and do some cool stuff, but primarily it's positioning, it's good passes, it's an understanding of when and when not to challenge and those types of things. So I think the fundamentals right now for Semper have just been really pristine, and they're capitalizing on everything that they can. And to think that they still haven't really worked in the disruptive plays so far. There's been a couple here and there, but it hasn't really been that big of a focus. It just shows that, hey, there's some extra left in the tank.
They're going to need basically all of it right now because they got, you'd think a lot of time, but really, about 2 minutes to play, it goes by quickly. All it takes is 2 or 3 swings from both teams, and all of a sudden you're looking at a minute left. And here's a chance now for FaZe. First killer going to play it low off the back wall. Quickly dished out the shot set on a one-on-one. He's going to flip it quickly high. Dealt with, will grab the quarter boost, so limited opportunities here for FaZe to clear this away. Baits one. Nice check by first killer, gets it over, and Shawset will punch it back out.
Yeah, really good play, but the follow-up needs to be there almost immediately. Again, a double fake, and then
okay, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Beautiful pass.
Beautiful back pass. Wonderful.
You need to be careful with this one, and it's a good challenge back. First killer able to get there in time. Actually ends up getting a flip reset, but it doesn't matter. That one's going to roll back in the middle very aggressively, so right below the ceiling should be an easy 50 for Exotic as he pops it high. And the follow-up there, second touch. No, he's going to roll out of it. It's a good read from first. As he's probably going to turn and challenge this one. Facing backwards should make it relatively easy.
Good challenge.
And it pinches back downfield. So another minute killed by Semper.
Yep.
There goes to show for it, but still, time management's there. And finally, placement. It looked like it was going to get saved, but the follow from Sipical cuts it within one.
That's great setups all the way through. And staying on the play as well. Granted, you're going to give FaZe that nod every time. They're going to continue to finish these plays, but of all the times to get a second goal and a big opportunity in this game too, it is here. 1-0 lead for Semper, but FaZe Clan knocking on the door of potential tied series. First killer will take it off the kickoff from the side wall with a lot of boost. And Sipical going to wait. I like that. Play patiently. No reason to overcommit here. Gives time for first killer to rotate back. And now you basically have an open net. If first killer get up to the ball, he just could not get there in time. And Exotic will take it back.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Obviously, you're trying to get the beat up top. So with that power, it ends up pushing it out of reach, but still trying to follow through and at least keep it close so you can maybe get a touch on it. Soft cut and a good fake. Gonna leave it to Exotic. I don't know. He didn't get the boost back there, so a dangerous one, and no follow-up. Immediately push back the first killer, and off the ceiling has the reset. Gonna use it, a double touch, and again, first killer out of nowhere. Ties it up. We're 3-3 with 33 seconds left.
You know, it always feels like it's out of nowhere, but he's telling you right what he's going to do from the side wall. It's scripted. Here comes a double tap, and whether he uses the upper 90 to squeeze this ball around the far right post, he's done it before, and you're going to expect that angle to be on target. It consistently is, and FaZe Clan, or I should say first killer, will have themselves a lead. Can they find one more? Great kickoff win. Does Typical challenge up on this play? No. He will fall back, and again, keeping that baseline there, so the back line is now clear for FaZe. Though Exotic does get possession, it does feel like they're trying to stretch more laterally now and pull FaZe away from the net, but it has not worked. Maybe things will change in the final 10 seconds.
Two on the backboard and a potential chance. This could be dangerous as Shawzet with minimal boost, now caught him back. Luckily, Exotic able to get there. And it's going to touch. So overtime and a big one here as Semper a chance to put themselves at match point while FaZe Clan trying to neutralize.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Shawzet. Oh, can't get the dunk. Great save. I believe that was Sipical who made that stop. And now with no boost, it's going to be a 1-on-2 into the box of FaZe, and FaZe should be able to handle this. First killer actually plays it down on the pinch, and instead will give it right back. So Exotic taking it high, but first killer reads it nicely. Grabs the corner boost. This should be a clear for FaZe, and if they can get this out, this buys him time to breathe a little bit. Great shot. Better save.
Yeah, it's a really good play, and now they're taking turns. As cleared downfield, it's going to be a soft touch. Can he get the fake? Is he going to go above? And it's a shot on target. First 30 seconds of this overtime was actually all Semper. A couple good challenges and taking their time on how to spread this defense thin, but FaZe Clan, good adjustments, able to get boosted up and go back the other way. So now Shawzet needs to look out for the demo. This is where FaZe looks most dangerous, but again, throwing the possession downfield. There's been a couple times where we've seen it from Semper, where it looks like they have a chance to bring it downfield, but again, the respect's given to FaZe. No boost here.
Yeah.
Gonna have to be a good challenge and stay behind it, because again, this can be turned very quickly if they're not careful.
These clears are dangerous. His face has all the room in the world, and first color was looking for the double tap. Here comes Civical. Right over one, blocked. Shawset putting a hand up. It's these soft clears that are so dangerous like this, where Civical could just rotate in, or first color has boost. You know he's probably going to challenge. Still around. Now swinging back out. It's first color swinging heavily into the play. Shawset going to dump it out to midfield and follow on the ball. Circles back in. Challenge. 50. First killer. Typical. Demo. Open net. And that's going to be
so
FaZe stealing game number 2.
So much trust in the player back. Again, Shawset turns on this. He's like, yep, I've got the perfect 50. My teammate behind me will support. But the decision to go and demo that player altogether, again, it's a big risk, but that's some of the stuff you need to do. And FaZe, on their pick, are able to tie it up.
Well, that's big for FaZe. Not only do they get, I think, 2s out of the way, which if you want to just look at first killer's ability in 1s, regardless of how he's looked this week, you would favor him given his prowess, how good he is and how he plays. And he basically carried Sypical through. And again, I don't say that to throw shade on Sypical. That's not the point. The point is that Sypical was put on this choose game to keep a backline. Like, how many times was first killer going up with the ball and Sypical was not going to come up for the extra challenge because he was there to make sure they got boost, to keep the counterattacks clear, to keep the backline safe. Sypical was playing great defense. He was helping first killer find the angles he wanted, and then Sypical was there to clean up a play if it was necessary. But in the end, first killer did all he needed to, and Sypical just held everything down, and that was the right call going into 2s as it works out. And even after a couple of flurry of shots, FaZe Clan do eventually tie up the series.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Semper, obviously, with a good lead. They were up by 2 at one point, but primarily credit to FaZe for settling into that series. It was a lot of Semper, and even in that early overtime, there was numerous times where it's like, okay, they're facilitating this well, they're controlling the boost spawns, they're picking their battles, they're putting shots on when they're supposed to. But again, even with a challenge off the backboard and then this +1, just such a smart play. You know, who knows how long that overtime was going to go, but willing to take the risk and get a goal for it. So we now go back to 3s. Corner this puts themselves on match point. But last time, it was all Semper.
This might be the FaZe we had expected. Typical lands that one. This could be an interesting game of 3s, but yeah, just the way that Semper's been playing, they felt very confident in their opening approach. I'd expect him to go back to that similar state. There's a demo to open things up. We didn't see a lot of demos other than phases in that 2s game. It was really Semper just kind of taking challenge by challenge, but not really going for those big bumps. I wonder if that will help them in this game. I'm sure it would, but as of now, ball will escape its way towards the blue side of the field. AJ getting a bump. Ricochets around. Both teams kind of vying for possession as of now, as Casio gets it back to midfield.
Yeah, those 2 times in that side where Shawzet on the rotation back missed boost pads, both in the corner and then in the midfield as well, and kind of slowed it down. So at that point, usually when you're on defense, you're kind of waiting for your teammate to bail you out with that boost, and Shawzet didn't have any, either did Exotic. So the fact that they're able to break out, really important. As tries to make a chip back inside, and Sypical just following him like a hawk.
Good pinch. Oh my,
Wait,
that's
what?
a mistake from AJ.
What?
Okay, all right, this pinch goes in and AJ just, he just missed it completely. He flies back and boop.
Oh no, the lip.
He hits the corner. Oh, AJ, it's okay, buddy. It happens to the best of us.
Luckily, in the first minute, still plenty of time to go, as it's going to be a big kickoff, and it goes back to the corner. Flip reset from Shawzet, does pop it high, and not able to deny the boost in the corner, but gets a demo instead, which I'm sure he'll be happy for his efforts. As it is Semper up on offense until this big clear comes out from FaZe, drops down in the midfield, and thrown right back in their face.
If you're FaZe, you just shake that off. Like, yeah, it stinks right now, but like, you go next, very next play. You have to be able to get back to midfield. That's a dangerous clear. You have a lot of boost for Casio, who's flying into the play here, where he's going to win these 50s with this much pressure and power. Exotic playing it nicely through the corner, still hanging precariously in front of the net. As Sypical looks for the clear, but it won't be there. We're holding hands. What's going on here? No clear for FaZe, and Exotic will try to meet this one. Semper have all the possessions in the world and all the opportunities now trying to create a shot.
Good pre-jump by first. Not being able to get to it first, might as well cover the high ground. Ends up pinching and making it a little bit difficult. Does allow FaZe to actually stay with possession. As Exotic going to fall on this one, and bumper to bumper. Deciding to roll out, probably a smart play. Although being able to shut down first killer, maybe you keep that one.
That's probably like page 1 of every script for any team that plays FaZe. It's just shut down first killer. And then page 2 is like the works cited. And then page 3 is just like a photo of your team crying. And then everything else is just, again, you put it together, man, because it's going to be really hard. Howard, to the credit of Semper so far in this threes and the prior game 1, they've done a pretty good job of it. Game 2 is a completely different story, but they have denied first killer a lot of open looks and transitions down the field. He goes hunting for a bump, won't find anything. As Shawset will try to escape with this ball. It's now an absolute traffic jam on the right side of the field. And that's a great shot from Semper. It sneaks over.
A lot of power and good placement. Also ties up the game, but it sounded like he made connection with it. Audio-wise, it felt like it did, but just barely off the mark. Casio not able to get a nose on it. And 3 minutes elapsed. Tied up. Seems to be how the series is going, man. Back and forth we go.
Oh, there goes first killer. Great challenge on the back wall to immediately eject FaZe. What is happening? Okay, we're back down to the ground. First killer getting bumped. He's getting bullied.
Someone's using a power.
I'm having a stroke. It's okay. Everything's fine. Everybody breathe. FaZe still are somehow getting possession of this ball. It's been very scrappy at the midfield. It hasn't been a lot of clean holds for Semper. And that scares me, just kind of by the way they've been playing threes. This shot set will look for the extension, but nowhere close. First killer again pokes it free. Minute 6 to go. That's a great touch out to midfield. The redirect will be there. It might float in if no one touches it, but finally Casio does fly in for the save. Counterattack begins.
Yeah, really good second touch there as well on the left wall from Shawzet. Looks like someone from FaZe was going to be able to scoop in and cut it out, but that second touch extends the play just for at least a little bit. So all the players back in rotation, plenty of boost to work with. As Casio going to play this one up high, but off again by AJ. Dodging the demo, needs to be careful again. It's a good flick, and again, when you have someone on the field that can get past 2 defenders, so important. As final 25 seconds, we're tied up. FaZe so far has been the offensive threat in the last minute or so, but Semper's defense looking pretty sure.
Yeah, the defense has looked really good. Oh, mama. That was almost close. We're going to go to golden goal, potentially. Shot set. Almost skated around Casio. No seconds left on the clock. This one has to touch, but it's still alive. A little bit sloppy from both teams, but in the end, the defenses do work out. This one for series lead and series point, as AJ will play it off the kickoff from the ceiling, getting bullied, still staying with it. That's ridiculous.
You talk about the sloppiness, but so Shawzet went for a fake at the very end. Didn't work out. Goes to the outside. On that one, he's going up that side to get midfield boost, and they're like, all right, I can get this, but he gets beat to it. So instead, he just comes off the ceiling and chases him down. He's like, first can't hit a flip reset if I bump him off, right? Like, so
what is happening in this game? It's been a chaotic little game.
It has. And it is really unfortunate to know this is an elimination match and we won't get to see either of these teams.
Yeah.
Or both of these teams, I should say, in the future. So
yeah.
Just enjoying it for what it is.
This is definitely, I think, one of the more consistent versions of Semper we've seen, at least with this roster. I know that it's a different amalgamation for sure, but it seems like they're playing with a lot of confidence, which might work. Casio trying to meet this one down for a double tap. Quickly denied. Now boost here. Exotic keeping it up. And how many challenges do we see in the air where as soon as someone gets possession, they're like getting bumped immediately? Like, this is nuts. There is no free touch.
You said no free touch. I'm like, there's a free shot. Uh-oh. And there's another one. After all of that, it only felt like a matter of time. But again, spreading that defense, then you see how in rotation they're having to make a jump to make some of those saves, and eventually they have a good placement. It's top left, and that puts FaZe now on match point and going into 1v1. So the assumption is that FaZe is going to be playing them with First Killer and Semper in the field with Exotic.
Yep.
Should be a good one.
Yeah, that's the benefit for FaZe right now, is like you close out this game and now you get ones, which granted Exotic has looked tremendous at, but for First Killer, this is his playground. Like, this is where he throws gravel at you. Remember the wood chips they used to have? They were like literally weapons when you were a child.
Oh yeah, they called them safety wood chips. And I remember like jumping off the playground and one of those got like
the non-sharp ones that you can't throw at someone's face. First killer, like he's the one hiding under the wood chips. When you come over, he's like a sand trap. When you come over, he's got these long arms. He's like the Babadook. And he just grabs you and pulls you in.
I picture first killer like buried in a bunch of like
he's the big worm in
safety wood
Dune,
chips,
bro.
And then someone comes by and he just like pops up.
He's chasing
and, like, hits you
Timothée
with, like, pocket
Chalamet
sand.
through the desert. He is the big worm. Listen, this is gonna be a dangerous ones game, okay? I'm just saying. Here's the replays. Whatever. It was a weird game. FaZe are currently here. First killer's kind of carrying them right now, granted. But after that blunder on the defensive end from AJ, it was essentially just who's gonna have possession longest. And when FaZe did eventually get in the OT, they did capitalize.
Well, here we go. It's gonna be Exotic in first, like we planned. And for FaZe, chance to close it out.
That's the sentiment of the century right there. Can they close it out for FaZe? We've asked that for a while. First killer going to get his opening goal. And good patience for him.
Yeah, smart decision making on this one. Obviously, Exotic had the initial flick. He was able to rotate through and get some boost, but again, when you're going for that challenge and you're rolling sideways into it, first killer's just facing towards your net. He's going to power through every time. So tough challenge for Exotic. Maybe wanted to flick or something that way, but again, first gonna get bullied back on that one as Exotic brings it to the side wall. Plenty of boosts. We've seen him do quite a few things, whether he goes for a direct shot or tries to do this ground pinch, but jockeys for position instead, and that's a good jump as it does allow him to not only get a demo, but tie it back up.
I don't know why I was like really nervous that was either going to hit the post or that just wasn't going to go in, but there's gets the demo, quickly finishes the play. And I mean, oh, what a shocker. Like taking first killer completely out of the game will give you an opportunity to put a shot towards the net. And it does so here. And that's essentially what it might take. Like obviously you're going to have to play patient against him, but you have to find a way to get him uncomfortable. That's really the key to victory for Exotic, as he will grab possession towards the midfield, carrying it on the hood. Can't find the flip. First killer wins a huge 50. Can he recover in time? Yes, and he will find himself the second.
And smart play from first, and it all starts actually when he's on his own half right before this. When he's on the back corner, he was actually going to rotate into his back right, but instead of doing that before, he ends up getting to the ball and just chipping it downfield. He doesn't want to give a free possession in the midfield where they can turn and counter. So gives himself a bit of space, goes, picks up his corner boost, and then he picks his challenge. It's a good one, and the recovery's there. It's almost always there for a player like first, but difficult to go on the side wall here and is able to recover. This is probably going to be another one.
Oh, no.
Unless...
Oh, what was that? What was that touch?
Yeah, trying to get around it and put some power on it, but again, they do make mistakes. They are human. I know it's crazy to think about.
Prove it.
You can't see that shot or lack thereof just a little bit ago.
You can't. You can't prove it.
Okay. Okay. Not human. I just saw the.
I saw a chain dash. That's pretty unhuman to me. No boost as well. First killer's a demon.
All he's doing is holding a direction and jumping really fast. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, what was that?
How to discredit how difficult it is to do wall dashes. He's just holding a direction and jumping really quick.
Yeah, he should have held the direction a little bit harder to get to the post. What's going on here?
Be nice. I know you used to watch him early in his career, but be nice, man. All right.
I only give him a hard time because he's my former champion. He's my former X Games gold medalist. Okay? He broke my heart. And Exotic's about to break another goal. Oh my goodness. Tied up 2-2 with 3:16 to play. Can only expect how this one will go down, but I think we obviously have to give credit to Exotic, how he's been able to make some small adjustments and keep up with first killer's long rotations, especially looking at those sidewall transitions where he grabs midfield boost like here, and then he comes back sharply on a play. Goodbye! That one's gone. It's a 3-2 ball game.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by this one. It looks like you thought about going for the air dribble, but I actually like the play to just play it off the back wall because with Exotic being near post, it's going across body, so that save is actually pretty dangerous and tough to make if it's fast enough. And even if he does make a save, like it's going to expend a ton of boost. First killer's going to be able to rotate through and get the top right. So again, trying to find a way to manipulate. Ends up working out as he's going to back off, flex left mid, and go back in. Flip reset, and it doesn't work out, and should be able to clear this the other way, take to the sky, and find yourself a goal.
Yep. That's the thing. That's what's so punishing is like once you kind of get that misflip, you're done. You're done. Like it's over. Not the game, just that rotation right there. It's tough. First killer's gonna punish you. He's gonna find boost. So with that said, I think you're hoping and you're lucky for Exotic that you have plenty of time to work with here. Can you slow first killer down? Pops it high. Still alive. Gonna get the corner. Exotic very slow to the ball. Gets a fake. Beautiful one at that. And now he's got to score this, but nope. A little bit too late. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well,
Really?
you know.
So that initial touch, you're like, okay, this could be dangerous, but I mean, first killer just having an understanding. He just launches that into the corner. He's like, yeah, this kick back mid. I'm just going to wait for it. And one times it in. And you talk about the punish. It's the little things. And what was a very close game, all of a sudden it is a 3-goal lead for first. But the thing to keep in mind for Exotic is just because it happened to him doesn't mean he can't do it back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it now, bro. Like, now is the time. You're underwater. Please help us. Got 2 goals. Trying to find a third. Almost a ground pinch. First killer. Playing underneath. Popped high from Exotic. Back down in front of the net. Great touch as well. That is great patience and control from Exotic to get first killer to bite. And then right here, just little light touch. Little something. Little, like, just like, dig a hole, be a carrot. A little something. Just a little small.
Again, it's the setup.
Don't gloss over it.
I mean, it's difficult for first killer there, right? Like, he plays that back wall and first starts to go up, but it does limit his options by not staying grounded. But again, if it didn't land as like solid and kick out as hard as it did, it probably was the right decision. The other side of it too then is just, again, that patience. You're talking about that soft chip. You know, first probably expecting someone to just blast a shot on target, and Exotic known having the wherewithal to be like, no, I'm just gonna hold off on this one. So probably gonna try to get down on this one and go for the bounce. Not gonna land, and here we go again.
We've seen that all weekend.
And there it is.
Yeah, he's an absolute worm. He doesn't see. He has no eyeballs. He just hears tremors. Deals them.
I just picture him as he like drives by, he's throwing like safety wood chips at people.
Yeah, he just feels like the little children running up on the wood chips. He just is ready.
Yo, anybody in chat good at Photoshop?
He malts. He 100% malts, dude. I know in the wintertime, first killer just like goes into his room, just puts on ones and just malts. Okay, Exotic gets it to 6-4. We got still a minute to go. I mean, this was a kickoff win. I think this is the only reason this goal goes in is because you won the kickoff and was able to get back out for boost. But there's plenty of time. You know, I'm just thoroughly enjoying this one's match at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, I knew Exotic would put up a good fight, and on the kickoff, I mean, it perfectly goes into the corner. He gets 2 small pads, and it's enough to carry him through. So again, it's not like it's completely one-sided. It's just the difference maker has been first in a couple of these punishes. Where he is playing patient. Speaking of patient, it's going to be another one from Exotic. Not sure if the wheels slow down the ball or not, but either way, that's a great way to bring it back within one.
Where are you going? Ain't nothing up there. Bye-bye. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, you got to be quicker than that. That's great. Oh, my goodness. Get another one. Come on now, Exotic. If you're going to do it, don't make us get here and then not do the thing, all right? You got to finish the job now. Kick off. First killer not playing it. Towards the midfield. 40 seconds to go. Down to the ground. Full boost. Flips it over. Exotic. Playing into the lower right. Or I should say lower left. I know directions. And that's going to be safe.
And it just, you see the initial thought process from first where he's like, I can go for a demo on this. Oh my gosh, that one actually almost goes in. But luckily Exotic does land on the boost. So first going to have to back off. A little bit of space to work with. In the final 50 seconds, that's a beautiful flick, and luckily for first, a second touch, but still, probably going to take this one up high and off the ceiling. Plenty of options now as he falls down. It's just a quick shot, and first actually reads it perfectly. And here comes that punish yet again, unless Exotic can make something happen. Final seconds and tournament life on the line as he plays it a little bit too far, and first killer is going to put it out of reach. And that is going to do it for FaZe as they close it out here in 4. Congratulations to them as they move on to that next match.
Now, first killer, again, consistent in ones. Excellent throughout this series. Question was, can you challenge him and be a parallel sometimes yes, other times not so much. And in the end, it was just a little bit too much as First Killer helps FaZe Clan move through, and they will eventually go to the lower bracket final where they will await the loser of F16 and Furia, which I believe we have coming up next, if I know things correctly. But either way, Semper bowing out here. It was a really good run from them. And I think that even with kind of how the way things went in this series, I am positively impressed, which is the exact same words together, with how Semper looked in threes. I'm just really happy with how they did. So I think there's a lot to be happy about here, Lawler.
Yeah, I echo everything you just said and attempted to say all at the same time. Either way, it's been an exciting day. Obviously, 8 matches. This is normally where we close out the broadcast, but we still got 2 more for you guys today, which is really exciting. But yeah, I talked about it in the middle of that series that if one of these teams go home, it's kind of upsetting because they've both been playing so well. But not everybody can make it through because, I mean, on the other side of the bracket, you still got F16 and Furia. So
yeah, dude.
There's a lot of talent still left to go in our final 3 of this group. Also, keeping tabs on the other side, it does look like 0-1 has beat All Mid, and Renegades in Game 5 does close it out against Gladiators. They'll be going on to play 0-1.
Surprised by that.
You've got 0-1 and Renegades and Falcons and Dignitas. Some fun and exciting matches over there as well. So crazy stuff across the board, Spaceman, but FaZe, they do hold on here.
Yeah, I mean, the reward is going to be a very hot Furia or F16. So I would love. We're going to be watching that series. I'm excited to see it. But I think that things are in the right direction as of now for FaZe, but it's still not as polished as we want from this squad. Still a lot of question marks, but take it a series at a time and celebrate right now because First Killer looks really, really good. So there you go.
Again, to think that our last 2 matches, F16 Furia, and then whoever ends up dropping down to that lowers against FaZe, like we're in for a treat still for the next 2 series. So we do have an interview on the line for you guys. It's one and only First Killer, the boy who clutches up in everything.
Let's go.
First, welcome, obviously, first to the broadcast. Secondary, I hope you didn't hear any of the commentary between myself and Spaceman. Don't go back and listen to it. There's some weirdness going on over here, but
called you a tall boy.
How are things over in Riyadh?
It's great over here. Like, everything's so nice. Everyone's so nice over here. It's amazing, honestly.
First, for you guys right now, I know this is not only like an event for there's a lot of money on the line. I do like there's so much cash that you can be won here, and I know that's big for your personal profile, and obviously because it's essentially like winning 3 regionals. So that's obviously huge. But for you guys, did you come in with a focus to just continue to work on like the small stuff and the fundamentals, because it kind of is like a land away from home, but you're also getting ready for Worlds?
Honestly, yeah, this tournament's for a lot of money as well, obviously, but we're using this tournament like mainly for experience and for Worlds because we want to do really well in Worlds. So we're just using this tournament to like get more experience in LAN, like playing on LANs or whatever. So yeah, it's just mainly that.
When you talk about experience, obviously you guys now being together with Cypical for a decent amount of time have been exposed to a lot of different play styles, but this is the first time that we're getting to see teams like SSA. We're getting to see meta and depth from it. Has there been any like big like surprises from some of these teams that like you weren't expecting?
Definitely F16. I'm definitely surprised by them. They're actually insane. Like, I thought like Falcons were like the other team that could compete in that region, but they're insane.
The only real thing I'm wondering is we asked AppJack yesterday after the Dignitas series kind of what their thoughts were after London and how they were able to kind of soak it in and what they were working on. For you guys, is there anything that people generally don't know, whether it's a conversation you had with your teammates or the kind of attitude of this team right now before Worlds comes up, that you want people to know about FaZe in this roster and what you guys are looking at?
We've been talking, like, trying to fix our issues and stuff like that, but not really, honestly. It's just, like, can't keep it in low, I guess.
Sure. Last question for you first, so you can go in and celebrate with the boys before you get ready for your next match. You do have a little bit of time off between F16 and Furia. Obviously, F16 absolutely cracked. Those 2 youngins are something special. But Furia's no joke either with Jan. Do you have a preference on who you guys play?
To be honest, I don't really have a preference, though I really do want to get revenge on F16. But to be honest, I have no preference other than that.
Fair enough, man. Looking forward to seeing how the match turns out. Looking forward to you guys on our last match of the day. Go back with the team, celebrate for a bit, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Such a nice kid. He's always been that
Wants
way.
a little bit of revenge, man.
Yeah.
Wants a little bit of revenge.
I love that edge on him. Like, he's had that ever since he was on Rogue. He's super nice, but he's like, you can tell he carries that chip on his shoulder, and he wants to prove that he's the best in every single mode and every single series he does. And I would love to see a rematch of F16 versus FaZe. I think that would be excellent just for storyline of this event.
Well, we're going to take a look back at the series we just watched between them and Semper as we take a look at the highlights. And it started pretty dang well for Semper. You already see that indication where it was primarily Semper coming out of the gate, really facilitating well, controlling with fundamentals. But as soon as they went back, the choose pick ends up working in their favor, but it is a close one. We then go into our next series, and man, a little bit more of the same.
Yeah, it really came down to baseline for FaZe. It was like back to reality all of a sudden. Okay, we can just rely on our speed and our mechanics to get us through this series. And in the end for Semper, again, it's just you're asking them to stop first killer in 2s, in 3s, and in 1s. And no matter how good Exotic looked today, and he absolutely looked good, in 1s, like first killer had a bad game yesterday, and it's not going to continue. He's going to continue to dominate like he did, and it was a little too much to handle. And again, we talked about it. Curly and I talked about it. Sometimes it's just caliber of talent you're playing is a little bit better. And welcome to FaZe. Like even on their bad days, they can beat most teams. So it was a good performance from Semper. Again, there's a lot of good takeaways from them, and I hope the players are at least content with kind of what happened. They get a lot of money for it, so you sleep relatively well tonight. But for FaZe, there's still a chance to continue to move forward and earn more and more. Because at some point, like you said, you get like 100K more for every win, which is
yeah. I think the craziness to it is, don't forget, Semper is into that World Championship wildcard. They will be one of the teams competing, and they're looking really dang solid doing it. So
yeah.
Again, they still got 2 days left here at Gamers8, and I'm sure they're gonna be getting a ton of scrims in over the next couple. So still a lot of stuff to learn. Either way, that is going to do it for this match. We've got still 2 left to go. Up next, we got F16 and Furia for qualification. Should be an exciting one. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that one in store. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Gamers8. I'm Spaceman. That is Corelli. And we are into our second and final match of the day. One more after this, but we have to again get through this next best of 5. F16 Esports versus Furia. And well, this is your upper bracket final. Whoever wins this auto quals for the playoff bracket tomorrow, which then transitions into all best of 7s. Corelli, it's a big matchup for obviously both these teams, but the significant change in money when you go up the ladder just by qualifying is massive. Like this is much bigger than just, oh, we're playing best of 7s now.
Wild. I mean, and honestly, I mean, we talked about money so much. Like, it is crazy how much you earn as you move up. But you said we have to get through it. I think we get to enjoy this next series between F16 and Furia. This one, I think, is obviously maybe not the key matchup. I think a lot of people are looking at Falcons and Dignitas. That's the big time matchup later on. But for this group in Group C, these are teams that are really exciting. And of course, the next matchup, whoever loses this will have to go up against FaZe. So you kind of get this double header of 2 back-to-back bangers here in Group C. Kind of exciting to see how this ends out our day.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really fun one. And I think that for F16, of course, the keys to victory for them are going to have to be, well, one of our marquee matchups, which is Jans, because, well, we can get into him. But for the moment, I think we're going to take a look at some of the brackets because we've gotten through a majority, if not 90% of the matches for this weekend, because coming up tomorrow and Sunday, it's basically just like 5 matches a day, and that's it. So here we go. In Group C, it was Semper and F16 going head-to-head early on. It was a sweep for F16. Then they go to play FaZe. They handled business there as well. And then for Orlando Pirates and the OWL Esports Club, you got a 3-1 win for OWL. They move on to play Furia. Furia does what they do best. And now you got F16 versus Furia in the winners finals. Again, the last slot left open for whoever qualifies. So this was Group C. Anything specific that stood out to you, Corelli, looking at this one?
The only thing is the F16 win over FaZe. Not that that surprises me, but I think just from namesake, people wouldn't have picked that matchup for F16. But knowing who's on F16 and seeing how they've played so far, it's no surprise that you see them in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, that was all upper side, and now we take a look at the lower part of things. As Semper Esports, we just saw the conclusion of in a 3-1 fashion, and again, they moved forward. Now over towards Group D, where it was Almed and Gaming Gladiators who went head-to-head. Team Falcons then eventually took down in a 3-0 sweep against Gladiators. They move on, and Dignitas, who handled business throughout, coming from the winner side of the bracket, and they will now play against Team Falcons. So I think pretty routine throughout. Maybe the biggest surprise was for, I believe it was Gaming Gladiators. I think it was Gaming who had their coach sub in, unless I'm blasted from yesterday. But one of those teams had their coaches in OSM. Yes, I'm right. Brain going burr, but here we go. Group D on the lower side of things. 0-1 Esports, all mid. Again, handling business. Renegades finally squeeze it out in Game 5 against Gaming Gladiators. A big win for Renegades just to get some confidence back. And they went to Game 5 against 0-1. 0-1 continuing to move forward. But for Renegades, their time does come to an end here. Any closing thoughts on that bracket before we get into our actual teams?
No, I mean, Fever and AMS had a crazy 1v1 matchup that went to overtime there and was able to come out on top. So kind of exciting stuff that happened on the A stream while we were watching FaZe take down Semper earlier on.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch how the rest of this tournament goes forward, but it's also going to be fun to jump into this best of 5. F16 and Furia. Let's introduce our teams. What more can you really say about this Furia roster? They have shocked the world time and time again. They made a hell of a run in the winter major. They made an even better one in the spring. And this team is here to play, man. Like, internationally, top 8 without a question, top 6 even there. And Card, Kaio, and Jans, who arguably is a top 5, if not top 3 player in the world right now. Corelli, it's just too much.
It's too much. Yan has just entered a different dimension in his gameplay. I mean, he's kind of been like this for a couple splits now, but boy, is he making a mark and a name for himself, even just in the 1v1s here and just the way he's played in 3v3. But let's not count out Kaio and Card as well. They have been playing spectacularly for Furia and supporting Yan. Again, every great player needs a good supporting cast. It's very tough to stand out when your supporting cast isn't doing well. So you have to give a lot of credit over to Card and Kaio as well to support him and show that, you know, this team is truly a triple threat. And for a format like this, it's certainly a lethal team here in this bracket.
Yeah, I saw a quick stat on Twitter. It was like one of the most talked esports organizations on the planet. Number 5 was Furia, so that's fun to watch. Yeah. But here comes F16, the opponents on the other side. Let's take a look. Not to be underestimated at all. This team has shocked many, and they're here for a reason. And I think their biggest challenge, outside of FaZe, right? Clearly a more consistent roster right now in Furia. It is that Furia team.
Yeah, and for F16, you got the twins in there, Rawas and Clears. They clearly are twins with the picture here, very much alike, and both extremely talented. Rawas, definitely the 1v1 player that they have put out. He took down First Killer in their matchup against FaZe 10-3 in that game. Made it look easy. And F16 certainly looking like one of the top teams here, and they're one win away from qualifying for that top 8.
That's an exciting thing to say. I mean, for a squad of this magnitude, knowing that, again, one of the biggest storylines is that twin power right there, which is always fun to see in any esport. There are a variety of esports over the years that have had, like, staple twins that have competed, and now that we potentially have another one is really great. But they're going to have to do it against a team that is about as foundationally rock solid as you're going to find, and the fact that they're basically carrying Furia, respectively, carrying their entire region on their back with how excellent they've been playing multiple majors after major. Furia is not going to be an easy match. You might have had a bit of an easier one against FaZe, given just how this could go, but is there something specific that stands out to you about this series, specifically when it comes to F16's capabilities?
Mechanics, consistency. That's the big thing here, especially with the twins with Rawas. His ones mechanics are absolutely insane. I would love to see a ones matchup between Rawas and Yan, with the way Yan's been playing as well. I mean, there's so many potentials here for some fun matchups that I can't wait to get into, and I honestly hope this one goes 5 just for the entertainment value.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to get at least a normal standard RLCS 3v3. So if we go 5, we're getting a show. But let's get into our head-to-head because, well, these players are going directly at that. Again, this is the matchup I think we all want to see, just how this goes forward. Rawaz, of course, the 1v1 staple, one of the brothers, and on the other side, Jans, who's just been absolutely phenomenal. And you can't say enough about this kid.
No, absolutely not. And I think if you follow the one scene, you obviously know about him. If you are kind of satellite to the one scene, you might have heard his name here and there from a wasp, but now you really know his name if you've seen what he's done. He made Mincemeat a first killer. These guys, the twins, are absolutely lethal, and Rawas will have a tough matchup against Jan if he's the one to be put out by Fury. I think he would be. And I wouldn't count out Jan just quite yet. He's one of those players that I think has stepped up over and over at these events, especially on LAN, where he just elevates that gameplay. Sometimes Furia a little shaky domestically, but for whatever reason, when they show up internationally, they show up and they play a lot better. And this will be no different, no doubt.
Yeah, their resilience. They've consistently proven that, and there's always times where we're like doubting them. Like, are they really going to do it? Like, are they going to make this run? And then they start making the run. You're like, okay, they're making the run. Okay, cool.
Don't doubt
them. Yeah, you can't doubt them. If Fury are here to play, but I am very interested to know. Again, the entire conversation this weekend that we've kept in a bubble has been, what will the decision be going into game 2? Because if you're new here, we do things this way in crew battles. Yeah, the odd even games, the odd games that are 1, 3, and 5 are all just standard 3s, and then 2s and 4s will be allocated for a 1v1 matchup or a 2v2 up to the discretion of the team that loses. So I want to know, as always with most of our series, when that 1s or 2s will come into play. But when it comes to the opening match, I haven't asked you much about like predictions this weekend. I'm not going to ask you about the series, but when it comes to the opening 3v3, do you see it leading a specific way, and how does that then affect what would come next?
So, as always with a lot of these matchups, I would definitely say it's pretty close. I would actually give the edge a little bit to 3s in particular to Furia, just because of their recent performances. I think there's a lot more experience on the Furia side, just international experience as well, not just LAN experience. But I would get that slight edge in 3s to Furia, but that's not to say F16 can't win one of these. I know we were talking to Lawler before we hopped on here, and I think he said that he was looking at a 3-0 for F16, but I'd be shocked if Furia couldn't at least split the 3v3.
Yeah, I think like you hit on earlier today in the broadcast, where 3s are kind of the make or break for a lot of teams in this style tournament. I think that's been absolutely true throughout, and the sample size has been pretty good so far. It's teams that survive the 3s and have a good 1s player, you're probably going to be okay. But getting into this one, for both these squads, again, trying to fight for top 8. If you qualify and you win this event, or excuse me, this matchup, excuse me, you then move forward into a single elim best of 7 for the rest of the weekend in the playoff bracket, and every match you win from there on out is an extra 100K in your pocket, which that's quite a bit.
Yeah, it's just a bit more than some pocket change, as already a couple shots here have rung on both nets, both frames, as Furia in the orange trying to attack here. And I do think this is going to be a very fast-paced lobby. I mean, Furia and Sam across the board has been known for their speed, and of course Mina definitely getting that reputation as well. So you kind of have two bullet trains heading at each other here in this 3v3 matchup.
Already we've seen trading shots very quickly. Both teams feeling comfortable individually take the ball up on their lonesome. As Card was trying to get cheeky with it through the corner, looking for an extension from potentially Kaio, but instead it will be killed back out to midfield. Taken away for a chance, and we're seeing these constant attacks right when the recovery happens on the defensive side, where F16 are not leaving anything up for chance.
The loss not getting a touch there, but that one hit too hard by Kaio still. In possession of Yan, the man that you definitely want to have a hold of the ball for Furia, especially in the attacking third. Good demo comes out, shot, looking to be on target, and still F16 able to get back. Good defensive coverage there, even with the demo, but you can kind of see Furia getting the better of F16 right off the rip here. Yan looking for another touch. That one's down to below, and it sneaks into Rawas. Yan able to break the deadlock here in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, depth perception is hard. I think it might have just sped up on him, and watch how he punches it down. It's very difficult to make that read right as Yan is making the touch, but in the end, Furia do capitalize on which was essentially a cover net. Everybody was back for F16. It didn't even matter. Off the kickoff, though, it was Furia who had first possession, but F16 will get it right back.
I think F16 adjusting here, a couple of missed touches, and that's not usual of F16, especially out of a loss. I know that was a tough one to read regardless, but still. You expect a different level of consistency. Clear's now trying to put something together. Awas going to strike as that one comes off Clear's again. Furia now looking for a counter. Lots of boost for Furia to work with. That one dropped down wonderfully. Follow-up was there. And a great play from Furia. The shot, unfortunately, directly at the only defender in net. And F16 are able to get out.
Still waiting for the next brick to fall right now. Great pinch that could have set up potential center. Ball still in play for the moment for Furia before eventually they will have to recover. Kaio going to play it down. We've seen more and more of that as this weekend has gone on. More players electing to use the ceiling and get for a bounce pass, so let alone a shot. It's been dangerous, and defense has had trouble reading it. Great recovery all the way around.
What a touch from Kaliers. And he's the one who pushed it downfield anyways. He kind of just chased after it. Kaio, not the best touch into that corner. Kaliers absolutely knew what page he was on and when he was going to turn it. As he reads that touch, dunks it home, and F16 finally on the board here to tie things up.
Maybe that is the type of series we're in for. If that's the case, I'm in for it, man. Let's get it going. We got 1:40 to play. This game one's gone by very quickly. Both teams getting themselves a goal. Great center, great shot, and Kaio gets the lead.
That's great work there from Furia. Getting involved, especially on the back wall here, and getting that second touch. You see how crucial these second touches to the back wall, even if they're not threatening the net. They set up the next player to come through and bait that first defender and buy just enough space for Furia to poke through. They're able to regain their lead very quickly. F16 really had to work for their first goal. See if they can get one here a little bit quicker, as this is a scary sight. Yan trying to threaten off the ceiling, not able to follow up.
Could be coming a chance for a counterattack before that stall out from Furia. A quick shot. We'll have to force the save. As F16 trying to mount the defensive hold, had plenty of boost to be able to do so for the moment. That one a little bit too high. But Furia keeping all members up now, past the midfield line. Challenging right on the offensive third into the goal line. Card slowing it to the sidewall. He will give it right back. And Furia take it away again. These clears and these passes have been so pinpoint.
Furia trying to buy a bit of insurance here. That's not the touch they wanted. In fact, there's no touch. Here comes Kaliers. Shot on target and a big save on the goal line. Still F16 trying to threaten another weak shot. Bumps trying to be introduced by F16, but Furia able to get out of the way and out of their own side here. 30 seconds left to go.
Quality challenge. And a great 50 from Kaliers to get it back out. Card playing it high off the ceiling, but that's dangerous right in front of the box. It will get saved. Heads up play from Furia to stack bodies onto the goal line. But it's still alive, still up in the air. Kaliers, the demo, the shot, and perfect from F16.
And that's the space they needed, just a small demo inside the box. And it was Rawas that chased after the man that was going to clear it to the corner, and that's great follow-up from Kaliers. F16 able to tie it up here with 6 seconds left to play.
Wow, that is just perfect execution altogether in the end. And you talked about it, they've been setting that up for a while. Off the kickoff, Clear's going to keep it up. How long will it last? Not very, as Furia will get it to golden goal opportunity in game one. We expect this series to be relatively close, but as high-powered as it has been, Furia still trying to find that opening break. On the other side, the response has been pretty excellent from F16.
Clutch there from F16, but now they have an opportunity to close it out. You have to have ice twice in that situation. They've already completed step one. They get themselves to an overtime, but Furia has certainly been threatening on offense here the first 30 seconds. F16 trying to change that. Follow-up incoming and a big block from Furia. Still F16 all over them. The speed picking up. Kaliers can't land on it. And Yan here to collect the boost and ball, getting bullied off it. Now Rawas, flip reset, over one. Follow-up was there, but Kaio to clear it away.
The defense is working for Furia, but it's a little scary. They're like 1/2 second away from getting picked apart, and rolling right under is Card. Another instance where you're thinking F16 might have the save there, but instead Furia take advantage, and that's 2 goals. It could have been much, much different. In the end, though, a game 1 win for Furia regardless, and a 1-0 series lead.
And a great follow-up there by Furia. That one coming clean off the backboard is not something that you want. Now the curiosity kind of sets in here to know what F16 want to do. I think both 2s and 3s, or excuse me, 2s and 1s, they're very strong in. And as I said coming into this, I do think Furia is probably stronger in 3s. And it's a bit more of a toss-up as you enter 2s and 1s. So we'll see what they want. It looks like they might be picking a 1v1 just by the way they're acting there.
Yeah.
And I would assume if it would be Rawas being sent out by F16, and of course Yan to meet him by Furia, which would be a banger of a second game.
Here we go, baby. Yeah, I think we are getting ones now, just kind of given the way that not only the coach has propped himself, but trying to read the expressions of the players, which is pretty much impossible, but we will find out in a moment as we take a look at the replays of that game one. And, you know, both teams had their opportunities for sure, but it did seem that the defense was like 100% good for Fury at times, and on the other side for F16, it was like 99%, which was just as good, but that one small change led way to the opening goal for Furia and then the overtime winner.
This is such a great demo there, just in the highlights on your screen. Again, clutch from F16, but not clutch enough. Yan getting over that first man in Clears, and you know Furia are going to crash the net. It's something that we talk about so much at the majors as well. Furia just so aggressive inside of that box. It will be the 1v1, and it will be the one that we expected. Rawas taking on Yan. Brazil versus Saudi Arabia in a 1v1 for the ages here in game 2.
It's a little bit, a tingle. I can't wait to get into it. It's going to be fun. As Ross won the opening kickoff and will win the second and third touch as well, trying to restabilize, but Yan quickly killing it back out. We'll grab boost. That one's on target. Won't get saved any stretch, and just puts it on an absolute dime.
Yeah, Rawas had control early, but Yan just instantly taking this shot, recognizing that it'd be tough for Rawas to get back in time. He was so close to getting that touch, but great recognition, good game sense there. As the first 30 seconds goes Furia's way.
We expect this one to be a high shooting affair, and so far, we're about 30 seconds in. We've already got a goal. Rawas, you've talked him up so much, and of course he is, you know, one of the brothers in that duo group. Whether it's a tendency or the approach and the style, looking at all the regions that have had success with their ones players as of late, what is it about this young player moving forward that we potentially will be seeing him more in the LCS? What is it about him that stands out to you?
Well, again, we talked about it earlier. It is certainly the consistency from him and the strength of his ones play that he's able to kind of transfer into his threes play. That's just a quality challenge win there from Rawas. Yeah, and I don't know how many of those he wants to take in the midfield. But, you know, I mean, that's a lot of MENA players, right? Is they play a lot of twos, they play a lot of ones, and they just get so darn good at it. And a lot of these players, even for ones that are, you know, I guess the one specialist, like here in Furia, you know, I don't know how much Yan really would play the 1v1s because of, you know, his obligation to his 3v3 roster. And a lot of players don't like playing ones after they get on a good threes team. But Yan certainly doing a good job keeping Rawas at bay there. Now it's his turn to attack. Up into the air. We can't get over Rawas, and he still has boost to work with as Rawas kind of struggles to get this one out, taking multiple touches and a follow-up. Boost to work with for Yan, takes his time. Very patient to put that one away, and he's back in the lead.
You don't got to do too much. Just finish the job. And he does it here. Wins the interception right back. A little sloth, a little touch. Boop. Right through. And yeah, it's fun watching these two specific players go together and how they're competing, because even on the kickoffs, like once the ball kind of dribbles away, they're around each other very quickly, and they're kind of like reading each other's movements, which obviously is normal, but you can tell that the chess match is happening in real time. Like they're constantly aware of what potentially is up next. Great flip and a tie game.
And this was just good recognition here from Rawas. You can see the positioning from Yan. He was not in a very defensible spot, kind of sideways, and then when he backed up, Rawas knew he could beat him. Great flick there over the side and speed to follow up. And as much as what you're doing on the ball matters, it's what the opposition is doing as they shadow you downfield. And again, a great read there from Rawas. Like you said, it is much of a chess match and trying to predict what the other side's going to do. Yan tries to get the air dribble bump, and Rawas very smartly stays behind it. And Yan sent back to the drawing board.
A lot of time in this one still left to go. Rawas now hunting under the ball, trying to poke it free towards the middle of the field. Jan's not letting him get anything for free. Again, circling around the backboard. We've kept the ball here on this side of the blue half for 20 seconds or so. Finally, a chance. Big pinch. And he'll get the corner grab over again, and that's great commitment all the way through. Once you had enough boost, he had enough power to get it high enough. Rawas did all he could, but you can only hold off for so long.
And that's what you got to do when you know the opposition is low on boost. Certainly taking advantage of Rawas struggling to get a quality clear. And yeah, very patient here in this game. Just kind of letting Rawas make his own mistakes, kind of dig his own grave as he chips away with lower boost. As another one comes in for Yan off the kickoff. Yan starting to run away with this one in game 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's the fact that the lead's now 4-2. It's more of the frequency in which these goals are happening, because you get kind of a mind game that takes a while to get going. Eventually, Yan capitalizes, and right off the kickoff, just quick read and quick execution. Now, if we do see Roas eventually get a third goal, which I think we will, obviously, like, this could be a very different game between 4-3 and 5-2. I think in this situation, you would love for Yan to go up by another, because at that point, it's basically forcing Roas to have to overexert himself to get a goal.
And this one, another one, an opportunity, excuse me, from Yan. Low boost made that one a little bit more difficult than it might have looked. Roas, good recovery. Yan again, just seems like he's always on attack. Good save from Roas. A good little fake there to bring it down. He's won the challenge again. That's the second time we've seen Roas take a challenge like that and win it outright. Great patience again from Roas, knowing how Yan has been playing, especially because he's been quite patient on the offensive third. And I think Roas kind of recognizes that and took advantage here.
Yeah, and just knowing that, one, he didn't have a lot of boost, so he was going to have to stay directly on top of the ball if there was going to be any challenge. And once he did get possession, grab every small pad in front of you and get out with your life, get out of dodge. And he did just that. It worked out. And the difference between a 4-3 game and a 5-2 is massive. I don't care if it's just ones. Like, mentality-wise, reestablishing something and getting momentum back is massive, as Yan will try to play it through the corner. And now a chance for Roas to tie up this game.
Yan went for the mid boost here. Roas couldn't do much with it. Yan now looking to try and cut this one across, but a good patience again from Roas. Yan will try his luck in the sky. Roas to meet him. Roas went back down and looking for the pinch. The bump will come through, and Yan will put away a fifth. Again, patience paying off from Yan as he brings this one down.
Great extra touch right there, and the bump, like, puts it on the exact height he needed to be able to clear that player away. Yan has 5 goals on 14 shots, and I think that's the takeaway for me. And I know that there's usually a high amount of them, but 14, especially on a player like Roas, and I think the way in which they have come has not just been like long passes up the midfield or trying to take a shot from the sidewall. It has been, as this should be a 6th goal.
He's got it.
It has been pressure on the goal line, and it hasn't stopped.
Truly incredible stuff from Yan. And in a game where it feels like Roas has really had the challenge game go in his favor, when he brings the ball on top of his hood to try and make something happen on offense, Yan instantly denies. And a quality challenge there from him, doubling the score of his opposition. Less than a minute to go. Of course, that's plenty of time. But the pressure certainly on Roas here, as he's going to have to come up with something and do it quickly.
You have a lot of... rephrase. You have a bit of time. Granted, yeah, you're like you said, you're going to have to do something quickly, but it just seems like Yan hasn't read. Like, every single play, whether it's quickly stalling out, kind of poke checking him out, it's been quick.
Oh my goodness, Roas.
I'll show you.
And that's a tough one to read if you're Yan. Not only getting the flip reset, but then taking it back into the air dribble and then using it as you get closer to Yan. And I mean, it's just so tough as the last man to get a read on that. Obviously, he saw the flip reset come through, but he can use it at any time, and using the air dribble as well is so smart from Roas. And a little bit of time left on the clock, but unfortunately not in his favor at the moment. Roas got to score with something left on the clock here. Yan throwing it towards the net. Roas just can't find anything. Not enough time on the clock. Yan, a worldly performance here against Roas in the 1v1.
And a very composed one at that. Like, this is a matchup that could have been very, very different given a nice little cheeky smile. It could have been very, very different given the prowess of Roas, but that's, I think, the veteran experience right there. That is the LAN experience. That is the understanding that I'm a top 3 player in the world. And Yan came out and just dominated. Like, he absolutely was in Roas's grill the entire time and didn't let up on his challenges. There was not a single moment in that game where he gave Roas space.
And again, that was the choice from F16 to go into that 1v1. They didn't come out on top. So we go back to a 3v3, of course. If we keep going, we'll get a 2v2 as well later on. But F16 really do have to come out on top here in this next 3v3, and I think their first attempt at it wasn't a bad one. I think Furia certainly came out a little bit faster. So hopefully F16 picks up the pace going into the next match. But just talking about the replays here, Yan, for a good chunk of that single game that we saw, boy, did he have the pressure on Rawas and just constricted the boost consumption from him. It was so tough for Rawas to break out.
You know, this entire game felt like a chess match, just constantly moving pieces around, and the respect that was given from both players to each other was certainly visible. But I was just incredibly impressed with Jan's commitment at basically every play, especially controlling possession on the goal line. There was 2 goals or so that he was able to capitalize on where he didn't let Rawas get out and get boost. Like, he was just sitting, circling like a piranha, just waiting for his chance, and he was able to find it. And that kind of confidence, that not only do you kind of, you know, take game 1 by force, you take game 2 as well. That kind of confidence really puts Furia in a great spot to end up closing this thing out in another standard RLCS matchup and qualify for top 8.
In a spot where I think a lot of people would have picked Rawas to take down Yan there. And we don't get to see a lot of Yan in 1v1 as far as like show matches and stuff like that. And being able to really see it firsthand here at this LAN is really impressive from Yan. He is just so skillful and so creative behind the ball. And obviously that pressure really wore on Rawas as we jump into game number 3, potentially our last game, but not if Rawas has something to say about it here, as F16 start off a lot better here in game 3.
That was so quick, and you're going to need that response, right, just to get yourself back into this series. Cross the net, far post, speed up into the upper offensive third. Only killed 13 seconds. Not too bad.
And again, like I said, a better start here for F16. Getting that quick first punch out.
What's that, man?
As Furia looking to respond. This one getting a little dicey. Now Clear is trying to buy himself some of his own space. Left side shot goes wide. Now Rawas maybe goes again. Good slow play, gets by 1. Needs a flip reset. And more. Follow-up is there, and a good block, but it still goes in off the post. Basil going to put it away, and F16 double up.
It really felt like he's just going to slot this, and he basically did. Puts it on perfect angle. And Basil's there for the security. Trusting your teammates in the right place, the right time. F16 have a 2-0 lead. And for Furia, now comes the question where we ask them, okay, what are you going to do to respond now? Because, well, F16 just kind of run away with the start of this game.
And this is a much-needed kind of momentum boost, I think, for F16. Of course, still only a minute in, but just to go out ahead early, put that pressure on Furia. They're trying to now chip away at this 2-goal lead. And they are putting some pressure on, but there has not been a quality chance for Furia. Kaio can't follow it up either. Rawas off the back wall, an easy takeaway for him. And Furia forced to restart. Oh my.
Dangerous towards the backboard. Starting to feel a little bit more open now as the offense begins to blossom. That's a dangerous recovery. Still in front of the net. Around. Ross trying to play it. I think he was fighting Kaio in the corner. He was off the ceiling. What a pinch and a setup and a... Oh, if it lands, I had a sentence, but now I don't because it doesn't. A lot of time still in this one, but great defense from F16 and defense that they had in game 1. They just made some small inconsistencies in their reads that left the door open for Furia, but Jan almost closed the door there.
That one off the inside corner. Basil gets a good demo there. That buys some space. Rawas now taking out himself. Kaio. Clears up quickly. Great challenge from Clears. Does this one drop? It's just a bit high, and somehow Card got that one to sneak out. F16 unrelenting. And Furia coming up on halftime. Still scoreless. Maybe that's about to change. Double tap looming. Second down and a good save by F16. It's keeping their slate clean.
The defense has been great. It really has been. Now, you're going to have 2s coming up if F16 do win this. Trying to keep their series alive in their tournament, basically running in the upper bracket. If they lose this, they drop down to play FaZe Clan, so they're not out, but good shot, good slot. It's Card.
One back. And the first step in multiple steps they're going to need to take down F16 in this game 3. I think Fury would love to finish this one out. I don't think you want to give what would be the Twins a chance in that 2v2 to claw their way back into this series. So I think if you're a Furia fan, you're certainly rooting for them to close out and make the comeback here. But boy, it's been tough. F16 have really shored up. There's a second touch from Card, but can't get over it. Furia certainly buying their time here. Yan under one, a second touch and a good flip there, but the defense on the goal line, rock solid for F16.
This one will crane its way around. Sharply contested. Still out to midfield. Ross might have just helped Furia if they could have reeled that one in. Finally, Will. I think that's Jan towards the ceiling. Gets it around one.
My.
Great reset. It's still in front of the box. Here's a demo. A bit of chaos right now past the midfield line into the blue half, but Furia cannot convert that opportunity and back out for a counterattack.
It's crazy about Yan. He's always good for one flip reset. Every single time. He gets a little something extra on it. Even when he seems like he's so far behind the ball, he somehow makes it work. And that's a quality challenger. Was happy to be so quick to get back to that one. Coming up on a minute left. Despite the efforts from Furia, as they've been ramping up here, F16 still in the lead. And maybe an extra touch, as that was a big touch from Furia to break up that shot. Still F16 threatening. As now Furia wants to take the sky. Kalirs says, nope, you're going to have to be a little bit more creative than the air dribble. As Yan says, fine, I'll just hit it over everyone. The pressure is certainly mounting here for Furia. The back post shot won't be good enough to beat Rawas.
Under 30 to play. Series point right now for Furia. For F16, trying to buy themselves a game 4 in a 2v2 matchup they desperately need. They are flying upfield, and Card's going to try to stabilize with this one. Holding on possession, great challenge from F16. 10 seconds now. What do Furia have left in the tank? Popping it high.
What a
backboard.
pass.
A chance. Another chance. The double tap will be there. Furia really have nothing right now. They got to keep it up.
Got to go the length of the pitch. Yan out of boost. Furia last chance. Kaio's got to keep this one up, and he does. No boost to work with, though, but it gets down, and almost a good shot there from Furia, as it will be killed by Rawas. We will go to another game, and we'll see a 2v2.
You got to feel really happy about that performance. Just a complete turnaround compared to that first game, and what worked really well in game 1 translated to this one as well. They just cleaned up some of the defensive mistakes, and all of a sudden, bang, it feels like a new series. Now, granted, we are going to 2s now. Have a chance to talk things over if you are Furia. I mean, given the fact that 1s was kind of the staple, naturally, I'm just thinking I feel a little bit better about their chances in 2s, looking at how cohesive and synergetic they looked in 3s. But I don't know, because the 1s was so kind of one-sided from Jan's POV.
Yeah, well, he certainly was in control, and I don't think we've seen much of a 2v2 coming out from Furia. They've only played a single series. So we haven't seen... Oh, we did see Card and Yan in game 4 against Owl. That was the only 2v2 we've seen. And honestly, that would be the 2 that I would send out if I'm Furia here. Obviously, you're going to get the Twins from F16. There's no doubt about that. And that's a deadly tandem. And I do think that they are probably favored in this matchup, but I do think that at the same time, the way Yan's been playing, especially after that 1v1 performance, that he's going to be making a big difference here in this 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And you're going to need these consistent performances throughout for this series to go the distance to a game 5, which if it does, one, opens up a whole new can of worms in a conversation. But I mean, if F16 can force this to another 3v3 matchup, I'm feeling confident about their chances, but I'm also feeling great about their defense. How long will it last? Not very, as Jan will put it away.
And a good start here for Furia. And just the speed there to break down the defense. You can see a little double commit coming out from Kalirs Rawas as well. Not what you want if you're going to start this game off. And if the first goal is any indication, it's always been the team to come out on top. It's been quite strong, at least in the team game modes here. Furia looking for a way out. Card has Yan. Wants to take it himself. A flip reset will do as he gets under one. Still trying to get the bump on Rawas, but you can see the patience from him to not let him get that touch. Furia still trying to threaten.
Great touch at midfield. Trying to poke it free. Punched out. There's Card. Waiting. Good shot. Better save. And the read on the defensive end. F16 not giving too much space up towards the goal line anymore for Furia to work with. Now everybody is just flying around the field. A lot of boosts being burned. Jan going to escape as well individually.
It is kind of interesting. With the 2v2 game mode, sometimes you get really fast-paced games, other times very slow-paced. This one obviously changing hands very quickly. As F16 wanted to relieve pressure, Furia will be happy to respond as they boom it down to the F16's corner, trying to take away some of the boosts. But F16 are all boosted up. Kalir is using all of his to chase after this one. No boost in the end on the follow-up. Now Yan, scary situation for the last man. Coming down, shot on target, big save. Follow up there from Card, but can't get it on to frame. And F16 happy to get this one out.
Oh, I thought they were going to get maybe a touch off in the assist. Hold on now. Still dangerous. There's a pinch. It gets back to midfield. Card playing it. Yeah, I mean, we have been flying through this game too. Everybody at 100% all the time. Still looking for that first goal, though.
At least for F16, and it could come here. Rawas, he's going to have to get a second touch. Follow up now for Kalirs as he doesn't want to go into the challenge. How about he just takes a shot? And I don't think Furia saw that one coming. They come out on top with possession. Card over one, and he goes all the way to the post, but he can't get it inside the net. He had the defense beat. Still a 1-goal deficit.
It's a little bit too wide. Light touch. Back to Kalirs. There's a bump, and that is the opening that they wanted, and finally it comes true.
They finally get the bump to go, and you've seen this a lot here in this series. There's been a lot of bumps that have been coming out, especially from players that get close enough to the net. Just to remove one of those players, so crucial in 2v2. And F16 finally on the board here. They look to build up a lead. I think this is exactly what we expected from this matchup, to be a bit back and forth and low scoring. And it's been, I think, tough since the initial goal for Furia to break through. They've had a couple of good chances, but the defense of F16, while it's been a little shaky, they've been able to turn away Furia more often than not.
Ooh, oh my goodness. Still alive for Furia. Back into the play, but is this the counterattack they need now? They have enough boost to get out. That's going to get saved. It should. Furia denied the second goal. Now a counterattacker of their own. This has been one of the faster games of twos we've seen so far today, just by pace of play. We are flying around the field, just zooming, having a great time. But Card, with 4 shots of his own and assist, looking for his first goal. Jan trying to set it up, but the pressure being applied from F16, relentless.
And even with the speed, one of the lower scoring ones, I would assume. Yeah. As it's only 2 goals here so far, 1 apiece. And I think that is, coming down to a lot of these challenges as well. Both sides have really shut each other down. This is a good pass, though. And maybe an opportunity. Lots of boost for Kalir. Slip reset. Looking for a dunk. He can't get it to the left side. The defense holding strong from Furia. That was a tough read. And they come out on top for now. Less than a minute to go.
They double committed, and it worked out because it just squeezed the ball around the post. Not a lot of time left. Starting to win some 50s for F16 now. Can't win that one. Card able to escape. He'll have possession. He can play this, but not a lot of boost. Quickly cleared away. How powerful a clear that was as well. Down to the ground, looking for a bump. It's going to get saved. Jan's going to make the stop and stand up strong against the push.
Not only did he dodge the demo, he stuck the tackle as well. Great work in that very tough situation. Now Kalir's Card just takes it out from the sky, and now it's his dare dribble. Again, boost to work with here from his own corner. Flip reset, not going to use it. 10 seconds left. Furia looking to threaten one last time. That's not the touch I think Card wanted. Maybe it's F16 to have a good chance. This one coming down. Second touch! Kalir's Yes! 0-second goal! F16 in the lead.
Oh my goodness. I love the reaction from the coach. That's how we're kind of all feeling inside. That's just a huge win at midfield. And we can see it developing. That 50 just leads way to a beautiful touch. And I want to see the replay so bad because my goodness, what a clutch goal and huge opportunity. And not only taking that 2v2, excuse me, but giving themselves a chance to play what I believe is our first game 5 of the day. And not only that, but you're going back to threes, which this team just looks so confident in.
Absolutely insane way to end the 2v2, and one that was so back and forth. We talked about the speed of the game. Possession was changing hands so much, just kind of taking shots at each other, but here's the final touch.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Just barely snuck in. You kind of look at the clock, it's at 0. And somehow that didn't bounce, actually. I'm surprised. It still went in.
I thought it was a little bit nuts.
F16 coming out on top, and that was a fantastic way to end that game because I think F16 really started to turn it up there. And probably like the last minute or so, they looked a lot stronger.
Yeah, they started winning more of their challenges at midfield. The 50s were going their way. There were great speed all the way around for Furia, but F16 seemed that when everybody kind of put everything together and all engines were online, fired on all cylinders in that game number 4, and really went out and won that game. Shout out to, again, that 0-second goal was absolutely fantastic. But the biggest question was, if they can survive this game 2 and they can get it to a Champions Field, how do we feel about their chances? Well, looking at just recently how they've played in games 1 and 3, I would say pretty good. Like, they have to feel like there is no reason they can't come out and just close the series down.
A final game, Spaceman. It's gone the distance. Some good work in the 1v1 from Yan, and the Twins get the job done in 2s. We go back to 3s for the final game. And for F16, they've got to be hyped up. Those 0-second goals, they do something for you. I think Furia, they have to kind of shake that one off and regroup. 3s, again, I do think Furia can really get something going in, but at the same time, it does feel like F16 have started to get their number. Awas trying to sneak it by the defense. Not going to happen, and Furia forced to play from the midfield.
And the speed of the 2s has come into 3s real quickly. Here comes Kaio, right under the gut, able to get 2 to commit quickly. Into the corner we go. A lot of possessions here for Furia, and there is a demo now, so a numbers advantage will be there for the boys in orange. Slight chain dash will lead way to a potential center. Pops up for a pass, no one around to meet it. If you're F16, you're happy that your defense has played as well as it has because it's kept you in the series. And for Clears, trying to maintain possession, but Furia denying that.
Furia looking for an opportunity here. Feels like goals are coming at a premium in the last few games. Card, not going to get back to it. F16, time for them to ramp up their attack. Rawas, what's the second touch? That one went dangerously far across the net. You really can't afford those second touches off the backboard if you're Furia. F16 will knock them down, and vice versa, honestly, with the way Furia has been playing.
That's a great touch. No one around. Furia being a little bit hesitant and patient to wait for that extra push. Jan now trying off the sidewall. 2 still around midfield. Great shot, and it's in front of the net.
Wow.
Still alive there, and blocked away and saved. Another one on target, and Jan waits and punishes from the outer wing.
Look at this pass. This is brilliant from Kaio. Not forcing the shot. Saw Jan all the way back between the box and the midfield to set up a better shot on target. That's brilliance coming out from Furia.
That's that expertise on land that you're not going to get anywhere else other than playing these types of games. And Furia knows almost better than, well, anybody right now what that's like. We'll see if they can keep it going.
It's just selflessness too.
Trusting your teammates to make the play. That's
yeah,
all boils
Kyle
down to.
had more than a decent opportunity to maybe score that one, but to trust your teammate with the shot and let that play develop, let it cook just a little bit longer. Again, communication on point for Furia in that play, and you know, as we've been talking about goals, they've been tough to come by here. So Furia certainly in the driver's seat at the moment.
Able to get that look to land. It's going to be a 2-0 game for Furia. Just a tiny bit off target. A good shot nonetheless, though. And the selection's been much better in this game 5 than it has been in games 1 and 3 for Furia. But there also hasn't been that many shots. 3 so far for Ruas. Trying to convert that into a goal. He'll get the back pad, so resources certainly available. They're looking for the counterattack to begin. Quick challenge from Furia, still alive in that offensive third, and now putting pressure on. It's going to be Basil who tries to take it out from the midfield, juggling on his lonesome, and Card cuts it down.
Feels like at some points F16 kind of get ahead of themselves a little bit. Furia, another great pass, left side shot. Look at the placement from Kaio to put that one away. They double up.
Absolutely nasty. Beautiful read and beautiful placement throughout. Furia with a 2-0 lead, closing in on 60 seconds to play. Kaio, a goal, 3 shots, an assist, and a save to his name. Just a fantastic game 5.
You got to think all of Brazil was screaming at that goal, not just Furia. And now the work cut out for F16. A lot of expectation on this team after their day 1 performance. They've got to dig deep in this final minute.
You're going to need a goal, I'd say, right about now. Within the next 10 seconds, just to give yourself some time to breathe a little, to orchestrate a play. And, you know, they're playing good defense. They're playing, or attempting great offense. Just hasn't been there. Maybe a chance, double tap, straight down.
Oh my!
Clears in game 5. F16 are right back.
And they're happy to see that one drop, and a crucial goal to go in for Clears. As the second touch was looming for so long, F16 have a chance here in the final 40 seconds.
Well, you get it in the last 10. Now you got a lot of time to play with. Furia trying to deny an equalizer, but here comes Clears. Win the 50, down to the ground. Ruas can't win the one-on-one. Front blocker gets out in front, and that is an open net, and that is a game 5 slowly being put away.
You can't give Yan a free one. And Basil's touch, I don't know if that's what he meant, what he was going for, if he was just trying to bring it down, or maybe he thought he had a teammate next to him. Either way, that was not what you wanted. It was perfectly set up for Yan. Furia, 22 seconds away from sending F16 down to phase.
Off the kickoff, you need Ruas. You need him to hit at least a double tap to set up a center. It will be there. There's a bump out. And now you send the house. You got no choice but to, but with 10 seconds to go, do you have enough time? Maybe. Clears is far upfield, but Furia denying it, keeping it in possession, and with that, it will be done. It's Furia who take it in game 5, and F16 will go down to play phase.
Top 8 for Furia, qualified for the playoff bracket. And what a series it was for Furia. They had to dig deep in this one, push to their limits even. F16, a formidable opponent. As you said, they're sent down to that lower bracket final. F16 will go on, or excuse me, Furia will go on, and ironically, will have to go and play Complexity in the playoffs first round.
Man, it's, you know, we talk often about young talent being able to like steal games away and kind of surprise people in series, and they absolutely did. And I think F16 had a much better bounce back in the series than the way they started it, for sure. But the LAN experience, the experience of these players, the caliber of the team of Furia, and you know, they've been here before. They've been in these situations where they had to clutch up, and I think in the end, it just absolutely paid off. Like, dude, this is the invaluable experience you get on LANs time and time again. And when you have to do it in situations like this, you're going to count on Furia to get it done.
And that was just, that's our second to last game here on the B stream, but we have another banger, a little double header here at the end of the day. F16, they're not out of it here. I know they just lost, but not out of it. They get sent down to the lower bracket, as we said now. And FaZe, very tough opponent that they're going to have to take on. A little rematch here in Group C, but you can't clap your hands enough here for Furia. Well-earned win against a very tough F16 squad who has, I think, caught a lot of teams off guard here, especially FaZe, who I don't think they knew how good F16 were going to be, especially the Twins, and have proven to be, at least in this type of format, to be a team to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a little bit with First Killer, who we wanted to play, and he said he wants a rematch against F16. So you get your wish there. You get what you want, but I believe we had the series highlights for you to go through, and this was an entire action-packed, jammed best of 5 where really it came down to Furia again making those small adjustments, and there were surprises here for sure for F16, but in the end, I think again that veteran leadership and that veteran experience that Furia have relied on so often continues to be one of the reasons why you can never count them out, Corelli.
Oh, absolutely. And I think a lot of respect gained here with Yan against Rawas there in that 1v1. Fantastic work. And you got to talk about the clutch from F16 there in the 2v2. You can't, I mean, look, if we just kept running this series, they would keep trading blows. I mean, let's be honest here. They were very even. F16, really what came back to bite them, the threes there in both game 1 and 5.
Yeah, well, I would have loved to have seen this series. If this was a best of 7, it'd be absolutely fantastic. But we only get best of 5s here. But I believe we have an interview ready to go with the coach of Furia. Let's get him on your screens and into our ears. Dude, welcome in. Congratulations on the Game 5 win. How are you guys feeling? We saw that the comms were just lighting up. What's the emotion like?
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge series for us. F16 is a really good team. It caught us by surprise. Even though they beat FaZe, they still caught us by surprise. Really good series, and we're feeling good.
Yeah, talk to me about Yan, the 1v1. How confident was he going in up against Rawas? You know, you talked about them, you know, being so good and F16 coming out a little bit hotter than maybe people expected. Was he just super confident going up against Rawas?
Yeah, he was definitely pretty confident because his win versus Fahad was also really good. That was crucial for our series against Owl. So this 1v1 was the same as well. It was super crucial, but he was confident because of our last series.
You guys have had experience taking big matches like this, and the LAN experience as of late has been invaluable for you as a roster. What adjustments did you make from games 1 and 3 going into this game 5? Because in game 1, it was very close. You guys got a couple of crucial goals. In game 3 is a very different story. F16 kind of jumped on you guys. Was there any big thing that you told your crew to settle down on or to fix when you went into Champions Field?
We just kept vibes good. That's really just what helps us win the most, is just keeping vibes good. We just made a little small adjustments, like just analyzing the other team's gameplay, you know, stuff like that. And then, but nothing big. No, we just played it cool.
Kairos, I'm sure you know, but I want to get your take on your quarterfinal matchup. You guys are going up against complexity of all teams. What's your take in that matchup?
Complexity actually was a team that I think was going to do pretty good this event going into it, just because of the format. Like, I knew Racebull is a top 1s player, and they're pretty good in NA as well as just in normal 3s. So I think they're a pretty good team, but I don't know if they'll be able to compete with us. I think it'll be really close, but I think we'll get the win, of course.
Last question for you, brother. With these string of consistent performances at LAN, and this one just being like another really solid boot camp getting ready for Worlds, what is it about this team right now that has stood out to you about their resiliency, their ability to continue to get it done? And what do you want people to know about the squad moving forward? Like, what's the ceiling for this event? I know you guys want to take it all the way, but what are you feeling?
Well, our desire to win is what helps us like make those game 5 wins and stuff like that. I mean, it's really nothing special. The reason why I joined this team is because I saw that we can take it all the way eventually. So my expectations haven't been met yet, but I know that we have it in us, just mechanically and as a team, and in our heart, we have it.
Oh, dude, we are praying for you guys. We know you guys have been putting in the work, and we've seen the results that have come in just from the recent majors and now once more at this event. So thank you so much for being on with us. And if there's anything you want to say to your friends, family, the players, or the fans who are watching, floor is all yours.
Thank you guys for always supporting us. To our fans, we love you guys. Thank you for the family always supporting us, helping us get to here. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah, man. Congratulations on the win. And Corelli, any final thoughts on Furia?
They are who we thought they were, as they have been. I think really consistent, even back at the Winter Major in LA. I mean, they ran into G2, which is a tough opponent because they obviously went on to win the thing. But for Furia, no more doubts. You can't doubt this team. I know this format isn't your traditional format, but even then, I mean, they've shown off how strong each component of this Furia roster is, and that's what's made them so special. So you can't doubt Furia. If you're doubting them at this point with the way that they've played, you're just wrong, straight up.
Absolutely. Like, it's really just kind of cognitive dissonance at this point. They've proven it at major events. They prove it in international events, in the biggest lands in some of Rocket League's history, and now they do it in an event where it's even wackier and weirder, and they're still getting these kinds of results. And another top 8 finish at least secured for these boys. And granted, they move into a best of 7s all for tomorrow, but you know, I think this is not only just a necessary win for Furia, but another one that really could give them the momentum they need to continue to propel themselves through this tournament.
Yeah, and for Furia, they move on to the next day, of course. F16, again, not out of this. They move down into the lower bracket final. They get one more chance, this time against FaZe, to qualify for that top 8 bracket. If they do, or I should say the winner of that matchup, awaiting Space Station in the quarterfinals. So it does not get any easier as you move on. And you do have to give some credit over to F16. I know we've been talking a lot about Furia, but F16 played a fantastic series. To push Furia that
100%.
far, especially with how hot Furia have been, is an accomplishment in of itself when they don't have that much experience.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like they were out of it by any stretch. Even when they were down 2 goals, it was just taking a matter of moments before all of a sudden F16 could potentially have bounced back. But in the end, veteranship and the experience on LAN always comes through. And for Furia, they move on, they qualify for top 8. F16 now have to play FaZe Clan, and we know that Jason is absolutely thrilled about that. So we'll see how that one eventually plays out. But for now, we'll take a commercial break, and when we return, the final match of the day here on the B Stream.
Am I muted now? Now we are good. Sorry about that, guys. It's been a crazy day. I knew eventually we'd mess that up. Lawler, Corelli on the broadcast for Gamers8 here. It's day 2. And what a series. I may have cast cursed it a little bit, but you just had to speak it into existence, Corelli. For our viewing benefit, we get to watch F16 again. Either way, what a match, man. If you want to talk about it a little bit and boast about it, my goodness.
Well, no, I mean, I don't like being right sometimes because I feel like F16 played a great series there against Furia. And to be fair to F16, this is a matchup that they should be pretty confident in over FaZe. They've already beaten them once. There's no reason why they can't do that twice. And again, another thing that's interesting about them is honestly, they barely lost to Furia. Like there was a lot of close games in all of those series, or all of those games in that series were very, very close. One goal, a couple of one-goal games there could have been the difference. So F16, every single team that's played them so far has said, wow, they're a lot better than we thought they were going to be. And FaZe is one of those teams. And I think now FaZe are going to take them a lot more seriously in this lower final.
I mean, you even heard it from Cairo in his interview, right? He's just like, even though we know they beat FaZe, they still caught us off guard. It is that experience that we're talking about, the ability to experience it for yourself. So a lot of credit in our next match and our last match here of the stream. But we're going to start it off with FaZe Clan as they've been sitting in the wing. Let's take a peek. There you have it, FaZe Clan, who's been sitting and calling for this matchup. First Killer's walking away. Hopefully it's not to go, get in the face of the other team and talk some trash, but okay, good. He's coming on back. So you got AJ, First Killer, and Typical. This is the team they ended up losing to as we take a look at the team spotlight, and a lot of talent across the board. Second in North America, and most recently had a tough loss to Furia, ironically enough being in that same group back at the Spring Major, knocking them out at 12th. So again, we've seen First playing in ones, we've seen AJ and First Killer in twos, but in their last series, it was actually Typical that stood in for AJ.
And the last time that FaZe played against F16, they only won a single game in the series, of course. That was the game 3v3, where they were able to take them down. So, they couldn't get the job done in either ones, in the ones game. They couldn't get the job done in the twos game. So FaZe definitely have a lot to pick up here, because I think the 3v3, they should be favored. Again, I think a lot of the teams that have experience internationally should be favored here in the 3v3 matchup. I think the real strength in F16 is that ones and twos game.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against that, but at the same time, I am interested to see, because a lot of times when we see 1v1s, we are seeing a series when they are played in these show matches. And that evolution of play style. And First Killer is one of those that if you get him early, like very rarely do you get him again late. So I don't think he's going to fall for some of the same things, but at the same precedent, like F16 has been playing phenomenal gameplay, super consistent, which is probably the thing we credit to them most. So again, I'm excited for this one to just unfold. It is one of those where you get to be a fan of the game, where you don't really have to pick any favorites, just like the last one where it's like, series going to be a good series. Let's just sit back and enjoy it. So Corelli, not going to force you to do any predictions and that kind of stuff. We're just going to continue to be fans. But to be fans, we have to see both teams. And with that, let's take a look at F16. Again, F16 just coming off that loss to Furia, but it does not tell the story. Game 5 nail biter all the way down to the wire, and ready to bounce back and put it into test. Now, like you mentioned, Corelli, the last time we saw these two was actually just a day ago, where they played each other, and it was F16 that ended up on top.
Yep, and I do think also, I don't like playing this too often, but I do think it does help F16 is that they just played. Like they kind of get a free warm up with Furia. And that's not giving copium over to FaZe Clan, but more so that I do think that matters, especially when it comes into the threes game, because we've just talked about how game 1 is so important. And F16 just had a very tight threes game to end their series there against Furia. So I do think that F16 have a good chance in this first game, especially if they can catch FaZe off guard with a slow start.
Yeah, going to be an exciting one overall. But again, when watching these two compete, I can't really complain. Like it's hard to pick a favorite, and looking at the evolution of what F16 has become, I mean, they were recently picked up, but they used to be that nameless squad, and part of the reason why is the twins obviously they just simply weren't eligible. They weren't old enough. So a recent addition, turning 15, now able to compete in the RLCS, and everybody in MENA counting their lucky stars because they weren't able to play in RLCS this season, but next season is a whole different beast. So again, I'm looking to see what that evolution, as I've stated, is going to be, because not only is it going to make them better as they get this exposure and this experience coming into their first event, but it is just it sets an early precedent, I think, moving forward. So the assumption is that the Twins are going to stay together and they're going to continue to compete together. But as we take a look at our players to watch, I think that 1v1 matchup is going to be a big one. Yeah, who'd have thought?
Who would have thought it would have been first killer Rawas, and it should be. It absolutely should be. And this is the 1v1 that I want to see. I do hope that we do get the 1v1. I hope that this is not a sweep. I hope that they don't pick twos first. I would love to see the run back of this 1v1. I think, just listening to First Killer's interview, he wants that revenge, not only on the team, but his revenge against Rawas in the ones.
Yeah, to give you guys a reminder of how it went last time. First game was a 3-0 victory for F16. The second game was a 2v2 where it was AJ and First Killer against Rawas and Keel. That was 3-2, so a 1-goal game, and then they went back to 3v3, which it was in favor of FaZe 4-3, and then 10-3 in favor of Rawas. So again, a convincing victory. Social media was like, wait, what? And for those that are unfamiliar, I think they now recognize the name. So awesome stuff across the board, making a name for themselves.
Yeah, and that's what Spaceman and I were talking about for F16. Is like, you might have heard, Rawas, Kalirs, if you're kind of satellite to, other regions outside of like the main ones, but you definitely are talking about them now. And I would love to see the run back, as we mentioned. And just an interesting thing too, if we just zoom out here for a second, 01 Esports and F16, the last two Saudi teams here. Obviously, Falcons already qualified for top 8. That's the only MENA team to qualify at the moment. Of course, FaZe, one of the last NA teams left to qualify as well. Space Station sitting up there, and then depending on how you want to view Complexity, also technically an NA representative, even though they're a SAM team. We won't get into it, but they're also there in the top 8 as well. So, it would be amazing here having this land here in Riyadh to have at least 2 representatives come out from MENA. We knew Falcons were going to be here. F16 and 01 have a big opportunity to also make some waves and qualify for that top 8.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff across the board, seeing that representation. And again, that's what we're here for. It feels like more than anything this is a collection. I mean, we're talking 6 weeks of esports, 7 different titles, a bunch of different events going on all at the same time. And that's what we're looking forward to, is the exposure to all these different events, as well as players, competitors from all over the world. It's a truly special event. So again, thank you to Gamers8 for having us involved, as well as being a part of the journey with us. So for everybody in chat, buckle up and get ready, because this one's going to be a special one, it feels like, because again, it is a qualification match. The difference between $40,000, which is just silly to say that $45,000 is even up for grabs, let alone the difference between progressing or not. So here we go, Krelly. Best of 5, F16 FaZe Clan. Let's kick it off.
And again, very interested to see how the first few moments of game number 1 go, because I do think F16, they might just pick up right where they left off against Furia, because it wasn't a bad level that F16 were playing at against Furia. The Furia were just that much better. But how about this for FaZe? First Killer rumbling and tumbling down the field, getting some help as well, and putting away the first goal.
Again, just working so close together, one challenge after another, and it's just going to fall into the lap. Sypical deciding to stick with it. Only 20 seconds. FaZe Clan trying to get the revenge early.
And I don't think Sypical actually hit that one. I think he hit an F16 player into that one, as I didn't see an assist pop up for him. And First Killer, of course, he's always going to make something out of nothing. As like I said, just kind of fighting for every inch downfield there.
Good 50 soft chip. Trying to find a way to get back to an F16 player. In the midfield with plenty of boost, and already met on the backboard. So probably going to put that in the corner, unless they decide to send you there instead.
That's a great drop down here for Sypical. He doesn't have a ton of boost. Kalirs comes out of nowhere to take it away, but Sypical didn't have a lot there with the boost in hand. FaZe trying to clamp down. A good demo will slow FaZe down just enough. We're seeing FaZe just taking pot shots here at F16. They're locking down that midfield as well. F16 would love to see them kind of bring this one down and force FaZe into it. Rawas can't get by AJ. Good tackles coming out from FaZe. Again, clamping down here on F16, making it tough and just fighting through all the challenges. Somehow Sypical getting to the goal line there.
Also, a lot of credit to F16. Very stalwart on defense, not really forcing challenges. They've been sitting kind of patient, and it is punishable, as you see with FaZe Clan here. But a lot of the times when you have a team going super fast, you really want to change the play style up and control the pace. So by not going for the challenges, not falling susceptible, it is going to force FaZe to go for those infield passes or those high aggressive flying plays, which they weren't really doing. They were keeping it simple. So initially a good idea for F16, but FaZe Clan does find a way to exploit it back.
Good start here for FaZe Clan. AJ putting that one away. Clears, getting some help from Basil as he takes it away right in front of the goal line, and F16 cutting the lead in half.
It's a great handoff, obviously dribbling all the way back, but the only real thing you're trying to do is get it past at least one defender, which they do, and then the redirect back the other way. So back within one is F16. Great touch off the kickoff. As FaZe Clan going to kick that one back to the corner. Over to first with a flip reset paired with the demo. And why not make it another one? But Rawasp on the ball, a good 50. Should buy plenty of time. Also still has plenty of boost, roughly around like 50 in the tank. As they try to bring this back down the other way, it's going to be a good challenge in the midfield and do exactly that.
One of the things that Spaceman and I were talking about in the previous series with F16 was the challenge game. I think FaZe are really taking it to him here and fighting fire with fire, also winning a ton of challenges. How many times have we seen a FaZe player just barrel through a couple F16 players? There's another one rifled off from FaZe on the outside of the box. F16 definitely struggling to break out of their side cleanly here. FaZe doing a good job positionally of kind of inviting F16 in and then just completely taking the ball away.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I talk about that slow play from F16, and it's more of a methodical approach where those challenges are happening, but the FaZe Clan has been so dominant with them that you get a little bit concerned. On the other side of things, the FaZe has really simplified their game. I'm not seeing crazy high flip. Like, the mechanics are there. They're extending plays and doing stuff with it, but for the most part, it's clean rotations, find an opportunity, and then just put a shot on target. It's been good.
And that's kind of the respect coming out from FaZe. You know, they talked about not knowing exactly what they're going to get from F16, but now that they do, they're being a lot more conservative, a lot more high percentage plays coming out. It doesn't have to be flashy, it just has to work. And FaZe certainly showing that here in game one. Oh my goodness. What was that from Sipical?
It's a beautiful recovery. You're not going to be able to see the back end of it, but again, just pushing through and perfect placement, hits the post and ends up bouncing in. Great placement upside down again. Seems to be FaZe. When in the position, they get up to it and make some magic happen. Up by 2, minute 35 left to go, and possession off the kickoff.
That's an incredible touch from Sipical. A 2-goal lead now for Space Station. Work cut out for F16. Here's a good pass. Fortunately, Basil couldn't get over it, and now FaZe trying to quickly pad this lead. And what I would assume would be a comfortable lead for them here, up by 2 goals. I don't think there's going to be a lot of goals coming. AJ puts away another one. The follow-up, diving on top of the ball, and FaZe running away with game 1.
You just see Sipical floating in the corner there, and he's just a distraction at that point. Whether it gets a touch or not, it doesn't matter, but that body in the way just cuts off an angle to play it outside where it's safe. So when it's forced in like that, touch isn't perfect. And again, Sipical making him work for it. They get punished. The FaZe. You heard first killer. Let's run it back. I want another chance. And man, are they making it count. And what a different look too. F16 getting the best of FaZe as that respect level has definitely gone up.
I think with F16 most likely losing this game, I do think they'll pick the 1v1. So first killer will certainly get what he bargained for here.
That's the wrong button, sorry.
As FaZe Clan, well, that one will slip through. Basil with a monster flip reset here. FaZe kind of lackadaisically watching him go up for this one. Very late. In fact, nobody challenging. Look at the power there. Sipical so low on the challenge. And hold on a second here from F16.
Yeah, a little bit close on that rotation where it's like, someone should cut that off, right? You do know what he can do. And then so much power on that flip reset, like you said. Again, 30 seconds, though, might be too much of a deficit to come back, but you just never know as that one's going to go over the top. It's cut to the other side, and what a demo by first killer. It could have brought it back within it, 1 to play into that 0-second time if need be, but the demo shuts it down and a good challenge. And with only 10 seconds remaining, going to need something to happen here. As first killer poises up, he gets a good challenge off the ceiling, and the follow-up is there.
Man.
Can they get a double? No, but it's not going to matter. As this ball hits the ground, it is going to be FaZe Clan with game 1.
And that's a fantastic start from FaZe. Like I said, I was a little worried for FaZe. Not that they're known for slow starts. I don't think that's true at all, but they can have a slow start every once in a while. But I think they really knew what they were getting into here against F16. They no longer underestimate this team. Looked fantastic from start to finish. And now F16, a choice in front of them. Do you take the 2v2 or the 1v1? I would assume it's the 1v1 because that seemed to be the most comfortable win. I know that's odd to say against first killer here, but honestly, I think regardless, F16, they certainly controlled this 2v2 and 1v1 matchup, so they should feel comfortable going into it against FaZe.
Yeah, on the other side of things too, I mean, you look at the 1v1 between Jan and Rawas was in game 2 of last one, and it was Jan that actually took the victory, 6-4. So again, it's that confident pick and rightfully a reliable one, but mostly I think as we take a look at the highlights, it's going to come down to a personal feeling of, you know, hey, how you feeling? Do you think you can take first right now? Do you want to hold on to it as a pocket pick? What's the plan? So if they plan to win, it is going to have to be used either way. So it's just a matter of if they want to do it now or later.
And also something to think about too with 1v1s, if you were to leave it to game 5, that is a lot of extra pressure on your players, and that's something that I think would go in favor of FaZe, right? Because first killer just played in more high pressure situations. And I don't know if you really want to do that, as the 2v2 is picked by F16. The twins, of course, Rawasa Kalir is taking on first killer and Sipical in game 2. So no 1v1. If we see it, it'll be a game 5. Game 4.
We'll see it. That's all that matters. As a good save is going to pinch out on the other side here. Last time we got to see these two go head-to-head was game 2 of last time, where it was 3-2 in favor of F16. Expect something close yet again. As Sipical going to go for a wall pinch. It's a beautiful one at that, as that one's going to drop straight down. Unfortunately, no recovery to follow it up. Still good patience and cleared back in. As an early challenge and a potential demo attempt. It's going to force this one high. Sipical flip reset over the top. Can he put it in? Top right. He can't muscle it in on his own, but he's got backup. What a play by Sipical.
Well, the difference here for FaZe, they went AJ first killer in the last 2v2 against the Twins. Sipical coming out this time for FaZe. So that is a difference. And boy, did it pay off with that flip reset straight into the net. First killer there to clean it up. But my goodness, what a start for Sipical, making himself known here against F16.
Again, when the conversation was had, a lot of people are looking at FaZe. They're like, we're top 4. Why the heck would we drop Landlusion? He's so good. He's so important to this team. And it's like, when Sipical's available, you pick him up, is pretty much the conversation. How do you let a player like that go? So, again, trying to see the impact. We're seeing it here. I didn't think when people picked up Sipical on FaZe, they were thinking, hey, it's going to be in a 2v2 match in Saudi Arabia. But
right.
They did know Sipical was going to have an impact in some capacity.
And I like FaZe, switching things up from last time. Again, it was AJ and first killer.
Yeah.
I like the idea here. And already, like we said, Sipical paying off. As it's only a 1-goal lead here. Just under 3.5 to play in game 2. F16 showed some great poise in their previous matchup against Furia, where they were playing from behind for most of that game. So it's not surprising to see them drop the first goal. And they got to be careful here. Sipical wanting to try and first killer, as Kalir's able to pick it up. Full boost for him. He's going to take a shot at FaZe. Flip reset. Won't be able to get back to it. Rawas quickly up for this, as now FaZe and Sipical trying to get one on target, and Kalir's gets back in time.
Great recovery to get back in time as well. That challenge absolutely crucial to keeping it away. And take a boost now in the corner, probably backwards, and it's a beautiful challenge and pinches, but what a recovery by Sipical. The reaction time to keep that one out, but the pressure's still on. And just like that, cleared back the other way and into the corner. Early challenge to deny the read on the other side. It's an open net. Going to let that go, and it should be a free shot. And that is going to do it. It's going to tie it up for F16.
Great work here from F16, beating the first man, isolating the last man, and just outpacing him quite simply to the ball there. Kalir's doing a great job to get back up to that one, and an easy tap in for Rawas in the end.
Halfway through, we're tied up, and an important one. As FaZe trying to get a bit of revenge. But both teams trying to stay in top 8 in their sights. And our final qualification match of the B stream here for Gamers8. His first killer. Flip reset. Good challenge by Rawas. Brings it back the other way. Clears. A little bit of wall dash to close up to this one. But again, it's just more so to apply that pressure. As he jumps over the 100 boost, that could come back to bite him. As it's going to be a double touch. It doesn't even matter. What a shot, first killer.
That is disgusting.
Oh my god.
That is filthy from first killer. I mean, a double tap like that, you've seen it a million times, but the pace that he just hit that, F16 had no idea what just hit him.
My goodness. There's something out of nothing. At this point, you just expect it, which is kind of ridiculous to think about. But man, it really was the pace on that caught us off. Just in stride, smacks that in. Despite all that, still only up by 1. As Clear's able to pre-jump that one, he gets in front of it and able to get around it again. So a little bit of space to work with and going to go for the demo. Ross decides to play it into the corner and it's a lateral hit, but doesn't matter. Cut off yet again. Slow down, demo, ball chase, and plenty of time to work with.
Wow.
And still able to recover. That's a great in and out save by first killer to keep it away. But again, need to be careful with the boost consumption as a shot coming flying across almost top right. It's a demo. Another shot on target. Another save. Simple can only do it so many times. And finally, Rawas gets a goal.
F16, they were hunting. And they got, what, 3-4 demos in just a span of 20 seconds. Taking out FaZe and finally breaking. You do have to hand it to FaZe. Some good defense there. Just a moment ago, you saw first killer dive into his corner of his own net just to dodge a demo. But F16 unrelenting with the physical play. And they're able to tie things up.
There's a reason why they're in this circumstance. And boys, have been a pleasure to watch. We're to the final 40 seconds. Typical takes to the sky. An extra touch over the top, and it is solid, but should be able to recover and actually play this one down. He's going to have to retreat. But a big clear shouldn't be out of the reach, and it's actually just a tad wide. Good recovery by Clears. Back inside. Bump attempt. No flick. Decides to go for the boost deny instead for Rawas. And played up high. So typical. Minimal boost. Going to play this one slow, rightfully so. Does draw in someone on offense, but needs some boost of his own. Still only sitting at about 1 pad as we get into the final 10 seconds.
This is where F16 have clutched up once before. Can they do it again here tied up? Clears. Opportunity. Boost to work with. 0 seconds. Do they do it again? It's off the backboard.
It's happening.
It's not going to go in. Overtime in game 2.
Oh, the setup was absolutely perfect. You draw both defenders. You play it off the backboard for a pass, but the shot has to go underneath first, and it doesn't work out. Going to overtime. The demo, this one's going to go straight up. And Typical decides to roll out of it. Let first take it, but minimal boost going to have to retreat. Good play and a good decision there by first despite no boost. He's trying to close that gap, not give them any space whatsoever. And now an infield pass. Shot on target. It's a little bit high. Can he get the recovery? He has the touch. Can he make it another one? It doesn't get there. So close in that 30 seconds. Could have closed it out, but my goodness. Pressure from both sides as this one settles for just a brief moment.
45 seconds of overtime. A little bit of space here from Typical. Clears. A little panic there. Does make a good touch and control. Full boost for him. Has one to beat. Trying to cut back over first killer. Almost made it work. As now Rawas going backwards. Does flip around to right himself. And Typical now trying to pick his spot. Won't be able to go through a loss. F16 not going to go down that easy. This ball given up over to Typical. FaZe doesn't feel like they have the same type of pressure that they did early on. Feels like momentum shifting over to F16.
A little bit of footsies in the corner. A lot of respect given from both regions. You even see first killer making sure to stick around and challenge these just to make it safe, but this one's going to drop into his lap. Need to be careful of the touch. It's a good shot. Should be able to break this one, make it one more. As it plays down the line, a soft touch inside. And up high, surprisingly enough, Sip actually goes for it. Did not think he was going to go for that one in the corner, but ends up trying to keep that pressure alive. Good lateral touch, but it is going to be Lears who plays it first. Expect this to be a long lob. No, he's going to keep it solo. Over the top, has a flip. No. It's a good challenge by Rawas. Lears follows up. That one's up and above, but again, the recovery's already there. And again, no score here in overtime.
You can see how far back FaZe is rotating. They're not taking any chances with the counter from F16, even if it means that they lower their percentage on some of these attacks, especially the extended attacks that they've had. They do not want to lose to that counter. That's a good demo, but Sypical, 0 boost. Can he still be a hero? Denied. F16 taking away their own corner boost from Sypical. Oh. He's got nothing. First killer. That shot will go wide, and he'll be taken out.
High pop into the midfield. First killer's just going to lob this one down. There is 2 players up. This could be a chance for FaZe. As he plays it back, it's another good 50. And as he denies the boost in the corner as well, they control the midfield. So Rawas, minimal boost as he's getting bullied the whole way down the field, but going to cut completely to the other side of the field, grab the midfield, and back at 100. Soft touch, pass. Infield shot, top right, it's not there. Barely off the post. Another shot, and again, one after another. Should be a free clear here for F16, but my goodness, 2 chances just barely off.
Oh, disaster for FaZe, and now can the Twins take advantage? Rawas trying to make it sting for missing that one. Kaliers, he's not able to collect either. First killer, trying to make amends here. A disappointing first shot. The second one a little bit tougher, but still another touch. Can he dunk it down? Sypical's there. Can he beat the last man? He can't. F16 planted on their own goal line. And they have not been able to get possession. Still dangerous as Rawas very calmly brings this one down.
Could be dangerous though. Yeah, it's getting bullied off. It's good 50, but Sypical going to be last to it. No, he ends up cutting in front. This could be it. A good shot, and it's a bouncer, but it's a little bit wide. So now Rawas on the rotation. Up high, has the flip. He's pushing it all the way. Can they get back in time? It's good 50, and it rolls again. Polier's going to back off and try to create some space. It's a flick over the top of one. But Sypical controls it well. A good 50, and he stays behind. So again, back and forth. 4 minutes and 25 seconds of this overtime, and no clear indication of who's going to be a winner.
Wow. Crucial touch there from FaZe and first killer. Rawas was setting himself up. He kind of planted himself down to get up to it. First killer still trying to bully. By time for Sypical. He doesn't have a lot of boost here. Kaliers has a little bit. A good takeaway from Sypical in the end. Almost 5 minutes of overtime now. And Rawas and Kaliers trying to play from their own corner. It's taken away by Sypical. FaZe, they had their opportunity to end this, and they were not able to. F16 looking for their best chance as they've had a few. No. Now first killer, a little bit of boost to work with, looking for the block. It's not going to happen. Sypical, oh, he sneaks it in on the upper corner on the right side. FaZe come out on top.
Every moment of that overtime so crucial for each player. The ability to say, I have to rotate and make sure I grab this boost on the rotation back. I have to make sure that this shot is perfect. Every single little thing coming in. And at the end, it is a touch over the top. It forces the defender out. And then again, like you mentioned, Sypical top right, perfect placement. And Psyonix gives him a kiss inside as it is able to go in. So now FaZe Clan getting their revenge and on match point headed into this 3v3, but you know F16 is ready to put up a fight.
Yep, and FaZe, that was a battle, an absolute battle. And I gotta say, brilliant from then. Nothing against AJ, because I think he would have performed just fine, but a brilliant substitution, I suppose, or change from FaZe to bring in Sypical. He made his impact known immediately with that first goal, and of course this final goal here. So crucial in the win over the Twins here of Kaliers and Rawas. And I like that FaZe, you know, adapting to their opponent, especially after playing them one time. You can see how important it is to get that experience against the competition.
Gonna take a look at the highlights of this 2v2, and this is how it started off. Again, having to muscle it in, and then quick responses from both sides. It was a little bit of downtime initially, but back and forth it went, and then it just became what is probably the quickest double touch I've seen it from that angle. Like, it was just so perfect, and even with stellar defense, both teams found a way to score, but then eventually we get into this overtime, and it does come down to that individual moment. So impressive stuff back and forth as we go into our third game. FaZe Clan at match point, a chance to go to top 8. And as for F16, gonna have to reverse sweep FaZe Clan in order to go and represent MENA.
And now backs against the wall if you're F16 in a matchup that did not go their way in game number 1. FaZe won it 4-2. Of course, the 2v2 was much closer there. And FaZe, that one's going to skirt across. As the FaZe already threatening here. And F16 looking for a way out.
Yeah, minimal hesitation and important on that one too. You got two players that are staying a little bit over aggressive, but a shot not going to be there in the follow-up. Typically going to turn and stay patient. Even with the bump on the way back, Ross trying to get a demo on and open something up. As first using that second jump to play high, gets a demo, and luckily for F16, enough force to push him back into it. And it's free save met in the midfield yet again.
And just like in the previous series for F16, it feels like goals are going to come at a premium for him. FaZe putting on that pressure. AJ.
Oh, what a recovery.
0 boost, but still making it dangerous. It's FaZe trying to break through, but it feels like there's more than 3 F16 players on the field. It's one after another challenging FaZe. You got to hand it to them. They are making it tough for FaZe to even just have a second to decide what they want to do.
Yeah, and a lot of credit, a lot of respect given as this back pass should lead to a shot, and it's going to finally connect. That's what it takes. Back pass to first killer as we can place it near post.
That was brilliant from Sipical off the back wall. First killer out, AJ out to first killer, rather, and a great strike on target. FaZe Clan, beautiful passing, and that's honestly the difference between the Illusion and the Sipical FaZe, in my opinion, was that a lot of times they're a lot more patient with their attack. They're not as direct. It doesn't take an incredible mechanical outplay for FaZe as much anymore. It is a lot more about the passing. And I do think that if they can find that consistency, their threes is much better for it.
I mean, we've seen the high-flying phase where everything is a double flip reset craziness, but again, I think that fundamental play really comes down to the trust that they have in each other, because no matter who is on the ball, they're like, yeah, he can bail us out of that situation, or I have confidence to move up for this third challenge because I know you'll recover and get back in time. It really enables that type of play, and you can look for some of those passes. So not that, Illusion wasn't a good fit for them. Obviously, top 4 in the world at one of the majors is, without a doubt, an excellent performance. There is just a little bit more trust, it feels like, on the field of the capability of each player. And again, having faith to throw that ball back and see what's going to happen when it comes to that shot. And then Sipical still turned on and went for a demo. So again, got us in the house. And a lot of that is due to the respect that F16 has earned through their performance. As that one's going to go flying into the midfield. No challenge here. It's first. Use that boost to get back. Turns in the midfield. And a good challenge. Should be able to go up high on the side wall and cuts it off. Makes it a little bit awkward. And jockeying for position yet again, as well as possession, as F16 just trying to find a way to sustain it out of their half. Because, again, some boost would be nice.
Yeah, and that really is what you're seeing from FaZe, is just constant suffocation. Another good shot comes through. Sipical to put it home. It's 2-0 FaZe, and they seem to be in full control over F16.
Well, you see it in the corner there, Clears. He has to pre-flip to get the boost. He ends up snagging it in the corner, but that little bit extra, instead of being able to turn and recover in time, does put him barely out of position. You get a well-placed shot and just can't reach it. So much pressure from FaZe. Gives them a 2-goal lead, maybe a third, as they can sneak this one in. AJ getting involved.
Defense falling behind here off the kickoff for F16. And like you said, a fantastic touch there from AJ. Follow up so quick. The second FaZe even smell the opportunity of some space in the backfield. They just dive at the ball. They're so smart and so aware of those minor mistakes, or just minor gaps, rather. Sometimes it's not a mistake, you just get beat. As it was the case there. And F16 have their work cut out for them as that one goes off the post. Haven't seen a lot of offense from them here. It's just been all FaZe.
That has been the problem. F16 just hasn't been able to create any offense because FaZe won't let them. Every single touch has been challenged primarily in the midfield, and if it is a big clear, it's almost always alleviated and brought back the other way. And it's done in a way that it's not for free. But Rawas gonna get a flip reset challenge by first killer. Clears into the corner. And met by Typical, plenty of space to work with as he's going to bring this down for a solo and challenge. JJ throws over to first killer, which he's going to back off and say, heck no on that one.
Time running out for F16, less than 45 to go. That needs to be a better pass. Rawas cuts it across. Everyone from FaZe saw that shot coming. And the double commit will clear that one out. Now the pass, first killer wanted to let it go. Clears does get the touch. F16 feel like the urgency needs to be there in the final 30 seconds, but it's just tough for them to even get possession. Such a tough ball to deal with. Clears. Late flip will ensure that one gets downfield, and FaZe unrelenting. Quality touch after quality touch to deny F16 any possession. That one's going to go high as well. AJ to deny. And F16 looking at their exit here in the group stage. FaZe coming out on top. And in dominant fashion, a 3-0 for FaZe Clan.
Again, we heard it from Jason First Killer in his interview. He's like, you know what? Either one, I'm happy. But if I can get some revenge, I need to prove to myself that I am the better player. Very humble, very modest in his decisions, but overall very confident in his capability. And this is exactly why. A true team effort here, but primarily, it doesn't matter really who you pick on this roster, but it was a fight, and credit to F16 because they did put up one, but it's not going to show that in the 3-0.
And guess what that sets up, Lawler? Space Station and FaZe Clan. The playoffs. You have the opportunity for a 1v1 between Daniel and First Killer. This playoff bracket is going to be wild, and that's just one of the matchups that we have. My goodness, every single one's going to be so good going into the weekend.
Yeah, when we're talking about that, obviously you said Space Station and FaZe. There's so many matchups you can think about that I'm really excited for. You got Furia and Complexity, which worked out perfectly. And then you have Team Falcons against Heat, which has been a lot of fun. The only one we're waiting on, Guild Esports, is waiting on the winner of Dignitas and 0-1, which is 0-1, currently up 1-0 in the series. So, again, just tied an exciting one. It is tied. They tied it back up.
Tied it back up. It just got tied up. Dignitas, I believe, won the 2v2, won the 2v2. So it's 1-1 now in that series.
Yeah, in that interview, Jack was saying, hey, we're the best duo here. So feeling pretty good about their scrims. And again, something you can rely on. So when best of sevens come into play, I think it's a whole different story. But for us, man, FaZe Clan, that looks like a very refined team. It looks like they've been working on something, and it's paying off.
Yeah, the 2v2 can be close and still be very clean from FaZe, and I think it really was. I don't think there was a lot of mistakes coming out from them. So you're right. That was a very well-refined looking FaZe Clan, as you put it, and a very scary one going up against Space Station. That's a matchup that I think both those teams know inside and out, no matter what the game mode is. I'm sure Daniel First Killer played many a 1v1s, whether publicly or privately, and of course the 2v2 matchup, they're going to be a lot of fun as well.
Kind of just makes me warm and giddy about like the OG days where it's like Scrub Killer comes out to RLCS Season 1 and he's scrimming every single pro on Landcline for the first time we've ever seen it, just because everybody knew this 13-year-old was going to be the best. We're kind of seeing that next era, and to see both these players in RLCS, Daniel and First Killer, showing what they are. The fact that First Killer is technically like a veteran now is really weird to think about.
Yeah.
So yeah, crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. FaZe Clan F16, we knew it was going to be a good one, but man, FaZe Clan able to put it away and lock in their spot and an extra, $45,000. So not too shabby.
Not bad.
But for F16, a ton to build on. But we're going to jump into an interview with AJ of FaZe Clan. AJ, as always, welcome to the broadcast. Absolute pleasure. But man, having to sit back and watch that 2v2, how you feeling in your heart, man? That must have been crazy.
Bruh. That 2v2 at 0 seconds, I couldn't believe it. I was actually so scared.
Yeah, well, listen, last time you played in the 2v2, this time Typical came in. Why was that change happen? Why did that happen for you guys going into that 2v2?
Well, we had to change because they were playing super defensive, and Typical's playstyle is made for 2v2, playing slow and methodical, and it just worked really well with First Killer for that match. That's basically it.
AJ, a lot of the focus on this series has been, hey, last time it may have felt like we we didn't respect them as much as we should, and we really felt that. You guys really refined your play style. Super simple, but also the mechanics to bring it that extra love. For you guys coming into this series, what was it about F16 that you may have learned to appreciate more that you may not have in the first series?
I wouldn't say we underestimated them. We knew how good they are, but we didn't know they were that good, I guess you could say. Their defense was insane. That's like why they beat us in the first series, and major props to them. It's a very good series.
Yeah, absolutely. And both the series that you had between F16 in the uppers and the lowers here has been fantastic. Now moving on to the playoffs, you guys are going up against Space Station. What is your outlook on a matchup like that in a best of 7?
It's best of 7 now. I didn't know about that. That's good. Honestly, not sure how they're going to be playing. Daniel is obviously a huge factor in this format, so we just have to watch out for him, and hopefully I can get carried some more in 2s and 1s.
Is that the plan for you, AJ, to sit back and let the boys just do the work and you clutch up in 3s?
I mean, pretty much, yeah. Just hopefully I don't throw in 3s, and we should be going pretty far.
Yeah, absolutely, AJ. I want to give you the floor here. You guys coming out with the win, qualifying for playoffs. You guys have a ton of FaZe fans in the chat every single time you guys have been on the stream. Anything you want to say to them and any loved ones at home?
Shout out to all the fans out there. It really makes us confident, makes us feel better, and just shout out to my family, friends, everyone out there. I appreciate you all.
All right, AJ, we're not going to keep you any longer. Obviously, a long day and a great performance. You guys look absolutely stellar going into tomorrow. So, again, appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and go celebrate with the guys.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
AJ of FaZe Clan, again, just in the backpack this time around. He says that humbly. He had some pretty big importance in those 3v3s. So, again, FaZe Clan looking really, really good, and credit to F16. Again, this is kind of their first debut for international for everybody on the big stage. Part of that is because Rawas and Clears were too young. So if you want an early preview of MENA and a reason to watch RLCS Next Region, this is a very small portion of it because there's even more that we haven't talked about. So yeah, that MENA region is going to be absolutely nasty and gives me a lot of excitement coming into the wild card for the RLCS in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and honestly, just wild cards and majors to come for the MENA region. It has been amazing to see all the skill that we've seen here just in this tournament alone. So much more skill coming in the coming years. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff across the board, and really excited to see how everything else plays out. But yeah, Corelli, primarily looking at this, and again for the overall brackets and all that kind of stuff at the end, we do have our final 8. We are still waiting though primarily on Dignitas and 0-1. They're coming down to the wire, which again, if anybody hasn't watched that, just as a reminder up top, it says be at the end, delete that, and it'll put you over in that other broadcast because that one is going to be a nail biter. So the matchups primarily, obviously we know Space Station FaZe. Is there any other ones that really catch your attention?
I feel like that Fury of Complexity is going to be a good one, honestly. We haven't seen the two South American teams play since Complexity came to North America, so I think it's kind of fun to finally see it here of all places of this type of format. I think that one's going to be a lot of fun, especially with the way Racepool and Yen have been playing the 1v1. That's going to be a fantastic match, or game, I should say, in of itself.
Well, we still have a couple more things to tie a pretty bow on, so because of that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the end all to be all for the B stream. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 Day 2, 2022. Lawler and Corelli giving you guys kind of our post-show to kind of tell you guys everything to look forward to. There was a whole lot of coverage, obviously, over the last 2 days. 18 best of fives between me, myself, and I, aka Corelli and Spaceman. There's 3 of us, but jokes aside, it has been an absolute pleasure. Before we get into the kind of post-end game stuff, shout outs to this production team. They've been working really hard behind the scenes to put this all on for you guys. So with that said, let's keep you guys up to date on what's all gone down as a massive recap about to hit you. First things first, we're going to get into the groups, and we're starting with Group A. It started off with 6, Luminosity, Detonator, Complexity Gaming, Twisted Minds, G2, and Guild. And from there, Corelli, it got pretty exciting.
Oh, absolutely. If we turn the page over to other groups here, Group B, Space Station coming out on top as well. But I think for Group A, it was interesting too, because Luminosity didn't put up much of a fight against Guild. And I don't think a lot of people gave enough credit to Guild. And for them to qualify in the upper bracket, something special, I think, for them going through Complexity as well, which was a formidable opponent, of course.
Yeah, I think it's really expressive. If you take a look at that lower bracket of Group A, Guild went 3-2 against Complexity, and then Complexity ran that gauntlet through Detonator, through G2, through Luminosity. Was also a good fight, and Luminosity was starting to hit that hot streak towards the end. So Complexity having to fight through a lot to get to that moment, but your 2 that qualify, Guild and Complexity. As we jump over to Group B, this is actually where we started yesterday on the B stream, where it was Rogue, Team Secret, Heat, and Anka, with Endpoint and Space Station having their buys. Things I would say went as expected, as Endpoint and Space Station ended in that upper bracket final until Space Station decided to go bap, and Baby Dan took it all the way. But as we jump down to that lower bracket, man, some pretty fun results.
Yeah, the lower bracket of Group B was actually a really exciting one because Heat came through on top, and they did it in pretty commanding fashion over Endpoint there with the 3-1. Also took down Rogue and Team Secret, and I think they were kind of a sleeper team. It was something that we talked about. Some people didn't give them credit because they had to qualify with Moxie. No Moxie here, but Raziers really stepped up and took care of business in the 1v1 department. I think played phenomenally in the 2v2 games as well. So I think Heat are very happy with their new pickup as they qualify for top 8 and have to go up against Falcons there in the quarterfinals.
100% as we take a look at Group C. A lot of fun in this one. This is how we ended our day today. Semper, F16, Orlando Pirates, Owl, and then FaZe and Furia. Again, the big upset that started off that caught a lot of people off guard was F16 came out super aggressive and caught FaZe Clan off guard. It's not that they underestimate them. They just didn't think they were going to be that good. A lot of credit to their defense given from AJ. So they end up going into the uppers, but it is Furia that, you know what? They just got the ice, man. There's something about this team that top 6 is now an expectation when it comes to their brackets. So Furia looking absolutely incredible. And then we take a look at that lower bracket, how we just ended here. And man, we got a lot of really fun matches to close it out.
Yeah, we got to see FaZe make the run. Semper, I think, was another team that was kind of a sleeper. I think Exotic played really well, but unfortunately ran into a really high-quality team in FaZe. And, of course, F16. I mean, this Group C, I know everyone talks about Group D with Falcons and Dignitas, but this Group C was not an easy group. Between FaZe, F16, Furia, and Semper, all 4 of those teams were teams that I could see in the playoffs with the way they played.
Yeah, absolutely incredible to watch that one play out, and we got to witness that one here. Between that 2v2 match that went down to the wire with some really incredible moments, it was quite special. And last but not least, not done quite yet, but I do have it up on my other monitor, so I'm going to keep you guys up to date on it, is Group D. Again, everybody talking about that Dignitas Falcons area over on the other group, but it started off all mid gaming Gladiators, aggressive play, disruptive, able to get past. Renegades 0-1. Renegades getting dropped down early, but everything else went according to plan from the looks of it. The Falcons being your favorite, they put up a really good fight against Dignitas. And then we drop down to that lower bracket, which is actually still going on right now for an update as we switch over. Right now, it's 120 left in game 4, 0-1 up by 1, and they're 2-1 in the series. As I say that, apparently Caster Curse is going to come into play, and apparently Jack is going to tie it. It's now 3-3 at 121. So pretty crazy stuff going on as we take a look at the lower bracket of Group D. And as you can see, right now 2-1 in favor of 0-1 there on match point, but Dignitas just tied it up with just under a minute and a half left. So
yeah,
it's been pretty crazy, man.
Dignitas kind of on the brink of elimination here with this matchup in the 1v1 one that you would trust apparently Jack to go through. And as I am talking here, Am's just put away another one to take the lead with just over a minute to play. So yeah, if you want to see that match, you better go to the A stream here, because that one is getting spicy. As 0-1 Esports giving Dignitas a good run for their money. And that group there that we were just looking at, Group D, I mean, Falcons really just kind of ran through it, right? Boy, they look good. 3-0 and then a 3-1 over Dignitas, who a lot of people are looking at Dignitas to be, I suppose, the second best team if you're putting Falcons at the top. And they are struggling here against 0-1. And again, 0-1's the last MENA representative that can qualify for the playoffs. And we were talking about, as we got into our previous series, we would love to see 2 MENA representatives there in the playoffs, and they're on the verge of doing that.
It is awesome to see, and maybe 0-1 does that, as again, it just keeps going back and forth. They're trading goals at this point. In the last, I think, 30 seconds, there's been 4. So it's now tied 4-4, a minute left. But as we take a look at the final bracket, there is a lot of representation that is absolutely fantastic to see. While we want additional MENA teams and stuff, it is awesome to see Furia punch their ticket in and show some South American representation yet again. You've got Guild up at the top, Space Station FaZe, Furia against Complexity. We talked about the storyline of Complexity today and how, hey, they used to be Sam #1. They come over to the North America team, and it's been absolutely fantastic. And then Team Falcons going up against Heat. So right now we're just waiting to see. Is it going to be Dignitas? Is it going to be 0-1 that goes up against Guild? And AMS doing literally everything he can to just kill this time. He kept it on the goal line, just shaving valuable seconds off. So it is coming down to the wire, and it just makes me more excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, so much skill, so much depth that we're seeing just from the MENA teams alone. But also, I think we're really getting to see a lot of players that we might not be able to see on land playing 2v2s and 1s. And I think that's really exciting. That's what this tournament provides, and what's so much fun to watch.
Jack just scored again. He just chased someone down for a demo. It is absolutely crazy. So with that said, obviously there's some exciting moments going on at the other stream. So before we close it out officially, up at the top, it does have the stream. If you just delete B, it'll go over there. But final words from Corelli. What do you got to say to the people? Any things you want to shout? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, everyone who came out and watched the B stream here. It was certainly a grind for Lawler, Spaceman, and I. Happy to be a part of this event. It is a ton of fun to see the production, and also shout out to the production here that did a great job here on this B stream, one of the cleanest B streams I've been a part of. So thanks for all the support, and happy to see these teams qualify for top 8.
Yeah, have to echo the sentiment again. Massive thank you to not only all of our partners and sponsors supporting us here at Gamers8, but also production and everybody behind the scenes, because without them, we literally can't do our job. So again, massive thank you to Gamers8 on behalf of myself, Corelli, and Spaceman. It has been a crazy 18 best of 5s in 2 days, and I would have done it all over again. Absolute pleasure. So with that said, congratulations as well to Dignitas as they do punch their ticket. They close it last second. But that is going to do it for us here. Gamers8, it's an absolute blast, but still 6 weeks of action. 7 different esports titles and $2 million on the line just for Rocket League. Again, we appreciate you guys taking the time to tune in with us and enjoy the rest of the broadcast. Have a good one.